Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day, and I hope everyone's having a great one. It's a really special, extra special day, more special than any other of the days normally. Now, why is it a very special day, you might be asking? Is it because I played basketball this morning instead of actually weight training, instead of actually doing squats? No, that's not the reason. That's not the reason at all. Is there a unique reason? Is there something extra special happening today? Is that the reason why it's a good day? Is it a special day? Of course not. It's because it's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And you already know what we do on Fridays.
You know we finally here, right?
We celebrate.
It's Friday.
We celebrate the friggin' weekend. We celebrate getting paid, potentially. If you're getting paid periodically. We celebrate a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in our lives being restored, a sense of humanity being restored. That's exactly what the fuck we are celebrating here today, the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Fuck Up Fans Mom Friday. It's Fry Yay. It's Fry Slay. 11 days out from the election, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Flat Fuck Friday. Woo! Goddamn. And last but not least, it's also Merchandise Day. That's right. So this is gonna be a special Friday, more special than usually the other Fridays that are also special. Why? It's because we got new merch today, baby. We got freaking new merch today, baby. New merch day, baby. What's up? What's up? Everyone's favorite fucking holiday, Juma Mubarak. Yep. I just bought a shirt. Is it okay if I turn it into a slutty little crop top? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it is. For the record, for those of you who don't know, ideology.shop. That's right. It's the election collection. It's out. Where the fuck is the get out to vote link? Oh, here it is. Okay, they're so lame with this. Oh my God. They made it so tiny because they're worried about driving traffic outside of the fucking website. Okay. But yeah, this is the election collection. For those of you who are wondering, is out. We got, I think, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. We got 7 items. One is a shirt and also a hoodie. The others are t-shirts. It needed a Kaya print. Yeah, we don't have that. But yeah, we got the Donnie tracksuit. I wanted to have fun with this. I wanted to have fun with this collection. Hope you guys enjoy it. Obviously, it's limited as always. Get it while it's hot. Get it while you can. Get it before you fucking, you know, can no longer get it. But what is this? Watch my debate with Ben. Jubilee decided to cut and post with their second account. Okay. Anyway, we'll do that. We'll look at it. When we release a zip up hoodie, we opened a channel specifically in a Discord for this. HasanAbi. Nice. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the bloodshed is a commodity is already sold out. Wait, what? No, I think you're looking at the old ones. Yeah, the old ones that are back in stock have probably already been sold out, except for the Liberty Tour one. That one is still available. Turmoil distribution is available. It seems Borders or Chains are still available. Anyway, so hope you guys like it. I hope you guys enjoy it. I enjoyed it throughout this process, throughout the many different years where I've gone from like selling merch, starting as a humble t-shirt salesman, as a triple XL. I've gone all the way down to freaking add a link to your bio for your store. What? I'm gonna link it everywhere. Don't worry. I posted it on Instagram. Per New York Times, Chinese hackers are said to have targeted phones used by Trump in the Vance Trump campaign. Yeah, we're gonna get to all of that. Don't worry. So personal news wise, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Last night I got a fucking package from Feastables. I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. B's. He sent me his new fucking Feastables cookies and cream. Motherfucker sent me hundreds of dollars as well. I'm not even kidding. And I was like, is this fake money? And then I look it up and it's like, no, this is like straight up from the government, like crisp $1 bills. And it's like, I mean, I guess it's a bit of a fucking ad, like the cheapest ad of all time. But he was like, yeah, just give it to the kids. He's like, have some fun with it while you're trick-or-treating this year. You know me, I love giving money. I think it's like, I don't know. That was a strange situation that I wanted to tell you guys about. But agent said he would collab with you, but doesn't know what you guys would do. We go to Jummah, bro. What do you mean? What do? We go to fucking do Jummah prayer. Agent shows me the way of real Islam. Okay. Agent is my Islamic Sherpa. Okay. We collaborate. We say the Shahada. We wash our bodies and then we do dua. I think it's probably moldy. Be careful. Yeah. I don't think the fucking chocolate, it gets moldy. Anyway, fresh thirst stock of you coming right up.
Google, stop showing me sex ads. I know there are desperate.
What? And when I'm scrolling and a Hasan Piker thirst trap comes on my For You
Google,
page.
stop showing me sex ads. I know there are desperate sluts in the area. I have a mirror.
That's funny. Anyway, yeah, last night, personal news wise, and the broadcast after fucking getting blasted by American congressperson, worst congressperson of all time, motherfucking Richie Torres. Okay. Motherfucking Richie Torres was like, cancel this man. He's saying things in this clip that I don't agree with. Anyway, that was funny. He has no motion, so I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. I feel like he got no motion whatsoever. And also something to never forget. This is an Adam Johnson special, but I will be fucking mentioning it. Okay. I will be mentioning this shit. It's a expertise. This is Richie Torres' expertise. Richie Torres represents the poorest district in the United States, but he mentions Israel 236% more than he mentions poverty. So never forget, that's what the fuck he's been doing. So that's what he's like predisposed with, trying to fucking cancel people on behalf of the state of Israel, like some real small fry shit and no big fry shit whatsoever. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. So honestly, I was kind of shocked to see a congressperson talk about this.
What reason?
This doesn't sound You don't sound worried though. I'm not. Agent and cutie clip to start today. Sure. Okay, everybody stop pumping me with fucking links. God damn. I'll get to all of it. Hold on. Yeah, I think Kamala not going on. I think Kamala Harris not going on Joe Rogan is dumb. Straight up. I think it's dumb. She should have gone on Joe Rogan. Have you seen the New York Times and CNN polls? It's not looking too good. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like, look, it's out of our hands, folks. There's not really much we can do. I don't really know where this will go, but I don't think Kamala's chances are as bad as the media is saying. Like, I think they're bad. They would have been much better if she ran a normal campaign. Yo, are you wearing the new merch? Yes, I am. Oh yeah, here's the merch flex of the day. Classic merch flex of the day. Get it out the way. It's been fun, chat. I love you all. Yeah. Then it's not gonna be like Donald Trump becomes president and then Thanos snap all the trans people out of existence. We'll figure out a way, chat. Okay. Look, I've been a Kamala truther on both ends. Okay. I've simultaneously been railing against their fucking dog shit campaign while also saying that, like, listen, liberals, like, her chances are not that dire. You should still be worried, and you should definitely not fucking capitulate the right-wing framing. Having said that, as the time went on, as she went on like television and whatnot, as she went on the news, as she made these media appearances, I kept seeing that the situation was worsening for her. Okay, and also something that I have said now, fucking forecaster Anton is saying as well. To be fair, Edinger Mentum was also one of the first to call this out. But everyone looked at me like I'm fucking crazy when I said the dynamic is very different now. Donald Trump could potentially fucking win the popular vote and lose the goddamn general, lose the goddamn electoral college. Okay? And everyone looked at me like I got fucking, I'm a crazy person. Okay? Everyone looked at me like when I said that I was a crazy person. You don't understand, man. Have you not been seeing who the Democrats are reaching out to? Have you not been looking at what the Democrats are doing? They're trying to win with the lowest marginal, they're trying to win with high propensity voters in like specifically targeted districts at this point. It's like inherently undemocratic. They literally were just like, hey, remember the electoral college? Yeah, we remember. We are going to we are going to craft our entire national campaign for like 8 suburbs in fucking 7 goddamn states. Okay, 8 suburbs in 2 districts in fucking 7 swing states. That's what they are literally doing a national campaign around. And that for lower turnout is significantly beneficial for the Democratic Party. That's their goal. Bezos personally intervened to stop WAPO from endorsing Harris. Yo, you know what's really crazy about this, by the way? All these fucking billionaires are just like, yeah, you're not allowed to endorse Kamala Harris. And then these guys resign and everyone's like, wow, the American media is so brave. It's like, bitch, there's been like 200 Palestinian journalists that were fucking slaughtered by Israel as your newspaper was fucking writing articles about how that's actually kind of sick and how they deserved it. I didn't see a single goddamn peep from none of these fucking editors. And I know for a fact it's not the journalists that are at odds with that coverage. It's not the journalists that were fucking saying like, oh yeah, let's do propaganda for Israel. It was the fucking editorial boards. They had no issue writing all that fucking bullshit screed. Okay. But oh, lo and behold, all of a sudden you can't endorse Kamala Harris. They're like, I guess we're resigning now. It's like they killed 3 journalists, literally fucking, they killed 3 journalists in Lebanon yesterday. I'm gonna get into that in a second. There's a lot going on in the world. We're gonna be covering all the fucking no endorsement, negative endorsement, all this shit. You know, all the stuff that's happening. Fuck, man. Another major paper doesn't endorse Harris because a billionaire said so. 11 days out, it's merch day at ideology.shop. Ben SHABIBO gets owned on Jubilee and more. Get in now. You didn't do personal news? Yeah, I didn't because I was talking about the fucking merchandise. Do we have a good blast off meme, ladies and gentlemen, or should I just fucking you know what? I'm gonna just post like merch shit. I'm just gonna post merch shit. Fuck it, YOLO. Sam Cedar on Have I Got News for You? Wait, what? Shout out, please shout out Pinoy Gang. Always, dude, always and forever. Shouts out to Pinoy Gang. You know I got much love for y'all. Always and forever, Pinoy Gang. Okay, hold up. Salamat po unk. Hell yeah. I don't even know what that means. I assume it means like hello or something, but thank you. Anyway, where the fuck was I? What was I gonna talk about? God damn it. It means thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, I watched Don the Don last night. She was fire as always. Fantastic. It's so good, but also at the same time, it's like, where are all the other good shows? You know what I mean? Like, there's not really anything else going on. Don't watch New Yakuza is terrible. Yeah, I probably won't be doing that. I love the intro and the outro song in that fucking. It is, I think Don Da Don has my favorite intro and favorite outro song of all time. Here, we're blasting off. You already know what it is. We're blasting the freak off. Let's go. Another major paper doesn't endorse Harris because a billionaire said so. 11 days out is merch date. Ideology.shop. Ben SHABIBO gets owned on Jubilee and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. I also posted on my Instagram as well. Go show that some love. Pretty wild disclosure to the Turbo Granny saga, but what happens next to Okarun? Does he get to keep the curse? I suspect he has to, right? Otherwise, you know, I don't know. I don't know what will happen. I actually have no idea. I haven't read the manga, so I don't know, but it seems sick. Anyway, Chainsaw Man, I've seen all of it. I've seen all the animes, man. There's no more animes to be seen. Okay, trust me. By the way, Richie Torres' 15th is the only congressional district in America where the poverty rate is above 30%. It's at 36.2%. Yeah, he has the poorest district in the United States of America. And that's precisely the reason why his fucking cheap ass is literally completely single-handedly a single issue motherfucker. Okay? He's a single issue motherfucker. He just only talks about Israel. He's like a tag dog for Israel. He's such a piece of shit, dude. I hate that guy. He's washed. He's got no juice. He's got no sauce. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. But yeah, I digress. Fuck Richie Torres. You can suck my dick. Dog shit. Do right by your fucking constituents, you piece of shit. $1.4 million from fucking pro-Israeli groups since the beginning of your career in the fucking 90s. Like, that's crazy. Anyway, where was I? Oh, here. Let's get started. So I posted this morning. You know, a little light day, light basketball day. You already know, personal news-wise. Looking a little yak, not a big deal to me. This shit is nothing to me, you know what I'm saying? It's not a big deal at all. Fuck it. Close to getting a dunk in there, failed, but doesn't really matter. Who cares? But anyway, look at this. Boom. Oh. Ideology.shop. Merchandise out today. Make it look better. Make it feel better. Make it feel cooler. Get it there. That's right. You know what I need to learn? I need to learn how to do like a sexy take your shirt off thing. Like, you know how like sexy guys take their shirts off by like grabbing it from the bottom and then just like taking it off like that. Like, cause I'm a fat kid, so I never fucking learned how to do the sexy shirt off. Like, I don't know how people do that. Cross your arms. Yeah, I don't know how to do that because I'm like I grew up fat. I need to practice. Women take their shirts off like that. Yeah, and sexy guys. Women are like sexy guys. You know? Another banger take at the HasanAbi broadcast. Hasan, you shoot like my favorite player, Mikal Bridges. Shut the fuck up. I do not shoot like him, bro. Come on, look at this shot. You are actually so disrespectful when you say that. You are actually so disrespectful when you say that, because like it's not true. Like this is a much better shot than his. Okay, his shot is actually like, that form is decent. My form is, it could be better. It could be better for sure. It could be better for sure. But like, having said that, like his shot's like genuinely bad. You know, you'll never guess what character Hasan is. This guy made an AI video of streamers as superheroes featuring Aiden Ross, I Show Speed, Kai Cenat, and more. Okay, so what am I? Okay, that's a little racially motivated, don't you think? Yeah, AI videos like this suck. Oh, okay. Keizo is Thor. Okay. Green Lantern. Jinxie is Spider-Man. I don't even know who Phantom is supposed to be. Is this like is that Captain America's like second in command guy? Wait, that's not even okay. We're no longer doing Marvel now. We're doing DC and Marvel. Okay. Okay. AI is so disgusting. All my homies hate AI. Wait, they made me Captain America? That's wild. What the fuck? They made me Captain America? That's funny. Hey, yo, that's funny. Also, I look way more ethnic here than I ever have. I mean, I'll take it. I'm the only true patriot. Let's go. America deserve Ultron. That's Islamophobic, Lamau. Hey, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Y'all are fucking crazy. All right. Not a single thought behind AI Hasan's eyes. Yeah, okay. First of all, it's fucking AI. It's dog shit. Like, what are you talking about? It's just AI sucks. It sucks so fucking bad. It's never any. There's just something off about it, and I don't know what it is. There's something off about it. There's something off about AI. It's like so heartless, so soulless that like when I look at it, it creeps me out. But it might just be me. I don't know. Maybe other people also kind of feel what I'm talking about. But like straight up, when I see AI art, I'm like, there is just something very not human. Don't give them more advice, bro, please. Yo, is Trump actually streaming rally on Twitch? What do you mean? He does it every day. How are you guys surprised by this? Yes, Kamala Harris also does it. Going to the gym because Hasan said he would, if he were would be with a gay man, it would be with a big mask. Buddy, dude. Please go fuck me. Go fuck me, I'm horny. That's funny. Yeah. Get everybody swole, dude. My goal is to get every single person swole as fuck. I want everybody to get into the gym, and I want everyone, every HasanAbi head to be the most yak they can fucking be. So, you know, whatever avenue gets you there, I'm happy with that. Okay? I'm with it. I'm freaking with it, baby. Is there enough juice for that? I don't know. I don't really care. You don't have to get juiced up. You don't have to do that. You can just do it through the normal process of just like, creatine is good enough, you know? Peep this highlight from Dean's stream of a brain broken hog. Yeah, I have it here. Don't worry. I will. Okay? I'm literally working out because you inspire me. I'm down 60 pounds. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Yeah, I'm a skinny mini myself at this point. Y'all might not know this, but I'm 225 pounds as of today, so it's like not a big deal. What are the thicker knee braces that you use when you work out? I don't know. They're just called knee braces. I podcast your stream during my workouts, pumping up that knowledge, getting me a pump. Good shit. I literally did it by working out 20 minutes per day at lunch at home. There are no excuses. Yeah. So, what? A caricature of you is in the new IDW comic, The Exorcism at 1600 pen. Yeah, I saw this. Wait, what do you mean an IDW comic, by the way? Like intellectual dark web comic? God, please don't judge me for doom scrolling, for the doom scrolling that I'm about to do. Global warming hoax, fatal flaw. Come on, cut POTUS some slack. JK, boot the bitch. Doyle is the literal antichrist. And then this is straight up me. Oh, IDW is a publisher. Okay, IDW is the publisher. Okay, yeah, but this is me. I know. Sup, chat? Hurry in and buckle up. We got Senator Barron's press conference about to start. I'm hearing it's a bombshell. Oh, shit, it's starting. We out about to get gerb. Y'all are scared of women. This chat's spicier than Taco Bell. Florida. Someone just said Florida. Okay, cool, but show us. I think it says like show us the dog. And there's even the fucking mini fridge and everything. It's so cool. I speak to you today with a heavy heart. One of our nation's sons and a defender of our freedom has tragically taken his life. President Doyle doesn't want to talk about Havana syndrome. Oh, no, my bad. It says Florida representing, not just Florida. Who made this? I don't know. I don't know who made it, but it is very, it is definitely the genuine thing, you know? The genuine thing. About to have the stream on while I drive to Mississippi, bringing some blue into the red. Nice. Quick question. Would a merch sale or give to subs give you more money? I don't care. Like, gift to subs are great because it causes chatters to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, which I'm not running right now because we're just started the broadcast. But merch, if you want to buy the merch is for you. Merch is available. Yes, it is out. It is out and about, and it's here. Ideology.shop. Bro buys everything online. When's the last time you walked into a store and did it analog? Anytime I want to buy Zins. Anytime I want to buy Zinnies, that's I have to walk into a store and cop it. Everything else I do buy online. You're right. Groceries I shop online. Clothing I shop online. Nearly a dozen tanker planes and 20 F-16s headed to MENA per CENTCOM. Yeah, it's happening. I like that we are literally 11 days out. 11 days out from the election, and they're like, all right, time to fucking bomb Iran, dude. Nice. Great shit. Just in time, baby. Just in freaking time. Did the merch get fixed? Yeah. The price of your merch is great, by the way. No glaze. I don't know how you manage that. Yeah, it's called having fucking virtually no profit margin. That's how you do it. About the shirt you're wearing and the Sig of the Ones in Power shirt. Nice. What is this? Peep this insane report from Con News after your stream last night. A group of Israelis who set up near Camp Kibbutz Eretz oh yeah, they broke in. The settlers broke in. Biden is only doing it because of this. Yeah, dude. Trump said he would pardon Hunter Biden, and then Joseph Robinette Brandon was like, "It's time, Jack. We're gonna fucking pummel Iran." Let me tell you something. I'm in the tank for my boy. I don't want no woman being in a presidential role. You can't have no woman running the country. Not a joke. By God, I'll do everything I can to make sure that Kamala Harris loses this election. Yeah, Kamala Harris about to go out. Kamala Harris about to go out and be like, I'm going to prosecute every transnational gang over and over and over again. She's going to prosecute transnational gangs her way into the fucking White House, hopefully. One day. Pay your respects. He's getting E. coli. Yeah, one can wish. New Trump ad appeals to old Jewish ladies who vote Democrat, urging them to switch sides on the basis of their deep-seated anti-Palestinian racism. That's awesome. Dude, what? Merch always sells out fast as hell. Why is the merch always released in trickling low stock drops? Brother, they pre-make the merch so you can get it fast. And it's not like a little amount. There's like a shit ton of people that want it. Also, we're not doing customer service here. You can take it up with Warren James. Sometimes if there's like a lot of demand for certain shirts, we usually will turn around and bring it back, but it won't be like pre-stock. So it'll take a long time to get to you. Like it'll take like a month to get to you usually. But like I said, it's not the customer service line. Okay, I work with a fucking whole ass company called Warren James for that reason. Anyway, yeah, I did see the Volkswagen Scout. That shit looks mint. It looks dope. Problem is it's not coming out for a couple of years. So that's a bit of a bummer, but it looks amazing. Why is everything so oversized? What do you mean? This is a large shirt. Like it is not oversized at all. It is the normal size. It's the basic size. It's just the Rivian Lamau. I know it does look a lot like Rivian, but it looks a little bit cooler than a Rivian, in my opinion. Anyway, let's get started. Let's do it. Let's do the dang thing. Okay, let's do the dang thing. Hello, Mr. Piker. As a German policy student who talks to zero Americans, it feels like Kamala is inevitably heading for the defeat. Is it really just a lack of understanding in the DNC or something more nefarious that's causing them to lean so far to the right? everywhere. This is happening everywhere. German poli-sci friend is happening in your country as well. You got the AfD. But to be fair, you've always had like you've had a relatively like center-right leadership in Germany for quite some time. Democrats, I would bracket in a similar vein. Like they are also kind of center-right in terms of leadership on economic policy. Democrats are more to the right than like most European left parties or liberal. They resemble European liberal parties. So for that reason, what is happening in the entire Western European subcontinent and the United States of America is the same. Fascism is on the rise. Austerity and social safety nets are down. That creates economic instability. That creates volatility. That creates resentment. America also does its very best to destabilize entire regions of the planet. And then people, of course, inevitably leave those places to come to places like Europe. And then right-wing fascists will point to those people coming here or going there to say, this is why your shit sucks. While simultaneously, the reason why you feel like your shit sucks or the reason why your public utilities are no longer working in the way that they used to isn't because of the Muslim refugees that came into your country. It's actually because there was austerity measures implemented by right-wingers in your nation with a deliberate way to underfund. They want to underfund those fucking institutions so that they can inevitably destroy them and then privatize them, make an argument to privatize them, which destroys them even further. So that's how you arrive at fascism. I've been saying this for the past 10 years, like literally non-fucking stop every single day. This is one of the things that I have been so consistent on, talking all the way back from Sweden and their anti-Muslim sentiment rising in Sweden and how they were made to be the red herring in Sweden. All this shit, it's basically the same everywhere. It's basically the same everywhere in Western Europe and also in the United States of America and in Canada as well. Not a good path. Not a good path for any of these nations. Very scary stuff is occurring all around us, okay? Do you think Dems are still in a better position than before the Biden switch or in the same one, even worse one? No, they're in definitely a better position than the Biden switch. What do you mean? Kamala Harris made up like 8 points, guys. What are we talking about? Like over the course of a week, she shot up. It's a significantly better position, especially because there's a likelihood that she could still win. There was no likelihood that Biden was winning that fucking election. Okay? So that's something to consider. That's definitely something you have to consider. The New York Times CNN poll finds Harris and Trump tied nationally at 48-48. Since the last poll, Trump has gained 2 points. Harris has lost 1. That's bad news. But note this for the final stretch. 15% are still not fully decided, and Harris leads with them. Yeah, good stuff. So Harris has made up a decent amount on like the economy question, which is surprising enough because a lot of resentment exists for the current administration in terms of the economy and people just kind of like say it. But I think Donald Trump regularly talking about like trans people or nuclear warming or I don't know, how he wants to kill every person that's like kind of brown is causing people to be like, okay, well, at least she's saying stuff about the economy. You know what I mean? I'm not even kidding when I say this. Trump is so fucking bad. Obviously, Kamala Harris is bad too. But goddamn, Trump is so bad. The only thing he has on the economy is tariffs. And even the dumbest guy kind of understands, like, wait a minute, tariffs, like, doesn't that make everything more expensive? It's like, how are you fucking this up, dude? This is literally like every single thing that hurts Donald Trump. Every single thing that hurts Donald Trump is Donald Trump's own fault. Okay? There's no thing that the Democrats did so well that people are like very excited to vote for them. It's all Donald Trump. It's January 6th. Donald Trump did that. Roe v. Wade. Obviously, Donald Trump wouldn't have liked to do that, but it happened because of him, and he has to take ownership over it because of the evangelical base anyway. If given the opportunity, if you ask Donald Trump, like, would you fucking ban abortion? He'd be like, no fucking shot, right? That's another Donald Trump issue. Those two issues are the only primary drivers for the Democratic base right now, okay? That's it. He did that. He did both of those things. And then also on top of that, so can I come provide you my takes on the election, early vote in PA, etc.? I mean, I personally purchased polling in PA and understand how LV screens work, etc. Yes, Michael from Pennsylvania. I want to hear your Kamala Harris's cooked takes. I don't think Kamala Harris is as cooked. Like polls are showing alarming signs. Momentum is not in her favor, but we shall see. Okay. I have maintained the position that I still think Kamala Harris has a likelihood of winning, even though that likelihood has gone down dramatically over the course of the past couple of months. Like every time she came out with a bold declarative agenda, it was always some dumb shit. And every time she had like a highlight, every time she had a fucking highlight, it was actually a low light. It sucked. So, you know, we'll do that in a little bit. But I see it. Like I look at the environment. I look at what's going on. I recognize that Donald Trump actually has a very limited avenue of victory here. What? Is that your audio or did you want what? I'm not so certain of Kamala Harris's electoral defeat still, but things are definitely not looking great for her. They're not. They have not. Branson says he wants to hoop in LA. I told him you'd cook him. He needs to be humbled. Oh, wow. I mean, I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to let it fucking rip. Yeah, like a lot of fellow leftists were also like Joe Brandon is cooked and he still won by a little. I don't know. Like, what do you mean by that? Joe Brandon was doing well in the fucking polls. Anyway, it's a cook-off, but both candidates are in the oven too long. Yeah, both candidates suck. Anyway, it can go in either direction. We got a lot to cover here. We got a lot to get to. Like I said, ideology.shop. You got it. Why? New collection. Get it before it fucking sells out, okay? I don't want to hear anybody complaining about how this shit sold out too quick. Yada, 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 okay? Did you see the TikTok chef cooking for IDF? Yeah, I did. Hold on. Cutie asked agent to make her famous like Cinna.
I ask you, she said that you made her famous by making a clip where she said a word and she told me to ask you to do the same thing so I can do it.
Okay, let's get you to say nigga.
Oh. I will not.
You get really famous overnight.
Oh.
Yeah, that is a word. What is this? This is liberal Spider-Man cooking and fucking Trump supporters on his TikTok.
What reason? Like, do you have any evidence, any sources that Donald Trump had a personal, private, one-on-one conversation with Jesus Christ to save America?
Look it up on Google. Also, I just want to say you're
Okay, dude, come on. All right, that's like, come on, man. That's like, I think that it's got to be fake, right? Like that's crazy. All right, WAPO, alongside with Los Angeles Times, has decided not to endorse a candidate. And by that, I mean they've decided not to endorse Kamala Harris. This is now the second major newspaper that got the boss call. Another fucking billionaire made the boss call and was like, nope, you're not doing it. An endorsement of Harris had been drafted by Post editorial page staffers, but had yet to be published, according to the two sources briefed on the sequence of events who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. The decision not to publish was made by the Post owner, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, according to the same sources. And now the WAPO editor has resigned. Scoop, Washington Post editor at large Robert Kagan confirms to me that he resigned from the Post following today's decision not to endorse in the presidential race. I want to say something here, okay? This is hollow, okay? First of all, fuck Jeff Bezos, even though he's my boss technically, okay? No disrespect, Jeff Bezos, but like, come on. That's number one. Number two, okay? Number two. These, like, what are we doing? What are we doing in this country where billionaires can just be like, a major distributed newspaper and its editorial team have no control over their own shit. Okay? That's crazy. Like, how does not a single person, how do you not look at this and go, what the fuck is happening? You got Elon Musk that owns Twitter and is using Twitter to make it Stormfront, okay? You got fucking Jeff Bezos being like, nah, Washington Post, you can't endorse Kamala Harris. Like fuck Kamala Harris, okay? Not a fan. You guys know this. But how the fuck Like, how? How is this a thing? How is nobody going, this seems kind of weird to me that, like, the editorial team cannot make this decision. A billionaire can make the fucking boss call like this. This shit pisses me off. Okay? What the hell? This is Gilded Age shit. This is straight up Gilded Age shit. Now, the third thing I want to say is that these guys in the editorial team are fucking cowards. Okay? Sorry. I know a lot of the wonderful journalists that work under your reign at the editorial team at Washington Post, Los Angeles Times as well. These guys only resign when the fucking boss call is made because you can't endorse Kamala Harris. That's time for resignation. You didn't have any issues whatsoever with the direction of the paper at all up until this moment. 12 months of genocide. I know for a fucking fact that the news teams and the editorial team is almost entirely at odds with the coverage on Israel. Like almost always. Okay? Every single place you go, it's the same shit. Every single news outlet right now has the exact same problem. Your fucking journalists are like, bro, I'm seeing something and I want to write about it. This is insane. The editorial team is like, nah, it's fine. Don't write it. Or they're looking at it and they're going, let's massage this a little bit. Okay? Keep in mind that in 2020, when Bernie said that the Washington Post was biased against him, he got dragged through the mud. But I guess that wasn't a ridiculous proposition after all. Yeah, of course. Of course. LA Times union response. Comments are sad because the union saying don't cancel your sub and libs are saying no. Yeah, democracy dies in the darkness is pretty funny because, like, it is. Okay? It is dying in the darkness. I guess we're in the darkness. Here's the last time Jeff Bezos tweeted. Our former president showed tremendous grace and courage under literal fire tonight. So thankful for his safety and so sad for the victims and their families. Jeff Bezos is the one guy that got duped by the Trump. The polls didn't even move except for one guy, Jeff Bezos. Also, this is the least shocking thing of all time. Jeff Bezos is a Silicon Valley tech bro. All of those Silicon Valley tech bros are so firmly committed to fucking Donald Trump right now. When I tell you this, I'm telling you, dude, they are so far up Donald Trump's asshole that they're peeking out of his fucking mouth. They got E. coli from the goddamn McDonald's fries that Donald Trump was cooking up. Okay? They are like this. They're firmly planted in his fucking butthole. They love his shit. They do. That's why Mark Zuckerberg, who got hit with the Dominican ray, was running around being like, yeah, actually, honestly, Donald Trump getting fucking shot and then putting his fist up in the air. Badass. Pretty badass, dude. That raised fist was pretty badass. Like, shut the fuck up. These guys are all charlatans. They've all been like Ayn Randian libertarian dipshits from the jump. And now they're on board with Donald Trump. Anyway, as Silicon Valley tech bro can confirm, my Dominican boss has gone full Trump. No. Mark Zuckerberg is who I'm talking about when I say he got hit with the Dominican ray. Yeah. Everything is bad. Oligarchy in the USA, starting in the USA. No, it's starting is here. It's been here, man. When was it not here? There has not been a moment where oligarchy wasn't here. Okay. What do you mean starting? This is what I've been telling you for a long time. The issue is now it's getting to a level where it's like making people uncomfortable because people are recognizing it. Having said that, however, things are probably not going to change. And on top of that, a lot of people are going to start recognizing. A lot of people are going to start not necessarily recognizing it, but normalizing it. We just have this incredible tendency to look at like horrifying things that people warned us about in history books and just being like, it's fine. I got my jalapeno poppers. I'm good. That's where we're at right now. I mean, look at that. Man-made horrors beyond human cognition every single day coming out of what Israel is doing in Gaza and Lebanon. People are just like, all right, I got used to it. It is what it is, okay? You got billionaires being like, making boss calls to fucking major newspapers being like, no endorsement for Kamala Harris, okay? Can't do it. You have no editorial control. Don't you forget who butters your bread, okay? Don't you forget it. WAPO Guild response, they said they had the article drafted. We are deeply concerned that the Washington Post, an American news institution in the nation's capital, would make the decision to no longer endorse presidential candidates, especially a mere 11 days ahead of an immensely consequential election. The role of an editorial board is just to do this. or is to do just this, to share opinions on the news impacting our society, culture, and endorse candidates to help guide readers. The message from our chief executive, Will Lewis, not from the editorial board itself, makes us concerned that management interfered with the work of our members in editorial. According to our own reporters and guild members, an endorsement for Harris was already drafted, and the decision to not publish was made by the Post owner, Jeff Bezos. We are already seeing cancellations from once loyal readers. This decision undercuts the work of our members at a time when we should be building our readers' trust, not losing it. Yeah, Jeff Bezos actually fucking made the boss call because he was like, I don't think you can fucking... I don't think you can endorse genocide. Okay. That's what he did. He made the boss call and was like, listen, I do not want you endorsing Kamala Harris because the current administration is doing a genocide in Gaza. I am with Jeff Bezos. Like, I'm with Hamas all the way. Jeff Bezos is a fucking PSL voter. He's in the tank. He's in the tank for PSL. Jeff Bezos would be like, I like Jill Stein, actually, because of her consistent support for the humanity of Palestinians. Yesterday, a liberal told me, I can see how you would think genocide comes with the package. I proceeded to tell her that genocide has been a part of the package since the beginning of capitalism. You think we'd learn by now? To which she just replied, that's just it. We can't learn. Shaking my head. It's not necessarily that we can't learn. It's just that, I don't know. I just, the entire system is designed to get you to stop. The entire system is designed to get you to stop from thinking about these sorts of things. You'd go crazy, I think, if you were to constantly have to deal with like all of the awful shit that we do on a regular basis. International court prosecutor who charged Netanyahu faces sexual misconduct accusation. Oh my God, bro! Come on, dude. Oh my God. Yeah. The previous one was a woman. So they just fucking wiretapped her and called her like a terrorist. And then they put sanctions on her individually. Then now the new one, they openly have been coming after. While the woman declined to comment to the Associated Press, people close to her say the initial reluctance was driven by the distrust in in-house watchdogs. She asked the body member states that oversee the ICC to launch an external probe. I mean, listen, who knows? Maybe it's real. Israel's own intelligence called this guy the most boring man to surveil ever in the past. And before they clip Chimp you saying you're anti-Me Too calling you right now. Dude, when it's not going to stop. They're going to fucking say this nonstop. Also, believe all women, and I can't believe I'm repeating this once again, does not mean women are incapable of lying physically. It means don't reflexively disbelieve women, which might come across like I am reflexively disbelieving this woman specifically in this investigation, even though I'm saying it could be valid. It could be legitimate. I will wait to find out. The one thing I do know, however, is that they've been trying to fucking get this guy for a minute. Okay? Biden has more accusations against him. Yeah. I welcomed a statement from the president of the Assembly of States Parties. It was with deep sadness that I understood reports of misconduct were to be aired publicly in relation to me. There is no truth to the suggestions of such misconduct. I worked in diverse contexts for 30 years, and there has never been such a complaint lodged against me by anyone. The independent oversight mechanism of the court is the body that oversees any matter that may justify investigations. If ever asked to do so, I would be willing to provide any information needed to the IOM. I have and would always encourage any victim of harassment to raise their voice and come forward with such accounts wherever they may occur. Where there are any type of reports of this nature, it is essential that they are thoroughly listened to, examined, and subject to the proper process. The use of a fair process is particularly essential in the context in which the ICC is currently operating, so as to protect the rights of all persons. This is a moment in which myself and the International Criminal Court are subject to a wide range of attack and threats. It has never been more important to the ICC, including myself as a prosecutor, is able to focus on its job to deliver justice to the victims of international crimes and demonstrate through our actions that all lives deserve the protection of international law. I will continue to make that effort to the best of my ability to deliver on the mandate. No matter what actions are taken against me, I will not be providing any further comment. Before any assholes get pissy, please clarify what you mean by they've been coming after him. Yeah, a lot of people are probably unfamiliar with how the International Criminal Court prosecutorial team works. But the previous International Criminal Court prosecutor that was setting up a case against Israel for years was a Gambian woman. And she was virtually hunted by Mossad. Okay. Everywhere she went, wiretaps, phone taps. They literally were They were smearing her constantly and consistently, smearing her partner, smearing her family members. Then Benjamin Netanyahu went to the United States of America when Trump was president and got Donald Trump to literally put sanctions on her individually. Okay? All of this, for the record, is straight up out in broad display. I've covered it extensively, as a matter of fact, if you want to see. From that AP article, court officials have said they may have been made as a part of an Israeli intelligence smear campaign. Yeah, there is a reason why people are, here, where is it? Yeah, a growing list of enemies. Under Khan, the ICC has become more assertive in combating crimes against humanity, war crimes, and related atrocities. Along the way, it has added to a growing list of enemies. Last September, following the opening of a probe into Russian atrocities in Ukraine, the court suffered a debilitating cyber attack that left staff unable to work for weeks. It also hired an intern who was later criminally charged in the U.S. with being a Russian spy. Israel's also been waging its own influence campaign ever since the ICC recognized Palestine as a member, and in 2015 opened a preliminary investigation into what the court referred to as the situation in the state of Palestine. London's The Guardian newspaper and several Israeli news outlets reported this summer, including HasanAbi Piker, for the record. I also covered these investigations. This was Local Call 972 magazine, 2 Israeli investigative reporting outlets, alongside, in partnership with The Guardian, that reported that Israel's intelligence agencies for the past decade have allegedly targeted senior ICC staff, including putting Khan's predecessor under surveillance and showing up at her house with envelopes stuffed with cash to discredit her. Netanyahu himself, in the days leading up to Khan's announcement of war crimes charges, called on the world democracies to use all the means at their disposal to block the court from what he called an outrage of historic proportions. The Israeli Foreign Ministry referred to AP's inquiries about the case to the Prime Minister's office, which did not respond. The U.S. Department declined to discuss the matter, but said in a statement that it takes any allegation of sexual harassment seriously, and we would expect the court to do the same. The Dutch Foreign Ministry and several lawmakers in the Netherlands have called for an investigation into whether the Israeli embassy have been conducting covert activities against the ICC. It's ironic because Khan himself was originally the guy that America and Israel wanted. They pushed for him. Yeah, the article is here. Fatou Bensouda was personally harassed, by current Mossad director Yossi Cohen, who many people in Israel have told me is propped up as the guy to replace Benjamin Netanyahu inevitably, for the record. They literally had a secret plot to pressure Fatou Bensouda to drop Palestine investigation. Okay. And not only that, but it wasn't so secret, especially when Benjamin Netanyahu personally went to Donald Trump and said, you should slap some fucking sanctions on Fatou Bensouda, which Donald Trump willingly did. So just remember that, okay? We know what it looks like when you speak out against Israel and Israeli atrocities, even if you're a fucking Twitch streamer, okay? No matter how big or how small, when you get in the fucking crosshairs, there is no depth, there is no end to the fucking well of despair. The shit that people will pull off. No matter how big, no matter how small. New reporting on Richie Torres. Speaking of people who go after Israel's enemies, no matter how big or small, Richie Torres, who once famously doxed a college professor for teaching about Israel's genocide, who famously last night played a clip completely out of context to say Hasan does not care. This is the largest Twitch streamer. This is Twitch's top earner, top dog, largest Twitch streamer, yada, yada, yada. This is what he's running around saying. A clip that he clipped, of course, out of context. I don't know where the fuck it is. I don't know. I can't see the OG tweet because, unfortunately, I'm blocked by him. So he posted about me behind the block. Okay. He posted it on his Instagram as well. 17-second clip. That's like 10p. That's ridiculous. And not a single person thought, this is weird. I wonder if there's more context to this statement. I wonder if he's deliberately trying to defame someone. The answer is yes, he was. We went back and we found the actual original clip from the live stream and just played 1 minute of it. Okay. Right click on the link in Hosprud's tweet above the video. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, here you go. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. The leading streamer on Twitch, Hasan Piker, is an apologist for the sexual violence on October 7. It doesn't matter if the rape happened on October 7. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Hasan declares before finally admitting that Palestinian resistance is not perfect. The social media influencer openly defends the rape and mass murder of Jews is not only accepted but celebrated in society. There is no point where I have ever accepted that or defended it. As a matter of fact, the clip that he fucking clipped out of context is me talking to a person saying, why don't you deny the rapes? Isn't that wonderful? Here, let's take a look at the longer clip. That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Wow, I wonder why they clipped the beginning. So let's see. That's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like that doesn't change the dynamic. Dude, I need to explain something here. I need to explain something here really quickly. Guys, you are being so fucking stupid. Like, this is a community full of like 30-plus-year-olds, okay? You are literally watching an American elected representative literally defame me. There is intent to defame here by clipping something out of context. And I'm showing you the full context of it. And your reaction to it is, oh my God, 3 Hasans. Oh my God, a reaction within a reaction within a reaction. Please. Laser focus, eyes on the prize here, okay? Dial in. Be fucking serious, all right? Torres isn't saying you denied it, I'm confused. Yes, he's saying I'm justifying it. He's saying, he is saying that I think it's good that it happened and that I think that it is fine that it happened. I never said that. My argument here, contextually, is against someone who is claiming no rapes happened. Why are you saying that rapes even happen without evidence? And I'm describing to them that there is evidence, okay? But regardless of that evidence, that still does not change the dynamic of genocide, okay? That still doesn't mean that Israel can go in and destroy all matter of Palestinian lives and livelihood, okay? That does not give Israel the justification to do genocide. Palestinians still have, Palestinians are still human beings, okay? Worthy of dignity. That's the point. It's like me saying, I would never say rape is good, and then someone fucking clipping just the last part of that to say, see, Hasan says rape is good. Like, that's what's going on here. Are you fucking stupid? Can you not understand what's happening here? Anyway. It's great. Good stuff overall. But HasanAbi Productions also goes further and from that same stream shows different parts where I talk about that rapes did happen. There's evidence in terms of firsthand accounts and testimony, so that part is real. Once again, Hasan never denied rapes happening on October 7. He replies a straw man. Future U.S. President Richie Torres was commenting on Hasan's claims that rape doesn't matter, not whether or not he's saying if they happen or not. No, dude, I am saying that rapes happening on October 7 does not give Israel the right to genocide the Palestinians. It's very clear what I'm saying, okay? It's wild that you have a elected representative like sitting in fucking Congress 11 days out from the election, okay? And this is what he is like, you know, doing busy work with. What's the counter here is what someone should ask Richie Torres that like, that rapes occurring give Israel the right to genocide Palestinians? Is that what you're saying? It is what he's saying, by the way. I've seen 3 videos of you saying sexual assault did not occur. Is such a funny fucking thing to say when we are currently watching me. Like, I've seen at least 3 videos of you denying sexual violence occurred. Is such a funny fucking lie to tell when it's in front of you. It's in front of you. I'm literally saying you can watch the videos. It is readily available on my fucking YouTube. Anyway, this is something to also remember. Richie Torres represents the poorest district in the U.S., but he mentions Israel 236% more than he mentions poverty. It's so wild. The mania in display, the hallucinations in display. Truth does not matter. A lot of these people fancy themselves to be smarter than the fucking Trump hogs, right? They're like, nah, those guys are fucking stupid. They're crazy. They just like deny evidence that's right in front of them. And it's true. They are stupid. But why are you behaving like them? How are you any different than a fucking Trump Republican? How are you any different than a fucking QAnon weirdo if you look in front of your eyes and look at the actual coverage and go, I don't believe you? It's like, just watch, dude. Just watch. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Anyway, speaking of Richie Torres, here's a scoop from Zateo. For the last year, far-right and pro-Trump donors have been helping raise six figures for Congressman Richie Torres with fundraisers and organizing. One has a history leading a movement designated as a terror organization in Israel and the United States. What Zateo can exclusively reveal is that Torres has been happy to take money from wealthy businessmen such as Ron Tarasian and Michael Sinensky, who have ties to Donald Trump, the Likud party, and the pro-Israeli far right. Tarasian told Zateo that according to Torres, he has been his number one fundraiser since October 7. Torres visited these men's homes and was hosted by them at fundraisers while they espoused views that American Jews would be endangered if Harris won, and that Jewish leaders like Senator Schumer was a capo. Ron Tarasian did more than just host Torres for a night on the Upper East Side. He has spent the last year supporting the lawmaker, helping the Democrat launch a new political action committee called Chutzpah PAC, like Chutzpah, and claims to have helped raise over $150,000 for him through a WhatsApp group called Jews for Richie Torres. Tarasian's network of New York area associates, including outspoken Trump supporter Michael Sinensky, who urged American Jews to align with neo-Nazis in comments first reported in The Intercept, held multiple fundraisers for Torres to add to his overflowing war chest while they discussed the danger to American Jews of a second Biden term. U.S. troops carried out rape and murder during the occupation in Iraq and were convicted. That still wouldn't give Iraq the right to carry out genocide against the people in the U.S. How stupid are some people? I know, but it doesn't matter. Genuine question, why did these people wait for more than a year to start criticizing you? Your opinion and coverage did not change. Do you think this is a coordinated effort to possibly coming from one source that's trying to deplatform you? I mean, I think that, the opportunity warrants it, I guess. For a lot of people, maybe they just didn't see it before. I don't know. You forget that like most people don't know who the fuck I am. So when it's brought to their attention, they're like, ooh, let's get it going. It's because they see a chance. Yeah, I think like the only thing that changed in this circumstance is that there is a prominent former co-host of mine that like was running this, repackaged smear campaign in a very disingenuous fashion with the very same clips that are clipped out of context. And I think that a lot of people saw that there was motion there and tried to expand on it, tried to use it to their advantage. It is what it is. There's not really anything I can do about that. What? Mods, check this guy. Look at his Nazi, straight up Nazi. Mods already banned this guy. Yeah. He's already been clapped. It's just, I like to think of the silver lining. Okay. It sounds weird for me to say this, but I think there is a silver lining to this. And the silver lining to this is simple. Okay. There's not a lot of motion for pro-Israeli sentiment. They've lost the moral argument in its entirety. They've lost control of the dissemination of information. There are far too many people who have independently arrived at the conclusion that what Israel is doing is unconscionable, even if they don't have the proper way of communicating it. Even if they don't think it's a genocide, they still think, yeah, this is fucked up. I don't like it. Okay? So in all of that, it's an entirely online sentiment. What do you mean? The counter propaganda? Or do you mean like the idea that the average American thinks like, yeah, this is kind of fucked up? Because the idea that like, yeah, the pro-Israeli sentiment is not entirely online. It's mostly mainstream outlets, and even mainstream outlets have been like, all right, we've gone a little overboard with this shit. So when you can't defend your position and you keep getting hammered over and over and over again, then what do? If you can't defend your position, then you have to attack people on the other side. That's it. They try to do it with Ta-Nehisi Coates. It doesn't matter. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a liberal media darling. So they can't, they can't take him out. So they'll come after people who are easier targets in general because they speak for 10 hours uninterrupted. If you speak for 10 hours uninterrupted, then, you can clip anything out of context in that process. But the silver lining here remains, which is the silver lining here remains. What is the silver lining? The targets are significantly smaller in influence and size. Okay? You can get like a victory here and there when you call the manager of weather.com to try to fucking pull an ad at the New York subway stations because like the woman in the ad is wearing a keffiyeh around her neck. You can call up JetBlue to be like, occupied Palestinian territories. Like, how dare you say Palestine or Palestinian territories? This is anti-Semitic. And you can get that off of the JetBlue map, okay? The in-flight map. But that's nothing. That is not going to play a significant role in the grand scheme of things. You're not going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the fucking tube. It's out, okay? That's it. They don't have enough motion. They don't have enough motion to target a broad enough audience, so they just go after people that they can take out. That's it. You only do this when you're fucking desperate, okay? Yeah, TV shows cropping out people wearing Palestinian symbols, Palestinian books being taken off Amazon, and now they're deleting Palestinian films. We are witnessing the erasure of Palestinian people and their representation in media. This is an act of desperation, okay? That's it. Swinging wildly instead of re-examining your opinions, instead of recognizing the humanity of the victims. You're just swinging wildly, utilizing the pre-existing hatred that a lot of people have for Arabs, a lot of people have for Islam in general, using that as an advantage to just like get some kind of leverage over institutions that are too scared and not knowledgeable enough and not led by knowledgeable enough people to take actions in this direction. The reality of the matter is this. All it takes is a person saying, nah, I'm not going to fucking do that. And then they'll move on. But a lot of institutions don't do that. A lot of institutions are too fearful. Last night's episode of Big Brother and Late in Live are now reappearing. They've edited out Ali's pro-Palestine watermelon t-shirt, which was reported to Ofcom, and they wiped out the fucking watermelon. Like, it's just, that's so silly. Like, you're not winning anything there. Like, no one is seeing that and going, oh, wow, I'm pro-Palestine now. Like, no, you didn't do anything. I swear to God, if it wasn't for fucking TikTok, like, this shit would be dramatically different, I think. Netflix responds to activists criticizing Palestinian films removal. These licenses have now expired. A coalition led by Freedom Forward called on Netflix to reinstate 19 films by or about Palestinians that were part of a 3-year content licensing deal that has not been renewed. Netflix has responded to the backlash over it removing 19 films by or about Palestinians from the streaming platform in mid-October. In a statement, the streamer said that the Palestinian Stories collection with 32 films was launched in October 2021 as a part of a 3-year licensing deal. Those licenses have now expired. As always, we continue to invest in a wide variety of quality TV films and TV shows to meet our members' needs and celebrate voices from around the world. I mean, I get it. Like, it just, I believe it. We urge you to explain your decision and to reinstate every film about Palestinians that Netflix deleted last week. We are deeply concerned that Netflix's deletion of nearly its entire library of Palestinian films will further marginalize Palestinian voices at a time when over 2 million Palestinians in Gaza are being subjected to genocide by the Israeli military. Letter to Reed Hastings, founder and executive chairman and co-CEO of Greg Peters and Ted Ferrando, stated, after Netflix responded to activist pushback, Sanjeev Berry, executive director of Freedom Forward, in his own statement, criticized the licensing deal being allowed to expire. Why didn't Netflix renew the licensing deal under which it carried these 19 Palestinian films? It's a $300 billion company that can afford to renew the license for the movies and films that it cares about. Palestinians are experiencing extraordinary suffering. Yeah, I don't know if this is like directly because these movies and these films were like actually doing fantastic, and Netflix, like, against all odds, still refused to renew their licenses, specifically because they didn't want to upset like pro-Israeli people or whatever. I don't know if that's the case. I can't make that inference here. It seems like they just did not renew their licenses. I'm not sure if you heard of Israeli who called for the death of all Arabs on TV in Germany. Sorry for the spam. Forgot to add a larger chunk context in my statement. Yeah. Anyway, Where were we? Where were we? We'll get to all of this. Is this a larger realignment than after 9/11? No. No. It's getting there, but it's not as bad. It is getting there though. But no. I think you see it online a lot more. It's like significantly more insane online, where people have the capacity to be as unhinged as they want to be online. But the reason why it's nowhere near as insane is because there is how do I describe this? There was no opportunity for naysayers. The internet wasn't as diverse and as like and wasn't as like used at the time due to technological limitations in 2001. So there wasn't like other avenues of information. It wasn't as accessible. And also beyond that, it was America that was directly attacked. So, the public sentiment was way more primed for Arab hate and Islamophobia than when Israel is fighting against, Israel, an entirely different foreign nation, doing all of this is a little bit different in the eyes of the American population. That's why you have like 54% of Republicans that are like, yeah, I'm fine with the ceasefire. What the fuck's going on here? You see what I mean? Like, there is no world in which the Republican Party post 9/11 would be like, we should do a ceasefire in Afghanistan or Iraq, right? That's not a thing. And mainstream media was, of course, significantly more powerful in terms of influencing people. Back then, they had a complete hold over the American population. There was no other like avenue of independent information unless you went to like forums or some shit. All right, let's see what this new Trump ad is.
Did you watch the news lately? Israel's under attack, anti-Semitism like I never thought I would see.
Did you read about Samantha's boy Max? No, he got spit on just walking that path.
Wait, is this the ad that Felix was talking about when he said these are like definitely Christian women? Is this the ad that he was talking about? Felix was talking about this ad. He's like, they got like 3 Christian ladies to do like almost like an anti-Semitic voice.
Did you watch the news lately? Israel's under attack, anti-Semitism like I never thought I would see.
Did you read about Samantha's boy Max? No, he got spit on just walking that pen.
I mean, that's scary.
What about Kamala? Busy defending the squad.
Ay vey. You know, Trump I never cared for, but at least he'll keep us safe.
I never voted Republican in my life, but I am voting Trump.
Amen. Or JC.
Oh, that's awesome. That's sick. She said, yeah, too busy defending the squad. Oh, that's so sick. This is mint. Great ad, dude. Yeah. We're voting for the guy who was like, I love Adolf Hitler and I want my generals to be like Adolf Hitler, except not kill me. Or not try to kill me like Adolf Hitler's generals did. Dude, that has been the funniest saga with the Trump said he wants Adolf Hitler generals, has been like watching Republicans try and defend that. Some of them are doing like the clean Vermont theory. Others are just simply saying he was blowing off steam. It's like a very funny situation. You just don't have to report it if you don't feel the need to, but they're still doing it. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff overall happening in the Republican Party. Oh, that's great. Sagar saying that Hitler had amazing generals. Yeah, so amazing. So amazing. Yeah. I just haven't really heard from Richie Torres or the ADL about Donald Trump saying he praises Hitler's generals and wants Hitlerian generals. It's just weird. They're too busy, I guess, coming after Frogan for saying that Sabra hummus is shit. Interesting. It's just interesting. I don't know. It just kind of seems to me like that is pretty fucking big in terms of like normalizing anti-Semitism. Like when you have two fucking candidates and one of them is like doing Hitlerian policy, saying he likes Adolf Hitler, repeating Adolf Hitler's own fucking terminology and words, like verbatim, saying immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation. And also simultaneously being like, I think Hitler's generals were great and they should be like, my generals should be like them. And last but not least, If I lose, Jews are responsible for it. Number 6, why won't you Jews vote for me? I gave you everything about Israel. All of this stuff Donald Trump has done. What's the ADL doing? The leading fucking group that is supposed to be tasked with combating anti-Semitism, trying to take out Twitch streamers, deplatforming Twitch streamers. Kind of feels to me like they're not up to the task. I don't know. I wonder why the ADL doesn't go after Donald Trump. Perhaps, I don't know, Miriam Adelson giving Donald Trump $100 million so that Donald Trump will advocate to fucking annex the West Bank. That could have something to do with it because the ADL is significantly more interested in defending Israel, the Apartheid Defense League, than actually combating anti-Semitism. And the only reason why they act like they want to combat anti-Semitism is so that they can cynically use anti-Semitism as a deflection or as a shield to defend Israel's actions. Trump praises Hitler. ADL remains silent. Did you know that 2 separate stories dropped this week in which former Trump officials said he praised and admired Hitler while in office during his first term? No, it's possible you didn't. It wasn't on the front page of major newspapers. It didn't warrant major cable news segments. The Anti-Defamation League didn't even consider it worthy of a response. To put a finer point on it, the Republican candidate for the presidential election taking place in less than 2 weeks openly praised Hitler, and it was met with a yawn. How do we get here? How is this happening? For background, The Atlantic published a story with details of a disturbing conversation. As his presidency drew to a close and in the years since, he has become more and more interested in the advantages of dictatorship and the absolute control over the military he believes it would deliver. I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, Trump said in a private conversation in the White House, according to 2 people who heard him say this. Then an interview with former Chief of Staff John Kelly, published by The Times on Tuesday evening, included this bit. Trump told him that Hitler did some good things. Mr. Kelly confirmed previous reports that on more than one occasion, Mr. Trump spoke positively of Adolf Hitler. He commented more than once that, Hitler did some good things too, Mr. Kelly said. Mr. Trump told him. Mr. Kelly said that Mr. Trump had little appreciation for history. I think he's lacking in that, he said. But said he would still try to explain to Mr. Trump why those comments about Hitler were problematic. The ADL remains silent on Trump reportedly admiring Hitler right as it's revealed that the University of Michigan actively recruited Michigan Attorney General to inordinately punish pro-Palestine students, something Rashida Tlaib was loudly attacked by the ADL for criticizing. So, though the story failed to be a media priority, I figured the ADL, the country's most prominent Jewish nonprofit with a mission of combating anti-Semitism in all forms, would have something to say. Yet when I looked at their website, I saw nothing aside from an announcement of a concert against hate hosted by Ben Stiller and featuring Sia. The social media feed were similarly void of any reference to Trump and Hitler. So on Wednesday afternoon, I reached out with a brief synopsis of Trump's positive comments on Hitler and asked if the ADL had made a comment. More than 24 hours later, silence. I followed up Thursday morning and reached out via multiple social platforms to the organization and its CEO, Jonathan Greenblatt. Still nothing. The ADL's failure to address Trump praising Hitler isn't shocking, given their selective outrage in the past year about which Jews are worthy of defense and the fact that they honored Jared Kushner with an award earlier this year. Greenblatt issued a rare rebuke of Trump in September after the Republican candidate said, if I don't win this election, the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that if that happens. But other than that, Greenblatt has continually shown his willingness to kowtow to power, whether it be Trump or Elon Musk, and the current silence is galling. Remember when the ADL, again, the largest nonprofit in the United States that is tasked with combating anti-Semitism, looked at what Elon Musk had co-signed on his own social media platform, which is filled to the brim with Nazis, where a user on Twitter said Jews are getting their comeuppance after they did unrestricted immigration from the third world into the Western nations, Western civilization, in an effort to destroy it. Elon Musk's response to that, which, by the way, is one of the most common Nazi statements, like not a dog whistle, straight up Nazi sentiment. That is exactly the same kind of sentiment that led to the worst anti-Semitic hate crime on U.S. soil in recent memory, in the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting. The shooter, who was a Trump supporter, by the way, openly said that he was attacking this synagogue because he believed that the Great Replacement was real, something that, of course, Tucker Carlson and many other Republicans have said time and time again, the notion that like immigration is actually being used to undermine the white majority in this country to make America less white. And also, it was being directed by Jews, okay? The idea that George Soros, this is the more permissible form of this anti-Semitism that people openly say on Fox News, is George Soros, who is Jewish, a Holocaust survivor, is the puppeteer behind unrestricted migration into the United States by black and brown people. Scary stuff. The synagogue shooter in Pittsburgh said those things, said exactly why he was doing this unimaginable anti-Semitic hate crime. He said he went into that synagogue and shot the attendees, specifically because, and this was happening in the same time frame when there was another migrant caravan, if you remember, okay, another migrant caravan coming into the United States, which Fox News kept reporting as George Soros's migrant caravan. He went into that synagogue and shot the attendees because he wanted to stop unrestricted immigration that he believed was caused by Jews. Okay? The reason why I brought all of this is because Elon Musk co-signed on that idea less than a year ago. But then the ADL went to Elon Musk and said, you can't say that. Elon Musk then said, my bad, what can I do? The ADL said, be pro-Israel publicly, go to Israel. That's what happened. Elon Musk went to a Holocaust museum, and then he went to Israel, and then he talked about how fucking bad, Hamas is, and yada, yada, yada. And then Jonathan Greenblatt came out and defended Elon Musk. This was so controversial that the former president of the ADL at the time was like, what the fuck are you doing? What the absolute fuck are you doing? This guy literally repeated and co-signed on one of the most dangerous anti-Semitic lies that you can fucking agree to, and you're here defending him? So if you want to understand the Apartheid Defense League's priorities, look no further than that. Okay? That incident perfectly demonstrates what the ADL actually cares about. The ADL does not care about anti-Semitism. The ADL has changed the markers of anti-Semitism and has padded the fucking deck with like real incidents of anti-Semitism and what they claim are incidents of anti-Semitism. Like, for example, when someone graffitis "Free Palestine" on a fucking sidewalk. That is now logged as a real anti-Semitic incident in this country, an anti-Semitic hate crime in this country. Ridiculous. At a time when anti-Semitism is on the fucking rise, real anti-Semitism, not like someone said "Free Palestine" or was wearing a fucking keffiyeh, okay? Real anti-Semitism is on the rise in this fucking country. At a time when real anti-Semitism is on the rise in this country, to dilute anti-Semitism with like cynical weaponizations of what are in normal circumstances, according to the ADL, like 2 years ago, not considered anti-Semitic incidents is ridiculous. It's not only ridiculous, it's fucking dangerous. It's especially dangerous in a country like the United States of America, where people already have that. Like, people are already primed to be anti-Semitic. Okay? If you conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism at a time when anti-Semitism is on the rise, in an effort to silence critics of Israel, you are going to get people to lean more into anti-Semitism. Okay? People that don't understand this stuff because of their social conditioning, because of their lack of knowledge, lack of interest, are going to be like, well, what the fuck? I guess Jews do control the media. That's inherent. That is anti-Semitic, okay? That is anti-Semitic beliefs that you are supposed to be combating. It's so crazy. It's very, very, very frustrating to experience this shit. It is. Why fixate on the response of one nonprofit organization? Well, because the ADL, with Greenblatt as their public face, has positioned itself as the arbiter of what is and what is not anti-Semitic. Whether you're reading an article, it cites a figure about the number of anti-Semitic incidents in the country. That's likely a stat from the ADL's annual audit. in the wake of the October 7th attacks in Israel, they frequently conflated anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, so much so that Wikipedia editors voted in June to designate the organization as generally unreliable, a generally unreliable source on anti-Semitism, but they're still considered an authority on the wants and needs of American Jews. They're still utilized as the primary resource by mainstream media. This dangerous conflation has led to the unfair persecution of Jews against Israel's mass murder of Palestinians, including a Harvard student who was accused of anti-Semitism for posting protest posters ahead of Yom Kippur. There is no world in which this makes it safer to be Jewish. Greenblatt found the time in the past 2 days to tweet about his loathing for Jewish pro-Palestine students, but didn't have a moment to spare for the single most terrifying thing an American Jew could read, that the potential next president thinks Adolf Hitler was good. It is so goddamn alarming. I do not know how to explain this to people. I feel like a lot of people are just like, they're done. They're like, no, I've already written you off. You're a fucking Hamas sympathizer. You hate Israel. You hate Jews. You this, you that. Okay. I believe the fucking cynical smears despite your fucking endless coverage on all of these issues that I could easily, with one fucking Google search, find out for myself. I have chosen, instead of watching the actual fucking videos, watching your actual commentary on the matter, I've decided that it makes me feel much more comfortable to run with the assumption that you are an anti-Semitic rape denier, maybe even a Holocaust denier. Who knows? One whole fucking year of this shit. I'm a Muslim whose friend group is made of 99% Jewish people, all of whom are pro-Palestine and got blacklisted from our local synagogue because of it. My friends are now more vulnerable because of this rhetoric, not less. It's terrifying. Yeah. Do you have any good arguments to try to counter the Jews control the world rhetoric that I hear from people falling into anti-Semitism? I really see my family falling more and more into it. Yes. The argument is simple. Jews are not a monolithic force, okay? They are not a monolithic force. They're your fucking neighbors. They're your teachers. They're the guy driving the fucking Uber, okay? And just like every other group, they have a multitude of different wants and interests. They are not a singular force in this country that is, that is motivated by one thing and one thing only, no matter how hard mainstream media and defenders of Israel try to claim that that is the case, okay? If Jews controlled the world or the media or whatever, why the fuck would anti-Zionist Jews be getting arrested on college campuses? Like, how the fuck does that work? Are they God's chosen people or not? How does this work? This is the other side that is also very damaging. This is the other side of what's so damaging about like silencing anti-Zionist Jews deliberately or tokenizing them, calling them fake Jews or whatever the fuck. You're like, nah, it's monolithic actually. Yeah, the real question is, if the Jews control the world, why has a Jew never been the most powerful person on the planet, aka United States president? Yeah, or a better question, there was a Jew who could have been that guy, and they fucking destroyed him. Bernard motherfucking Sanders. Also, I keep forgetting that Jill Stein is Jewish too, but that's besides the point, okay? But like, again, Bernard motherfucking Sanders, dude. Why is it that one of the most prominent anti-Israel critics in American Congress is not only Jewish himself, but literally fucking lived in a kibbutz? Why? Yeah, remember this? Pro-Israel super PAC, pro-Israel Democratic super PAC, remember that in 2020? Takes aim at Bernie Sanders in Iowa. The Democratic majority for Israel. I remember covering this back in the day. I thought it was really funny because I was like, you guys don't understand. Americans are too stupid to think that like a Jewish person could ever be anti-Semitic. Like, Americans don't work that way. Okay. Like, this shit didn't work even a little bit. And it's entirely because Americans, like, you cannot explain to someone in fucking Iowa that a Jewish person could possibly be anti-Semitic, which Bernie is not, obviously. But like, even if, and I'm not saying that like Jews can't be anti-Semitic. Of course they can be. I mean, fucking Rabbi Shmuley exists. Ben Shapiro exists. Okay. Any Jewish person that keeps saying like, oh, you're a bad Jew, you're a capo to fucking Jewish Voice for Peace activists are literally being anti-Semitic. Having said that, good luck explaining that to a white guy in Iowa. Okay. Like they're just like, what? You're telling me this old Jew is anti-Semitic? Okay, shut the fuck up. is what their response would be.
The most important thing is we have to beat Trump.
We've seen the damage that Trump and the Republican Congress have done.
I doubt if Bernie Sanders can beat Trump.
I like Bernie. I think he has great ideas. But Michigan, Pennsylvania, Iowa, they're just not going to vote for a socialist.
I do have some concerns about Bernie Sanders' health, considering the fact that he did have a heart attack.
I think it's very important that the Democrats.
This is the ad that they ran. DMFI and all of these other like pro-Israel groups are so funny because they rarely ever hit that on like the angle of like they rarely, these are all staffers by the way, yeah, they rarely ever fucking talk about like Israel because they know that that's not going to actually perform well. It's always some other shit. Oh, they're not electable. They didn't collaborate with Joe Biden hard enough. That's what they did with Jamal Bowman. That's what they did with Cory Bush. It's just like, because they know that if they were to go to fucking Missouri and be like, well, Cory Bush is like not the #1 defender of Israel, and that's really fucked up. Most people will be like, okay, great.
Nominate somebody that can beat Trump.
I don't feel as though Bernie Sanders would do well against Donald Trump.
I just don't think Bernie can beat Trump.
DMFI.
Anyway, remember the anti-Semitic shirt they have for Bernie? Official DNC gift shop gear. Wait, they what? I don't remember this. What the fuck? I don't think Bernie could have beaten Donald Trump is such a silly thing. Bernie would have fucking gutted Donald Trump. Bernie would have eviscerated Donald Trump. Middle East war hits home in Michigan, threatening Slotkin in tight Senate race. Oh no. Slotkin has to say the Shahada, okay? Michael Rappaport is doing apology at gatekeeping, calling Trump Hitler.
Trump pig.
Wait, what is this? Zionists think the lesson of the Holocaust was the Nazis were uniquely evil and the Holocaust was a unique occurrence, when the actual lesson was fascism is extremely seductive and anyone can become a Nazi. Yeah. Let's hear what fucking... Listen, there are Hitlers out there for those with eyes to see, okay? Michael Rappaport is a Hitlerian guy, okay? There is no other way to put it. He is Mr. Adolf himself, okay? So it's not shocking to me that he is going to be running some kind of fucking defense for Donald Trump's Hitler quotes. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump, pig Donald Trump, call him whatever you want. I've given you gem after gem for years.
Yeah, he's giving gems. Yeah, dude, you really did. You really gemmed it up, dude. Pig Donald Trump. That was brilliant when you came up with that. Thank you.
But stop with the Hitler shit. Stop with the Hitler shit. Do not refer to Hitler and the Holocaust, the actual greatest slaughter and actual genocide of the Jewish people ever, for attention and political.
Oh, by the way, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and that is the most anti-Semitic you will ever get me on, by serving all of the HasanAbi heads who are Jewish a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, unless they subscribe. That's right. Not that it matters, but Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, you will get a 3-minute ad break. You will get it. It's 20 minutes in the hour. Yeah, I'm fucking up today. Okay, shut up. Also, ideology.shop. If you would like to not use it, if you would like to use your dollars in a different direction, the new election collection is out today at ideology.shop. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Do you remember when AIPAC ousted a Jewish congressperson? Yes, of course. Andy Levin. Yeah, they did. Michigander, interdistrict, both sides are unironically voting on who is more anti-China. The Republican ads are saying Elizabeth is flying in Chinese citizens to work in a Chinese factory. They both say they are taking Chinese money. That's awesome. Just copped a couple t-shirts, gangy. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Anyway, let's finish this Michael Rappaport piece.
Gain. Stop it. That Nazi rally that took place in Madison Square Garden in 1939 was just that, an actual true blue Nazi rally. So are you saying...
Wait, what the fuck? Okay. So you're also cognizant of like Nazi movements in America too. So you understand the American capacity to be on board with Nazi agendas. Like what? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Like, what is happening? Trump is having a Madison Square Garden rally tonight, by the way, which is, you know, not the last time there was a fucking Nazi rally at MSG. All right? Not the last time. Not the first time. Probably won't be the last. I'm just saying. That's right. Anytime the Celtics play there, it's the same principle, okay? Fucking got them. New York. It's not tonight. It's on Sunday. Yeah, today's the day of the Joseph Robinette Rogan. How the fuck should someone respond to this stuff as a Jew to family members who are pro-Trump because he's more pro-Israel? Holy moly, dude! There is such a target-rich environment to showcase Donald Trump's like explicit anti-Semitic sentiment. Okay, him being pro-Israel does not make Jews safe. You can literally tell your parents, "Hey, remember when he said Nazis that were saying Jews will not replace us were very fine people?" Just start the conversation there. You know, that's a good avenue to start this discussion, this discourse. Like anyone that thinks Donald Trump is good for Jews is fucking insane. I tried. They just say he doesn't mean it. That's crazy. I mean, they might be lost in the sauce to be fair. Like that was just a starting point. Donald Trump has said unimaginable, unhinged shit, defended Nazis. Donald Trump literally fucking had dinner with a prominent neo-Nazi by the name of Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, who at the time was also praising Adolf Hitler. Okay? Like, what the fuck? It's not even the media comparing Trump to Hitler. Trump literally said he wanted Hitlerian generals. The fuck is... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep, they think Kamala is anti-Semitic for being Palestinian. Wait, what? They think Kamala Harris is Palestinian? Okay, well, your parents are hallucinating. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Sorry, they're fucking gone. At the time, as if Ye stopped. Oh, yeah, that's true. We don't even know. I just don't know what fucking Ye's new manic proposals look like.
Saying that anyone and everyone who shows up at Madison Square Garden for this upcoming Trump rally is a Nazi? That's a Nazi rally? Get the f*** out of here. What kind of rallies are happening on the college campuses in New York City, in Union Square, where they're waving Hamas flags and kissing Yahya Sinwar photos? What kind of rallies are that? Do not mention the Holocaust.
I like that his underlying premise is that like you're minimizing the Holocaust if you say that a guy who was the president of the United States of America, whose opinions and ideology closely align with Nazi ideology, who has literally praised Adolf Hitler, okay, on multiple occasions, that is actually unacceptable. However, Hamas is Adolf Hitler. Like, dude, what are you saying? What are you saying? You just, like, what do you mean? Don't call Donald Trump a Nazi. You know who's a fucking Nazi? Yahya Sinwar. Like, what the fuck? They got Palestine flags that they're waving. It's like Nazi flags. Yeah, the real Madison Square Garden. Nazi rallies are happening at Columbia campus. It's called the Jewish Voice for Peace. Those are the real Nazi rallies. Those little they, them, non-binary English mages. They're the real Nazis. Don't you dare minimize the Holocaust by saying Donald Trump is like a Nazi, even though he keeps saying he is a Nazi. All right, don't you dare do that. Yes, in war. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Hitler to score political points when you ignore the greatest slaughter of Jews since the actual Holocaust.
Like, I like it. He's just so unaware. He's so unaware of what he's saying. He's just like, it's minimizing the Holocaust to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. It's not minimizing the Holocaust to compare Adolf Hitler to Yahya Sinwar. Like, Donald Trump is literally German, dog. His great grandpappy probably fucking fought during the Nazi regime, and not on the good side, okay? Oh, that's so funny. Oh, yeah.
Which happened on October 7th. All this Hitler talk, all this Holocaust talk, with so little Holocaust studies in schools. Do not bring up Hitler and Nazis when there are 101 hostages. 101 hostages, and you say nothing about them. Cut the shit. Do not use Nazis and Hitler for your agenda when you haven't mentioned the 13 women that are still being held captive today while you're wearing your futurist female t-shirt. It's disgusting. It's disrespectful to the victims and survivors of the Holocaust and to the real-time victims and survivors and the hostages of October 7th. Stop it.
Okay, I gotta say something here, by the way. I saw something here, and this is a direct shot across the bow to fucking Austin show. Look, I'm no big city lawyer, but the Vikings had a fantastic run this year, okay? So far. And then they posted this statement from the Minnesota Vikings on the 1-year anniversary of the reprehensible Hamas attacks on Israel. And ever since then, their run has stopped. I don't know what happened, but wait, who here watched me fucking talk about how the Lions were gonna fucking rip the Vikings defense on the Fear M podcast and shock the world and shocked Austin. Jets also 0-2 after they fired their Lebanese coach for wearing a small flag on his arm. Go after Will too. I know. Detroit till I die, motherfucker. Detroit Rock City, bitch. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, we're done with all this. I did my daily fuck the ADL shit. I was on that. We talked about Washington Post unendorsing or not being able to endorse Kamala Harris because they got the boss call from Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos. Now let's talk about Steve Kornacki.
Director, Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein with the latest on that. Good morning, Rick.
Yeah, good morning, George. More than 30 million Americans have already voted in this election cycle. That includes more than 2 million people who voted for the first time. Virtually everywhere, we're seeing more likely Democrats voting early than Republicans.
Wait, oh, no, it's not Steve Kornacki.
But the margins are very much smaller than they were in 2020, and it matters a lot across different battleground states. Pennsylvania, for example, in 2020, we saw Democrats make up 72% of early voters at this point. Now it's down to 60%, but that still means that Democrats have banked maybe 400,000 more votes than Republicans, according to our partners at 538. A much different story, though, emerging in Nevada so far. The Democrats have basically no advantage right now. There's still time to make up the numbers, but check this out. In 2020, Republicans were only 33% of early voters. Now it is up to 40%. So in this big state with a big Latino population, a whole lot of union members, some warning signs, at least early on in early voting for Democrats, George.
And Rick, Generals John Kelly, Mark Milley have called Donald Trump a fascist. Kamala Harris agrees, and we have some polling on that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been such a negative campaign that actually both candidates are calling each other fascists. So we asked the question in our new poll with Ipsos, which candidate do you think that label applies to? And we even defined it in asking the question as quote, a political extremist who seeks to act as a dictator. 49%.
Dude, I'm sorry. Are people fucking like a question throughout all of this poll watch, election watch coverage that I've conducted? This question keeps coming up for me. Are Americans fucking stupid? And the answer is a resounding yes. Okay? Like how? First of all, the fact that we have a who is a fascist among registered voters is a question to begin with in America. Not good. Okay? Gonna go out on a limb here and say probably not good for where we are at in this moment in time. Okay? Not a good sign. Okay? Definitely not a good sign. Now, having said that, an even worse sign is the fact that only 49% in these two options has decided that Donald Trump is a fascist. And a wilder one is the 22% that's like, yeah, Kamala Harris is a fascist, but I don't think that they mean it in the way that you would, in the way that I would say that like any American president is like fascist adjacent on a good day. So what's happening here? What's going on? Is it like a Aiden Ross style situation where they're like a fascist ultra analyst? Like Americans are just Aiden Ross coded. They just don't know what it is. So they're kind of confused by the prospect. Like, is that what the fuck is happening here? Or what is it really? It might be time to admit that No Child Left Behind was a mistake. Yeah. I shit you not. I asked one of my Republican neighbors what a fascist is. He said a religious person who fasts. That's cool. That's a cool thing. That's cool. That's good. SNL surprisingly broke down what you've been saying about Gaza. Oh yeah, he's a HasanAbi head, by the way. For the record, I was talking to him this morning. Actually, my goat. SNL got some good pickups this season. Okay, this was one of my favorite pieces of commentary I've seen on SNL in a while. But yeah, he's great. Apparently, they were coming after him in the same vein. Is the hoodie new merch? Yes.
That's almost half the country say that Donald Trump is indeed a fascist. Only 22% say the same thing about Vice President Harris. That poll, by the way, was conducted before those John Kelly comments where he said he is a fascist. And it raises the question.
This is such funny coverage. This poll was, of course, conducted before he said he is a fascist, or John Kelly said he is a fascist.
About how that can be. Well, among those who say that Donald Trump is a fascist, 8% say they're supporting him, they're voting for him anyway. And while that fascist label isn't really sticking on Harris, the idea of her pandering to voters seems to be. 57% of registered voters say that Harris makes proposals just to get votes, not to make policy.
This is also kind of stupid. Like, what do you mean? That's called running in a democratic election. Like, what? God, we are such a fucking stupid country. I swear to God, dude. This person's just pandering to me. It's like, first of all, who the fuck is she pandering to? She's pandering to like a collective total of like 100,000 people across 7 fucking states. Okay, that may or may not even vote for her at the end of it all, and. And having said that, yeah, like, that's the point. The point is you are supposed to fucking say you're going to do good things so that people vote for you. That's the whole point.
Slightly more than people feel the same way about Donald Trump.
CNN's David Chalian is right there at the wall, which only means one thing. There is a new exclusive poll. David.
Our final national poll of this 2024 race. And what does it show in this stable race? A tied race, dead heat among likely voters. 47% Harris, 47% Trump. It obviously doesn't get closer to that. And I want to show you what this race has looked like over time. It has been remarkably stable. This goes all the way back to when Joe Biden was still running in August of last year. You saw it was a 47-46 race there. You see here the red line, the Donald Trump line. He's never been behind, outside the margin of error, statistically trailing in this race the entire time that we have polled this race. Let's look at it by party ID here, Dana. You see overwhelmingly Democrats are with Harris, as you would expect. Overwhelmingly down here, 92% of Republicans are with Trump. Harris is getting about 7% of Republicans. I know she's making a big play for some of those Trump-resistant Republicans of late we've seen. And look at the independents. It's actually within the margin of error of that subgroup. So there's no real clear leader with independents, but numerically, Harris has this slight higher number there. And we've been talking a lot about the gender gap in this race. It's a little smaller in our poll overall than we've seen in some other polling, but among likely voters, Harris is +6, 50% to 44% with women, and Donald Trump is +6, equally 51% to 45% with men. That is a 12-point gender.
44% with women. How much you want to bet? I want to know what that looks like for white women. I want to know what percentage of white women are voting for Donald Trump at the end of the process, okay? Because obviously, it's like 66% of the entire population is white. So when Donald Trump still has 44% of the women vote, okay, when Donald Trump is still capturing 44% of the women vote, I wonder if he still fucking hits above 50% for white women. I think a lot of women will be voting one way and hiding it for their husbands. I mean, dude, I'm not discounting that. I'm not discounting that at all. But I will say this. I will say this much. I think that is a dangerous thing to fantasize. By the way, I have noticed that LSF is still full tilt on the fuck Hasan, let's get him banned train. Congressman calls out Hasan 17 hours ago. Not a single person has mentioned the context. A gay black Democrat. This is the Nakba for Hasan. I'll be surprised if he can contain himself and not send a cigarette emoji at a congressman. Has Hasan ever apologized for that? Has he ever apologized for telling a trans person that he hopes he has a horrible existence? It's like they're running off all the fucking hits. Yeah, dude, I'm transphobic and homophobic. Coming from the Destiny community. That is fucking awesome. Good luck. Are you trying to get LSF watchers to come in and watch me and enjoy my commentary by claiming that I'm a transphobic and homophobic person? Is that what's going on? Yeah. This is literal defamation and legally actionable. No, totally not brigaded, by the way. It's because he's a horrible being in general. This guy's a rich Nepo baby who's in blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, please, I promise you your life will be better. Not a single comment mentioning the context. Okay? Not a single comment mentioning the context here. They're all just fantasizing. What? What is this? A long thread? Tell me who is obsessively stalking who? What is this? Is this just like psycho fucking DGG fans? Asmongold fans brigading just as much, by the way. Yeah. 2 weeks out from election, and these guys are just like, this is what they care about. Did you see the Canute clip already? No, I did not. But, you know, I don't really care. This is all you need to know about the subreddit. The overlap is shocking. Yeah, it is pretty shocking that the livestream fail overlap is with League of Legends this much. It makes sense as to why they're so fucking angry all the goddamn time. 7% from Asmongold, 14% from Destiny. Jesus Christ. Squared Circle? I don't know what that is. RP Clips GTA. Squared Circle is pro wrestling. Oh, really? They always mention that clip of you telling the trans chatter you hope the rest of their life is bad, blah, blah, blah. Even D shows it. I don't care. I really trust you. There must be an explanation in context. But out of curiosity, what did you mean? Yeah, I was angry at a chatter that was fucking... Oh, God. I can't believe we're doing this again. Catboy's still coming up. Dude, ask the chatter. Ask the chatter. They're in here, okay? Catboy Collector is still a prominent trans beacon in this community. And it was not because they were trans that I was saying this. Okay, we need a Catboy command. Yeah, we do. They're also probably going to harass Wake because he defended you. They were slandering him in the Reddit comments already. Yeah, it's fucking so annoying. The Canute clip was wild. Wake actually calls him out, and then all the comments attack Wake, saying you brainwashed him, yet Wake was always far left. Yeah, I brainwashed him. I did do that. Yeah. Canute is not exactly my beacon for the latest and greatest in political commentary. NMP Lol and his mods once did an analysis, found that 90% of the comments on that subreddit are made by the same 40% of total commenters. That's a pretty big number, though. You should keep this Catboy clip Speaking saved. of weird lies to make up, actually, this ties to TwitchCon. It's the exact same community that also constantly says I'm transphobic. Speaking of my transphobia, I have a gift that I got at TwitchCon. I was going to go through all of them, but one of them actually hit home a lot. Here, I'll pull it up right now. You didn't do a good job holding your own against Christian Walker, which I refuse. I think I did a very good job. But, you know, we share some fans, and one of those fans that we share was Catboy Collector. Now, obviously, I should have known better with a name like Catboy Collector. I should have known that, they were trans, but didn't. But at the time, does anyone have that video of the famous video of me, like, ripping a new asshole into Catboy Collector? Transphobic asshole. You have all my trans friends watching you. So transphobic, yeah. Basically what happened is during that time when this is Catboy Collector's own thread on this too, for the record. Not that it matters, because the truth obviously does not matter. But you know, all the way back in 2022, they said they were trans in the comments. You should have known at the time. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. But like, what are you prosecuting here? Like, what are you prosecuting? It's right in front of you. It's been like 4 fucking years. Because people won't shut up about this, Hasan isn't transphobic for saying he hopes my life is terrible. The closest thing to transphobia in his rant was assuming I don't have extensive debate and research experience on trans, which is a reasonable assumption. to make about a chatter. But even then, that's just a microaggression that he did based on the fact that he has years of political experience, not because he thinks trans people are stupid. He couldn't have known that I have been exhaustively researching and debating trans issues daily for the last 6 years. I was literally being a piss baby over the fact that a 30-year-old cis man didn't know all the immense lore I do about trans people. Being able to rattle off statistics and evidence from memory as easily as I can isn't a normal standard to hold cis people to, Loma Fayal. I wouldn't consider someone transphobic across the board over a fucking accidental microaggression, dude. Everyone is transphobic in that case, but at least Hasan uses a gigantic platform to defend trans people. I even said that in my original, admittedly inflammatory comment. He's been obviously anti-transphobic in literally any other instance he's ever brought up trans people during his time as a leftist commentator. His transphobic rant, in air quotes, was right after he defended trans people for 3 hours straight. Like, cool, he was mean to me when I literally provoked him. Stop trying to make me a victim over something I don't feel victimized for. Hasan is a net positive force for trans people. I genuinely don't care if he was unnecessarily mean to a trans person, me, one single time after a visibly stressful debate about trans people. This is the only statement I'm ever going to make on the issue. It's asinine, and I don't give a fuck about what happened. I'm only bringing it up because people to this day try to use it against him, which is so funny because it's literally transphobic communities that are saying Hasan is transphobic. And throughout this entire process, what has never really made sense is that like the trans percentage of chatters in this community has grown, and there's obviously a reason for that. And that is because not only am I not transphobic, but I also do a pretty good job of converting transphobic people to not be transphobic. So, you know, go off kings and queens if you want. You can fucking keep crying about this shit all day, every day. If you want to keep saying I'm transphobic, then, you know, go ahead. It's just not the truth. And it is pretty funny. It will never not be funny that people try to say this kind of shit. It's just a hilarious fucking smear. I don't even think it sticks at all. I don't think anybody actually fucking believes it. I think that they simply act like they believe it to brigade shit to get like random onlookers to believe it. Yeah, their streamer, like Destiny literally was fucking banned for calling trans people subhuman. So I don't really understand what the fuck is going on there from that community. So, but yeah, this will always be a safe space for trans people. It is still an educational space. So, of course, there is going to be microaggressions and whatnot, but it is pretty consistent that my naysayers are almost always not really interested in the truth whatsoever. Man, how are you always running defense, law? I mean, what do you want me to do? I just mean it's crazy. Also, this was a meme that came from their law. Yeah, do not tell Hasan Piker you're transgender. Yeah, this was a long running bit. Can you please point out that there's clips of D joking about white people calling black Americans the N-word to go back to their own country when they tilt him? He screams the far right conspiracy would when he sees Palestinians get slaughtered, actually justifying radicalizing terrorist ideology. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's so much there. I don't want to even talk about that. I don't give a shit. Let's get back to the polls, baby.
Now, this is a national poll, as we have said until we're blue in the face, and we'll continue to say. Remind people that that is not how presidents are chosen. It's by the Electoral College and in battleground states. However, what this poll is telling us is some of the reasons why this race is so close in those battlegrounds as well. What is some of what you're learning behind those numbers?
Right. So, you know, lots of people on the Democratic side of the equation say, how could it be possible that it's tied? Why is Harris not running away with this? Well, it's the environment that she's running in. We asked folks, your financial situation over the past year. So today compared to a year now, a plurality, nearly half, 49%, say they are worse off today financially than they were a year ago. 35% say they're about the same. Only 16% say they're better off. I'll also just say, we have Joe Biden at a low approval rating at 36% in this poll. We have the wrong track number. 7 out of 10 Americans say we're in the wrong direction. Things aren't going well. It's a rough environment if you're running in the incumbent party. So what does that mean then? Why isn't Donald Trump running away with it if that's the environment? Well, here's one issue. Look at Kamala Harris's domination with the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. She is running a 21-point margin ahead of Trump on trust to handle that issue. A little bit protecting democracy is an advantageous category for her. Trump still doing his best on immigration. He's got a 16-point lead over Harris, on the economy, a 13-point lead, and on foreign policy, a 10-point lead. But that abortion and reproductive rights number, that's one of the reasons.
I kept trying to debate my professor the shy Trump voter won't be significant of an effect because they're not as shy anymore, but he kept saying it's still going to impact the election. What do you think? I think your professor is wrong. I don't think that they're shy Trump voters necessarily, but they are Trump voters that might not be getting polled. What does that mean? They're not shy. They're just not from the normal avenues where, I mean, they're not shy. They're low or mid propensity voters. That's it. I think that is what the real problem here is, which pollsters, in an effort not to repeat 2016, have tried to combat against that by basically fucking weighing the scales by at least 2 points in Trump's direction. Okay? It's not necessarily that they're shy Trump voters. It's that they are low or mid propensity voters that have a likelihood of voting for Donald Trump. Now, the problem with low propensity voters is, are they going to vote or are they not going to vote? That's why there's a lot of conversations around Trump potentially winning the popular vote and still losing the electoral college. If turnout is fucking omega high in Florida, right? Because all of the fucking crypto nuts are just going crazy in Florida or in red states, but his turnout in his conspiracy guys in like Pennsylvania or Michigan or all these other places are not actually coming out to vote, then, you know, he's cooked. He wins the popular vote and then loses the fucking electoral college. I think the country's on the wrong track for many structural reasons that transcend administrations. I'm still voting for Kamala. I honestly don't see this question as a good predictive indicator. Don't think it was in 2012 famously. What do you mean? What is a good indicator? Then the Republican Party may actually want to get rid of the Electoral College. Yeah, that'd be really funny. What outcome is funnier, Trump victory or Kamala victory? I think neither is funny. I think both are shitty outcomes. One is like maybe marginally like putting a pause, and not even necessarily a pause, but just like slowing down the acceleration towards fascism, but like not dramatically. At least you could make the argument that you were putting a pause on the acceleration towards fascism in previous elections, but that's gone now. In terms of like, in terms of what is going on in American foreign policy, that's bipartisan, that's uniparty. It's not going to fucking stop. It's just only going to get worse. But the avenues in which the Democratic Party can like offer some level of protection to marginalized communities is also getting smaller and smaller. They just dropped they dropped immigrants in its entirety. They're like, nah, you guys are done. We're done with you. Bro, you can't call Trump a fascist and they say it's marginally better. I don't know, you don't support her, but Trump is a racist fascist pig and it's a considerable difference. Dog, I call Trump a fascist and I fucking despise Kamala Harris for literally adopting the fascist ideology of the actual fucking fascist. That's my problem. Okay? Time and time again, I have repeated that this argument is not simply just about Gaza, even though that is a valid argument to make, right? You can't even launch an effective attack that Trump is a fascist when you have adopted half of his fucking policies. You cannot launch a significant line of attack that Trump is a fascist when you're doing photo ops with Liz Cheney. This is the issue. This is the real problem. Dick Cheney is worse than Donald Trump, by the way. Like, his impact on the world was worse than Donald Trump. I don't know what Trump will do in his second term, but I know what Dick Cheney did in 2 terms. And what he did was fucking way worse. The Bush administration and its impact on the entire planet. The Bush administration and its impact on the entire planet. The Bush administration and its impact on American domestic politics was far worse than Donald Trump's. This does not make Donald Trump a good person, not even a little bit. I'm just simply saying Dick Cheney is like, you know, modern day Hitler that already existed. Donald Trump, we are worried, is also modern day Hitler. Everyone is Hitler at this point. So yeah, this race is who you hate less. Every American election is who you hate less. The problem that I have with the Democrats in general, and it's kind of funny because like we're currently talking about how much I despise the Republicans, and then you asked me to talk about fucking Democrats. And then, of course, I'm going to be honest and start shitting on the Democrats. But the problem here is my hatred for the Democratic Party is that they do not launch a real fight against the damage that Republicans contribute to American society. Okay? They don't do it. They're not doing it for one reason or another. They're just simply not doing it. And that's so fucking frustrating to me. I'm like, I'm the one who actually hates the Republicans, not you. Okay? You don't hate Republicans. If you're like, so many Democrats just constantly behave like they actually don't have a problem with the Democrats, Republicans at all. Yeah. I can't believe like Kamala Harris saying like, I like the wall, it's a good policy is so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. I still think Harris wins this, but at some point we should discuss how 2 months of outreach to Republicans produced no benefit whatsoever. All it did was stop her ascent and cap her support at 49%. This is correct. If only there was someone who was yelling about this for months and months and months. Okay? Sorry for the off topic. My brother works for Turning Point USA, unfortunately, and got patted on the back by Vivek. Ew, gross. That hoodie is very cool, Hasan. Where is it from? Oh, it's from my own website, ideology.shop. That's right. Ideology.shop. Thank you for asking, especially at the top of the hour when there's an ad break coming, which is ideology.shop. You can go and also purchase your own politician's hoodie there. That's right. Union made in the United States of America. Okay? This is the election collection out now. And maybe if you hit the double Monty, if you get lucky enough to not see the ad, but don't have a Twitch Prime, don't have $6, you can get gifted a sub to avoid the ad breaks at the top of the hour. Here it is. Why are you holding a gun to your own head? What? I'm not. What are you talking about? Oh, here. That's funny. Israel's having a post 9/11 moment with France. What? What is this? Following Macron's call not to transfer to Israel's weapons intended for the war in Gaza, Deputy Mayor of Haifa, Israel Savion, sent a letter to Yonah Yahav in which he called to change the name of Paris Square in Haifa to October 7th Square. Oh, they're doing the Freedom Fries shit. That's so funny. Christian 821, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Anyway, are you ready for a dose of Harris doomerism? Sure. Michael from Pennsylvania hit my line on the DMs. All right. Okay. Hello. Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I have my camera on if you want.
Yeah. Wait.
What's up, man?
No, I'm gonna pop it open. Don't worry.
Beautiful.
I'm just trying to
Everyone
make
can
it.
see my beautiful face.
Okay. All right. What's happening?
Well, you know, I think I'm in the dissenting seat for this community, and for the people who've been on here before.
Not
But
really. I think there's a lot of people in my community that think like
Okay.
Trump is definitely a lock. I would say more people probably in this community think Trump is a lock than even myself. I have brought forward people to make a convincing case as to why Kamala Harris still has a shot. I still think there is a likelihood that Kamala Harris will win, but that likelihood is so fucking small now that it's a massive toss up. Like I'm not talking about like the way that the media has covered this issue. I just wanted to hear like the most doomer analysis from you as someone who is in Pennsylvania, who has worked in Pennsylvania local politics. Like I think I value your analysis, especially on that front. And, I have brought forward a broad variety of different opinions on the matter, but I want to hear what your argument is as to why Kamala Harris is going to get fucking absolutely cooked.
Well, the first thing that I would say is it's a combination of a lot of factors. Is like one of the like theories that I've been pushing for like most of my political career is that like all politics is national now. Like our local politics is becoming less and less and less relevant, and states are starting to look more like each other, especially those that are close to them. And the thing about Pennsylvania is, and this is also similar in Nevada, where basically what we're seeing so far, and I think early voting is like the realm of charlatans, like the people that talk about early voting and like, oh, we know this is going to happen because of this. You don't really know what the contents of the vote are. At the most, you have like registration and whatnot. But one thing we can look at is people of a certain registration and what their propensity to vote is, and which group of people have been showing up at higher rates than others. And the reason why I'm very doomer on Harris is we've seen like a lot of like evidence is that the turnout among low propensity Democrats is way down, and the turnout among low propensity Republicans is up in a similar to like 2020, except we don't have the COVID mail-in ballot like a turnout boost. So that we're seeing a differential turnout for the Republican leaners are higher than the Democratic leaners. This is very true in like Nevada. I think Republicans have an outright turnout advantage, which they did not have in 2020.
Yeah.
Like they're up by a lot. In Pennsylvania, I think we have like the Democrats up by like around 300,000 net, and they need to be at least 500,000 like to win statewide. So she's way behind like where she needs to be. And then also like with Pennsylvania registration, there's been a continual like shift of people from Democrat to Republican, like a significant number more. I think it's like 80,000 more people registered Republican than Democrat over the last year. It might even be more. I'd have to look it up again. But that's kind of my main thrust is like, and it kind of tracks with my own vibes, which is why I kind of lend it a little bit of credence, which is it's 2 weeks before the election. What am I doing? Like, what is the internet political discussion? It's not people like all unifying around Harris like it was in 2020. I don't know about I don't know if you guys remember back then, but like my community and your community, we were all kind of like pushing for Biden. Like we were saying, you know,
no, I voted for Joseph, Robin, and Brandon.
And we were like, yeah, vote for him. We got to get Trump out of there. And we were laughing over Trump getting sick from COVID a week before the election and being like, look at this idiot. You know, when he did that stupid mask ripoff and he looked really weak and everybody was like, you know, he had to get helicoptered to, you know, like just the whole vibe was a lot different than now, which is we're engaged in infighting. Like the left of the party is under attack. It's a vote shaming thing. It's worse than 2016. There's a lot of young people that are not seeing anything like about Gaza to give them any hope. As far as like she's campaigning with the Cheneys, you know, like the progressive wing has been completely abandoned. I think you saw that Nation article from the interns at the Nation.
Yeah.
I don't think that is just a bubble. I think that is a sense that's like out there that, you know,
so
don't vote for her because of
what
the
I
genocide.
Think. Are you ready for this? Like I think that not to get all Nate Cohn over here, but I think that if like what I'm looking at right now is what the Democratic Party has very openly communicated. They're saying they have a pathway to victory that does not revolve around people who care about American foreign policy, people who care about Israel and Gaza, and young voters that they are relying on. They believe that those are firmly planted, that like there is going to be enough turnout from the youth vote that makes up for, you know, the Philadelphia, like there's going to be enough black and brown and young Philadelphians that are voting in urban areas. And then that the real problem here is to just like decouple former Republicans or never Trump Republicans away from Donald Trump and just get them to go out and vote. It's very clear that we both agree that that's their strategy, right? Like that's precisely what they're doing. They are gambling with their regular constituencies and their propensity to turn out because they are taking it for granted and they are hyper focusing on a couple key targeted swing districts, a couple key suburbs, basically, where there are college educated white voters who have either, logged themselves as independents and have fucking voted for Donald Trump twice or at least once. And they are trying to get those guys to come out and vote for the Democratic Party. Now,
I just think that has absolutely no chance of working because, like, I think a lot of people take large swaths of the electorate for granted, and that's not how people operate. I have this. This is something I showed before, but I just popping it on my camera real quick.
Yeah.
But basically, tell me how interested you are in this election using scale 1 to 10. This is the lowest it's been for black voters and young voters, like going back to 2004.
Oh no, I remember
Like-
looking at this data as well. Yes, this is very, very important. I totally
This
agree
is
with you.
Disastrous for the Democrats. Like,
Yeah.
there's really no way to make that up with like swinging somebody who's a like suburban voter. And there's been $200 million spent in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so
this election cycle, and the numbers are bad. Like, they're not. She's like she's well behind like previous Democratic candidates at this point in the race.
So that's the real problem here that I have been screaming about for months at this point, is that like obviously the message that you are presenting is unsuccessful if you've dumped $200 million into communicating that message in every fucking ad possible, and the polls have not even shifted, right? Or worse, shifted in Trump's favor. So clearly the message isn't working. Now, of course, they're too fucking late at this point. It's too late for them to just like all of a sudden communicate a very different message. And I think that like ultimately it's leaving it on it's a coin toss. Like it's leaving it up to a very dangerous gamble that like Philadelphia urban voters are going to turn out no matter what because they're worried about Roe v. Wade. They're worried about like Trump being a fascist, and they're going to do the lesser evil voting. They're going to do the harm reduction voting in enough numbers that they can fucking cling on to a couple of these suburban voters, which, by the way, polls have shown that method is unsuccessful. That's the craziest part about this. I guess like in general polls, it shows that Kamala Harris is leading. Or is leading on Biden in terms of like white college educated voters. I have seen that. Like,
yeah,
she has maintained a strong presence in white college educated voters. It just matters. It's entirely dependent on where those white college educated voters are. If they're not in Pennsylvania, she's fucking cooked. Because
I think the thing for me is like, first of all, she hasn't given people a reason to believe she should be trusted with the presidency. Like, at the end of the day, they reject Joe Biden, and her mission should have been show a vision for the country that would have been different than Joe Biden, a change election. And the reason why that was necessary is there was a Franklin and Marshall poll that just came out. I can link it to you if you want. But
Sure.
basically it goes through all this stuff. This is in Pennsylvania, and it's disastrous. It's fucking disastrous. Like,
is it the legislative session? Shapiro insults protesters? No.
No. Here, I linked it to you. I linked it in chat.
No, link it in the Discord chat.
Oh yeah, that's old as fuck.
Yeah.
Here, I'll link it to you.
Oh, I got it. I found it. Okay.
Yeah.
Dear readers, I'm okay.
If you scroll down, and the thing that really shocks me is the last time Pennsylvania residents thought their finances had been better than 1 year ago was October 2020.
Yeah, I see that.
So basically, for the entire time Biden has been president, people have been saying, no, my finances are worse off than a year ago. And like that, you can't ignore that. And like Kamala Harris did. And she just basically said, I wouldn't have done anything different than Biden. And that's the message people got. And as that's the message has gotten out, her momentum ended. It stalled completely.
Do you think, and this is crazy because like voters originally said that they weren't going to punish Kamala with Biden's economy.
She hugged him.
She had a blank slate when the swap out first occurred, which was crazy. It was like, I remember looking at polls being like, that's what a gift. What a gift to the Kamala Harris campaign.
This is something like when she first dropped out, I know you and I were like completely open to her. And I feel like that was a sign, we were representative in our communities of like the larger youth progressive wing of the parties, where we were like, okay. And then when Walz was picked, we were like, okay. And like we were all chomping at the bit, ready to, jump on, become K-hivers. And the reality is, she went into the DNC. She made that disastrous right-wing speech. Ezra Klein of the New York Times, he did an analysis of it, and he said it was the most right-wing Democratic nomination speech he'd ever heard.
Yeah,
and it was
because
and that's when the momentum stopped. And all the momentum she was seeing, all the movement in the polls that got her ahead of Trump was young people, was progressives coming home, was and a lot of people think of this like ideology in a totally wrong way. They think of like if somebody says they're moderate, it means they're a neoliberal centrist. And that's not what it is. It's more of a statement of your own like persona or your own like feelings about like
time and time
politics.
again,
It's not
ballot
about your
measures.
policies.
Time and time again, ballot measures have consistently proven that the most popular thing in the heartland, in the Midwest, in the Sun Belt, no matter where you go, is a lifeless, faceless, progressive ballot measure not associated with a Democrat directly. Americans love voting for instituting full-blown communism in the form of a progressive ballot measure, but fucking despise the Democrats or despise the Republicans as well, depending on where you're looking at. So, yes, the idea that like the average independent moderate who fancies themselves to be in directly the center of all of these issues is a silly one. And ironically enough, that's why I was excited about the Tim Walz prospect, because I thought that that would actually force the Democratic Party's hand into putting forward or at least defending a progressive message, because
Right.
Tim Walz, with a one-person majority in the state Senate in Minnesota, actually signed into law many of these measures that were considered radical by the Republican Party and maybe even radical by some in the Democratic coalition.
Well, here's the thing that's really interesting about that is notice how none of the attacks on Tim Walz were about the policies he passed in Minnesota.
Yeah. It was about fucking how he has a fake dog or how he abuses his son or all this shit. Exactly. They originally laughed and were like, oh, what a stupid mistake that they went with radical Tim Walz. He's a communist. And none of that shit actually worked even a little bit. But the problem is the Democrats actually fucking moved away from that. And it's very frustrating, especially when you have one of your most popular policies in a sea of boring neoliberal bullshit be that you are going to tackle price gougers at the federal level with pre-existing law that already is out
she
there.
has is the most popular thing.
Yes, and it's very frustrating that they are not. It's very frustrating that they're not fucking. They didn't push that hard enough. Even though Donald Trump kept saying that's like Venezuela, and the only thing that happened to that policy was that it grew in popularity in that process. It literally became more popular despite the New York Times op-eds about fucking how this is impossible to implement and Kamala is just doing this, or Republicans consistently attacking it. Yeah, the moderate voters are all over the ideological map. You want to explain this to people?
So basically, I popped up from my camera. Basically,
go
this
ahead.
is a
I'm gonna go
study
pee while
from-
you explain this.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
I've heard this a million times, but let's hear it.
This is a study from a few years ago, but it still holds true. Overwhelmingly, so this is a basically a political compass with tilted on the edge. So like the top and the left squares are like the left wing economics positions, and then being more pro immigration is the bottom and the left. Okay. So what you'll see, and these are people who call themselves moderates, and they were all given an ideological test. And one of the things you'll find really interesting about here is the overwhelming majority of people who consider themselves moderate are very left wing. And then the 2/3 to like 70% of people are left wing economically. Almost no one is a libertarian who considers themselves. So like libertarian square is the bottom square. There's almost no one there. And actually, there are some people who call themselves moderate who are extremely right wing, but it's very rare. So basically, when you're running on, when you see people saying like, oh, a lot of people are moderate, but that actually that's a label that's not connected to ideology. It's not like a lot of people are Joe Manchin. That's just not the case. And so that we've known this for a very, very long time, that self-described ideology doesn't describe what people support. And we can have real world tests of this. Like, for example, in Florida, over 60% of people voted to restore felon voting rights. Over 60% of people voted for a $15 minimum wage. At the same time, Donald Trump was winning by like 8 points. They were getting 60% for the $50. So people are not voting for these candidates as ideological like decisions. It's a lot different than that. And so when Kamala Harris goes to the right on these issues, what she's actually doing is not really winning over a population that exists. The people that are like, I love Liz Cheney are not real. The people that love Liz Cheney are actually liberals who appreciate her shitting on Trump.
Yes.
So these are anti-Trump liberals, and they see a Republican spitting in Trump's face, and they like that. It's not like a moderate Republican who loves Liz Cheney.
She
And
does
we know
not
that
have. I
because
mean,
she got
Nikki
utterly
Haley.
crushed in the
Nikki Haley is the
primary.
greatest example of this. Nikki Haley is the perfect example of this. Nikki Haley ran against Donald Trump. Nikki Haley said, whoever swaps their candidate first wins this election. Okay, but when it was Biden versus Trump. Nikki Haley literally is pro-Trump. She's voting for Trump. Nikki Haley voters are also voting for Trump. A lot of Nikki Haley voters in open primaries were actually Democrats who also either registered for the Republican Party to vote for Nikki Haley or are also, going to end up, if they were Republicans, are going to end up voting for Donald Trump. Going after this Nikki Haley constituency is so fucking stupid. And that's precisely what the Democratic Party has done. Now, here's the other side of the equation. And this is why I think that Trump's chances are not great, regardless. Trump, what would you say to the argument that Trump is maxed out on support? Would you agree with that assessment? That he is
no, probably not. Just because we've seen him significantly get more popular in kind of a nostalgic way. Because if you look at, I would say that he does have kind of a ceiling near 50%, but it is high enough that he can win. So you know what I mean? And if you look at his approval rating, his favorability has improved significantly from 2016.
Yeah, that's
he's
true.
actually in the most favorable he's ever been. People think of his presidency as relatively more successful than Biden's. And, they don't really hold the COVID thing against him. You know what I mean? And I don't think people really hold COVID against Biden either. They just hold the inflation against Biden. And whereas with Trump, they think of the pre-inflation, low interest rate growth period, right?
Mike is
that's
right.
Just the way
Trump,
it is.
Mike is right.
That's the way it is.
Trump has never been this popular in any of the elections that he has run. This is the most popular he has been at this stage in the election. That is objectively correct. Okay.
Now he's not he's not popular. He's still net negative.
Yes,
but
yes.
he's more popular
That's
than
what I'm
ever.
saying. This is the most popular he has ever been while running in an election. Okay. Elections that he's won, election that he lost, doesn't matter. This is the most popular he has ever been. In terms of the electoral support, I believe this is the highest he has had as well in the polls.
Yeah. No, he's never been better in the polls.
Yes.
In the three elections, the polls right now, Trump has never been better. Never.
Yes. So
for me, that's the kind of thing that I look at where I do a sanity check. Okay, is it possible that the polls are wrong and that Harris is could win? The answer is yes. I think whenever you're looking at polls from a scientific perspective, you should look at that and recognize they have a margin of error and it's possible. And then when we start to think about okay, historically, why did the polls get it wrong? Why were they underestimating Trump in both 2016 and 2020? And the answer is a certain type of low propensity Republican voter turning out and being hard to pull. And the question I keep asking myself is, does it seem like with the evidence available that those people are showing up again? And does Kamala Harris have a commensurate rise in low propensity Democrat
voters? Hold on. Or where they're showing up. That's important too. I think that my argument or my vibe overall on this is that there is a very high likelihood that Trump can win. I still think Kamala Harris is I put her
she's an underdog at this point.
I put Kamala Harris marginally in a better shot than Donald Trump, because I do think that the polls, at least pollsters from what I have seen, have slammed at least 2 points in Trump's favor in an effort not to repeat the mistakes of 2016. And even Trump overperformed the polls in 2020 as well, not to the same degree, but he obviously overperformed polls in 2016. And he also overperformed the polls in 2020 as well.
He actually
so this time, I think pollsters are literally fucking slamming 2 points no matter what.
It's interesting. It's interesting you say that. It's interesting you say that because he did overperform the polls more in 2020 than he did in 2016. He was just further behind Biden in the polls. So the polls had Biden up 8. He ends up winning by 3. well, that's a 5-point error, but he had just said he was so far ahead in the polls that he still won, right? Whereas in 2016, Hillary was up, 3 or 4 in the polls, and then she ends up losing the close states. So she loses, and the polls were wrong like by 2 points, right? So the 2 points were more relevant because of where they were, like how the numbers were looking. But 2020 was actually worse. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, have the pollsters figured out how to poll the electorate that supports Donald Trump in general elections correctly? And I don't think we can know that until the actual election happens, which is why I have any... If I thought that they had done that, then I would say the polls are accurate. But the reason I think, if you're betting, to me, I think that it's much more likely that they got it wrong again, because it's very hard to like get these people.
Yeah, no, it's notoriously difficult, which is why I think they're just straight slamming 2 extra points. That's what I'm saying.
I don't see any evidence that they're just doing that shy Trump adjustment. Like, so it's funny you mentioned this, because back in 2015, when Jeremy Corbyn was running for the first time as the nominee for Labor in a general election, and the polls were all very much in favor of the Tories because they had this shy Tory weighting on it. And I was one of those people that looked into it and said, oh no, I think Corbyn's going to massively overperform. And he ended up he almost won the election outright. But there was a massive polling error against the Tories in 2015 because of that shy Tory weighting that was being applied. I don't think I see any shy Republican weighting being applied.
No, I don't think I don't think it's shy Republicans. I don't think it's a matter of shy Republicans. I think it's a matter of like it not being able to predict low and mid propensity voters accurately. So they're just like throwing that on the board. Like they're just weighing it in that direction so that they don't come short again. That's what I think is going on, because I don't think no Trump supporter is shy at this point. Okay, there's no.
That's what I.
Yeah, they're loud as fuck. Okay, they love Donald Trump. They love saying they love Donald Trump. They're calling him daddy. They're fucking insane over there. I don't think it's the
they're
shy.
Saying spank me. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't think it's the shy Trump voters necessarily. I think it's more so like how many of the fucking crackhead constituency that like how many of the podcasters, like podcast watchers, divorced dads galore, are actually going to turn out on election day and go out and vote because they're legitimately fucking, they think Kamala Harris is a Marxist or whatever the fuck they believe.
Well, I mean, I think the place to look, like, about the Nevada, like Ralston, right?
Yeah. That's
So
not
he's
looking
been-
good for the Democrats.
He's been covering it pretty. So this is not Pennsylvania, so I don't know. I mean, I lived in Nevada for a bit, but I don't know it as well as Pennsylvania. But what I understand is like they're massively underperforming like ever before. Like in the early voting, like the Democrats are actually less turning out in early vote, and that's like never before happened because of the Reid machine. And one of the things that was really interesting is a GOP operative, and this is quoting from Ralston, Jeremy Hughes, said that the problem for Democrats comes up when we look at the low propensity voters. GOP 204 voters. So when you say somebody's 204, you're talking about the last general elections, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a 204, you're a low propensity voter. Means you've missed two of the last 4 general elections. We consider that low propensity. Anybody below 3 of 4 is low propensity voter, right? So of the 2 of 4 voters, they have 25.3% turnout among GOP. Of Dem 204, it's 20.9% turnout so far. So
but that tracks. That literally is like represented in the national data as well. That's like the assessment is that
that means Harris loses.
Yeah,
that would be terrible.
So that is precisely the reason why I've been like, that is what I foresee as like possibly being Kamala Harris's demise, is that low and mid propensity voters do turn out specifically in the states that Kamala Harris needs to win. And Kamala Harris actually hemorrhages enough of her base, like the reliable votes that she normally gets from urban areas, younger voters, black and brown voters, and hyper focuses far too much on the Republicans in the suburbs, which have proven to be ineffective with all of the communications she's put out so far. and it doesn't carry her across the finish line. Like I'm on that. I understand that completely. I've been screaming about it for months. I just I still think that I still think that there is a pathway to victory.
I mean, she could win, but like, you know, as I said, because polls can always be wrong. You know, they could you could have a polling error against her. I have a theory of the case for her if you want to hear it later, but I'm not very confident in it. And the reason why is because like one of the things that was really interesting in this data that I saw is that the GOP is winning among new voters and voters who have never voted before. Like of people that are registered Republican but who have never voted before, they have 17.8% turnout for the GOP right now in the early vote, and among Dem voters, it's 13.9%. So that's like so like people that are newly registered are turning out at a much higher rate if they register as a Republican. Thus far, you know, this is early voting. We got to wait till all the way to election day. I do think that there tends to be an advantage of non-college educated voters the closer you get turning up, which I think Nevada, like I always thought Nevada would probably be held by the Democrats, but because they have such a weak Senate candidate, but I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to doom too hard. I'm concerned that, though, this might actually be like a Trump popular vote win just based on these numbers that we're seeing. And that would be absolutely cooked. And I think the evidence is strong enough there to be concerned about that.
You don't think that there's a Trump popular you don't think that there's a Trump popular vote victory where he still loses the Electoral College, though?
That would only happen if she managed to hold Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And I think any election path that requires Michigan to be held by Harris is very suspect. I think people really are underestimating the damage that has been done by Gaza because they don't want to deal with it until it actually happens. They're like in denial about it. They're like, no, they won't vote for the Muslim ban guy. And they just kind of turn off their brain and they don't look into the data at all. And if you look at I think Biden won by, how much did he win Michigan by, chat? I was going to say 80,000, but I don't remember.
I think it was 100,000.
Okay, 100,000. Like there are, you know, like what, 300,000 Arabs and Muslim voters in Michigan? Like,
yeah, and I think they voted for Biden by like 70%. Yeah, 70. Yeah.
So that's like that, and that's the entire gap. I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, the path would be that she does move the numbers among white voters closer to, like, she does even better than Biden does with white voters overall. I find that hard to believe. I legitimately find that like almost unbelievable. The idea that Joe Biden would do worse with white voters than Harris would do.
I think that the math comes down to white women. Like, I think that's what it comes down to. Like, are white women finally not going to vote for Trump as the majority? And I don't know where that is right now. But I think if Kamala Harris secures white women as the majority voting bloc, then she has a chance of winning the election. The problem, however, is that when you look at Arizona polling, where abortion is on the ballot, when you look at Florida polling, where abortion is also on the ballot, well, I guess Florida is a unique case in and of itself.
Florida is like, I think the Republicans are up 10 in the early vote right now.
Yeah, Florida doesn't
like,
make
Miami
any sense. It doesn't
right
matter.
Now.
But like
that's crazy.
In midterms and in other special elections, like obviously abortion being on the ballot has greatly favored the Democratic Party in terms of turnout. In the general election, it's a little bit different than midterms. It's a little bit different than the it's obviously very different than like special elections. I think that like not Florida, but Arizona as an example is more important to see if like this kind of additional turnout specifically on abortion, does that allow Kamala Harris a benefit, an electoral boost? And I think that for a lot of white women in red states, I do not know if they will be able to shake off white supremacy as being their primary motivator here, where they can very selfishly go, yeah, I want to protect abortion, and also I'm not going to punish the guy who took it away from me and my daughters, and then turn around and still vote for Donald Trump gladly.
I feel like one of the problems that we have is that the Democratic Party hasn't like drawn those lines, like, because they want to do this thing where they like kiss Republican ass, but they don't want to, like 95% of Republicans are going to vote for Trump. And Democrats don't deal with that that problem. Like they don't go to the voters and say the Republicans are Trump supporters and Trump supporters are wrong. They're scared to say that.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, the Republicans are like, these are criminals over there. All Democrats should go to hell. And that creates a certain distance from the consequences of the Republican Party's policies. She doesn't want to attack the Supreme Court. Like, remember, she was on that town hall and she was asked about the Supreme Court getting expanded, and she said we should study it. Well,
oh my God. Oh, that was so bad.
They already studied it. Biden did an executive order in 2001. They published a report, I think it was even early this year, about studying the Supreme Court reform. And they came up with the idea of term limits or something. And so she's basically just running on studying it again.
Yeah, no, she has concepts of a plan. That's her concepts of a plan shit. Like Kamala Harris is she always does this. She used to do this in 2019. We used to make fun of it, where she would be like, we're going to begin to start thinking about the steps that we must take in the future as a prospect arises. It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, that's not an answer. You're just dancing around the fucking issue.
And I think the reason why it's bad is a number of things. First of all, it keeps the Republican Party free and clear from the consequences of their policies, on abortion, overturning abortion. The second thing is it doesn't give Democrats, it doesn't force Democratic politicians to take public positions on court reform. So even if she does win, and we do get a trifecta, we're not getting court reform because they didn't prepare the party for it. They didn't make it, they didn't run on it. So they're not going to suddenly come and do this big radical reformation, so it's not possible to reform it. And then the Democratic base voters are not equipped with the knowledge of knowing who's to blame. So regular people aren't going to figure that out either. So you're kind of expecting people to be super educated about, who's to blame for who in 30 years of Supreme Court precedent and history, but also not blame Harris for not having a clear plan. So people are supposed to be educated, not want a plan to fix it, but then ignore the fact that there's no plan. It is an incoherence. And this is a problem with Harris, is she wasn't challenged in a primary. She wasn't forced to come out and make promises and give concessions to various groups to win a primary election that are in the Democratic Party and kind of shore up her base.
Yeah.
And so she's kind of just assumed the base is there, and now she's going to the right, and there's a big problems with the base, and the turnout and the vibe is down because of the genocide is clearly one. She said fuck you to everybody to the left of Attila Hun. She's holding hands with Dick Cheney, and it's not that these people are going to vote for Trump; they're just not going to show up.
Yeah, no, that's my
theory of the case.
No, okay, so we're in agreement there. I'm I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't even think she's done enough fear mongering against Donald Trump, which is kind of crazy to say. I don't think that she has actively communicated what
she agrees with his immigration policy, except for the
that's the major issue. That is exactly the major issue here. One of the things that has made me so angry in the way that the Democratic Party has presented immigration as they are going to be the border, they're going to be the border party, is so fucking stupid. Not because you're making a concession that immigrants constitute a national security threat, which is unique in the history of the Democratic Party, at least in contemporary history. This is a unique thing that the Democratic Party has given ground to. Okay. And that makes voters in your own base go, wait, what the fuck? Okay. So I guess we're for the border wall. All right. Well, the other guy has been pro border wall always, and you just now look like a flip flopper. But beyond that, I think that it is a terrible place to it's a terrible way to communicate a winning message, because now you can't even bring up how Donald Trump is an extremist on the fucking border. They are genuinely, I think, fearful that if they bring up Donald Trump's insane anti-immigrant policies as a massive problem, because they saw that one fucking poll that said 60% want mass deportations, they're now stuck with this idea that if we tell people that that's going to happen, that people are going to run in and set up concentration camps once Trump is president, that everyone's going to go, oh, I love that.
Well, first
and they're not even actively communicating how fucking devastating that will look like for the humanity of these supposedly 20 million people that have been living in your fucking neighborhoods that work at jobs that you don't see, that you take for granted, but then also the economic issues that come along with that as well. Like all of these, a litany of problems. And they're not actively separating themselves and positioning themselves against the Republican Party's policies on the matter by simply saying, oh, they're ineffective. They're not effective enough to be the anti-immigrant, immigrant mutilator party. We will be the immigrant destroyer party. It's very stupid.
Well, I think the main thing is, first of all, they never care what issue polls say. Okay, like, 70% of people support a public option for healthcare. They're not running on it. Why not? I mean, because they don't care. They don't care to run on things that are popular. They are that has nothing to do with what they're trying to do. So why are they doing this like right-wing immigration ploy? It's the same thing that Obama tried. He was the porter in chief. They tried this whole strategy of run to the right and then we'll compromise with the Republicans. Biden tried it. He said, we'll do Trump's immigration policy. And they said, fuck you. We want mass deportations on top of it, And the main issue that we have here is that the Democratic Party is too far right. And they created this immigration disaster because they maintained Trump's policies on Cuba and Venezuela, where they did economic sanctions and they destroyed these economies and they sent millions of refugees to the United States to flee these situations that are created by our foreign policy. And Joe Biden is a psychopath, warmonger, neocon on foreign policy. And so he likes it. He wants to have Venezuela's economy destroyed. He wants Cuba's economy destroyed.
For sure.
And he doesn't want to pursue the policy. Like, they had a trifecta. They could have pursued some sort of policy. But again, he loves the filibuster. So these disasters exist. And they exist because of the policies that the Democratic Party supported. And now there are consequences for supporting it. And the solution that they've come up with is adopt Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. There's no way that people who are racist against immigrants are going to choose Kamala Harris over Donald Trump, no matter what Kamala Harris says. If Kamala Harris set up a death camp for immigrants, they would still vote for Trump over her. So what is she even? What's the point of this?
Yeah,
and it kind of tells you that their main goal is not really these policies. It's more of a kind of shaping the electorate in the way that they only want to win a certain way, right? They only want to win with this kind of neoliberal interventionist, American hegemonic version of the Democratic Party. They don't want to win with like a FDR. Like FDR ran on the good neighbor policy, which is we don't interfere with you.
Yeah.
That was
that was the wall. That was the Waltz message as well. It's like, you don't, we're not going to. That was such a banger message on both abortion, trans issues, everything. You could just like slap that on and be like, why the fuck is the government interfering with a medical professional and the decisions that a healthcare professional is making with a fucking patient? Like, it's not up to us. It's up to the professionals. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And the same thing with the trans issue. Like, they've been running scared from it. And it turns out it's a fucking dud. And when Kamala Harris is given the right to go up there and you could easily spin the trans message into an abortion message as well.
Yeah,
because it's bodily autonomy.
Yeah,
and
no, it's the same principle. But that's the other thing.
They don't even try.
But that's the other thing. So, Mike, that is part of the reason why I think that there is still a slight marginal victory for Kamala Harris here, is that the Republicans have very stupidly hyper focused on like duds. They are doing the reverse of what the Democrats are doing, ironically enough, by hyper focusing on idiotic shit like the trans issue. Donald Trump's response to how he's going to solve the economy, while he still polls better because Americans remember a time when Trump was president and think fondly of that time and think that they were doing better. That's the only thing carrying him on the issue of the economy. Donald Trump has demonstrably not presented anything that is even remotely resembling like a path forward on how to fix the economy. And not only that, but also has so personally invested in the anti-trans shit that I think people at least look at Kamala Harris and go, all right, well, she's going to expand on some of the things that Biden did, or she's going to do maybe price gouging. I don't fully understand it. But like she said, she's going to expand Medicare to at-home healthcare. Like, I think those are the reasons as to why if you look at the polls, if you look at like the way that people are viewing Kamala Harris on the economy, she's actually picked up some points on that front in comparison to where Joe Biden was.
Oh, true.
Now, she could be far ahead depending on how she had communicated her future forward, right, from the start. But I do think that is one of the major players here that like the Republicans are also throwing the election right now as hard as they fucking can by slamming hundreds of millions of dollars in ads on trans issues in a country where 64% of the population is like, I think trans people are discriminated against. Like, I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't really fucking care. Who cares? This is weird as fuck to hyper focus on.
I do think the Republicans are very weak on their campaign as well, but you know, because it's a very odd campaign because Trump has already been president, and we've never had in our lifetime a situation where you have an incumbent president running for election where it's not immediately adjacent to his current term. You know what I mean? Like the gapper situation causes this thing where people have enough. It's been, you know, long enough that nostalgia could kind of kick in, and the problems of then are not exigent anymore, and now it's the problems of today.
I think that's also a communication flaw
for him.
No, but I also think it's a communication flaw from the Democrats, not reminding people of what it was like when their fucking grandparents were dying with a ventilator in their fucking throat because they believed Donald Trump's lies about COVID is like a perfect way to remind people in a way that Democrats like, because it's like not even an issue, right? You're just talking about the misinformation, the hateful bigotry, and the annoying arrogance of these fucking idiots in the Trump coalition. But they can't do that either, because then you're being mean to Republicans, and you can't be mean to Republicans while simultaneously trying to win Republican votes.
Well, that's the thing. It's important to remind people of like what they hated about Trump, but also to offer them something different. You know, like you don't want to just remind people that they can avoid the ads by subscribing at the top of the hour. You want to give them the opportunity to also use their primes. You know, they don't just have.
Son of a bitch, dude. God damn. I bring you on and you betray me like this. You steal my fucking.
It is the top of the hour, and the best way to avoid the ads is to subscribe.
That's bullshit. I mean,
I don't know if you guys know this, but tier 3s are actually the single best way to support a streamer because they count for more. Like if you spend the same amount of money on a tier 3, it counts for 6 sub points, as opposed to 5 if you were to gift 5 subs. So the best thing to do, tier 3. I mean, obviously. Then you get the extra emotes. It's great.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, reminding people of how bad it was with Trump.
Yeah.
I think that the main reason they failed to do that is because they don't really have a vision of their own. You know, when Walz came in and he had that list of policies that we talked about that he had passed, if they had just kind of adopted that as a quick, like, you know, progressive campaign, that's a moderate left policies. Nothing on there was like crazy left wing.
Yeah,
you know,
no.
It wasn't Medicare for all or anything. It was like paid family leave and, you know, we'll protect trans people and, you know, people will be able to, you know, take time off to have a kid. Like a family oriented, very very popular policies that have 65+% support, and say compare that to Donald Trump and the fear that people felt about losing a job or whatever. And they just don't want to do that because they don't want to make promises. It's just that simple. They don't want to make any promises.
Yeah, but I don't even fully understand why they don't do that. It feels like they just don't want to win. Like everybody lies. Trump lies all the time. Just fucking lie.
That's actually something that I've been saying for a long time. Give me some lies I can sell.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to be anti-Kamala. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be anti-Kamala. I don't want to, you know, say I can't support genocide, Holocaust, terrorists. That's not what I want to be doing. I would love to be able to go out there and say she's going to be a peace candidate and she's going to get us $50 minimum wage and she's going to pass the PRO Act and she's going to pass the Equality Act and she's going to do all these great things, but she refuses to campaign on anything. So she leaves me with the fact that she's doing a genocide in Gaza and she's going to implement Donald Trump's fucking immigration bill. And if she gets into power, she's going to spend 4 years doing what? Primarying primarying Greg Cesar. She's going to spend 4 years with AIPAC trying to pick off every member of the squad. She's going to be doing what? Working with Oklahoma senators to set up death camps for immigrants. Like, what is her plan? And like, she's given me nothing but to say to abstain. And that's where I'm at mentally. And with my vote right now is I can't endorse a candidate who is saying thousands of children dying in Gaza is immaterial.
It seems like you were not captivated by $50,000 in tax cuts for startups in an opportunity
I'm starting a new
economy.
business every year, baby. Oh my god!
In an opportunity economy, it's quite frustrating.
I will be taking advantage of that. I'll have a merch business one year. I'll be spinning off. I'll start a gaming stream. Mike from PA Gaming will start. I will have, there will be an IRL Mike channel. I'll have like 8 fucking Twitch channels.
So
I'll have 8 $50,000 tax breaks. It'll be fucking
I'll have
great.
you know, Kamala Harris is prosecuted transnational gangs.
That's the only time she's ever going to say trans. Like, if you're ever expecting her to say anything positive about trans.
I'll have you know, Kamala Harris has prosecuted transnational gangs and also prosecuted transnational small businesses. Okay? She is a small business. She loves small businesses. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's bad here. I don't think it's there is no like very clear pathway to victory here. I simply look at polls which are even more, I feel like even more unreliable than they ever have been. There's obviously junk polls that like greatly favor Donald Trump, that almost feel like messaging polls in general, where they're just like, yeah, no, Trump is up fucking +4 or whatever. And beyond that, I think that like it's still it basically comes down to like the most reputable polls. They're very close, and they still have like a marginal victory for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump in the states that she needs to win. I wanted to hear before I let you go, like why you are saying that it's definitely locked. Pennsylvania is definitely gone.
I don't think that is. I actually think that Pennsylvania will probably be one of the closest states. The reason, like my main thought comes to two things. A, the way like the momentum of the polls have all been narrowing. Like all the last like Pennsylvania polls have pretty much been tied or Trump advantaged, and there's maybe like one or two that have Kamala like with a very narrow lead. And when we look at the early vote, let me see if I have this. I have this somewhere. Give me 1 second. If you look at the early vote in Pennsylvania right now, I think Kamala Harris, like the Democrats are up 300,000 ballots in their ballot return, and they need to have about a 500,000 vote firewall because the electoral day turnout is always pro-Trump.
Austin is in the chat correcting you. He said 377,000.
Thank you, Austin. Where did you get that?
He's saying.
Where the hell did you get that?
He is. I'm gonna be really honest with you. He is so locked in on poll watch, like it's
That's
crazy.
Amazing, Austin. Thank you.
No, he hasn't.
I was just looking at it.
He is
just looking at it right now.
He's losing sleep every day. He's like losing his mind with fears that Donald Trump is going to win. And
I mean, like Philadelphia turnout was below Pittsburgh turnout for a while there, which is crazy because Philadelphia is like significantly bigger than Pittsburgh. So like that, ladies and gentlemen, is bad. It shows that the polling. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the applications, and even right now, the Democrats only have a 504,000 applicant lead, and they would basically need like every single person. I'm looking at the numbers right now. So there's 1,985,329 like vote by mail and absentee ballot requests total, and the Democrats have 1.1 million of those.
Okay, Mike, this is not an ambush
Austin,
at all.
do you
But
want to debate me? Come on.
Would you want to?
That's
Would
fine.
you want to talk to Austin as well? Austin, would you
Sure.
come on? Would you want to
Sure.
get on the call, Austin, to counter some of?
Absolutely, come debate me, Austin. Everybody,
It's not
come
like a
bring the
debate.
game.
It's not a debate. This is like we are all we're all like-minded individuals
I don't want this to happen, but I'm
who
really
are all
pissed at him.
who are all
I will not
trying
lie.
to hold on. I'm gonna add people into the DM group real quick. I'm gonna add Austin into it.
Bring him in.
We're all trying to make sense of what the fuck's going on, and no one here wants Donald Trump to win, for the record. I know, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to what like naysayers might say, Austin, turn your camera on. Turn your camera on.
Hold on, I don't know behind me. Hold on.
You don't know where your camera is?
No,
Okay.
No, I'm on my laptop. Hold on.
Listen, I'm not trying to. I'm not. Listen, I know that my position is not going to be popular among a left-leaning community just because it is what it is. But
I think it's. Look, I'm kind of here on the like. I'm in the. I'm of the mindset, Mike, that like I'm not gonna ambush you and be like, you're wrong, she's gonna win. Like that's insane. Like I'm not one of these insane liberals that's like Kamala is gonna like clean house, all the polls are wrong. Like it's a toss-up. At the end of the day, it's a toss-up. I don't think we should feel good. Now, where I do disagree with you is the presentation that the data that you're pulling from the early vote is indicative of her like for sure losing.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said.
That's the way. That's the way. To me, it's presented. Is that
what I said was I think Pennsylvania will be the closest election, and they need about a 500,000 vote firewall.
Right.
And they have it. They're in the mid 300s right now. And I was looking at the Pennsylvania Secretary of State website, and I was looking at that, and I was like, even from the requests alone, they're not going to get that. So it's going to be like less than 10,000 votes is what I'm saying.
Where's this? So one thing I wanted to know or ask you is, why people keep tagging me in Hoscord and I can't fucking turn off my fucking notifications?
Go to D&D. Go to Do Not Disturb.
How do I go to streamer mode? People
You
keep
fucking boomer!
You want me to switch to my PC?
You're a professional fucking streamer. How do you fuck this up?
No, I'm not. Hold on. I gotta order.
I don't want to wait. No, you're cooking. Just put it on Do Not Disturb mode.
I don't know how to do that. Hold on. Just give me a second.
I think it's literally in your bottom left corner on your fucking thing next to your profile picture. Click on that.
Settings. Okay. Do not disturb. Invisible. Do not disturb. Okay. Cool.
Do not disturb. Yeah.
All right. My question to you, Mike, is. Number one, where's this magical 500,000 number? Because I've heard it too. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
basically it's a ratio. It's a ratio thing. We're kind of making some assumptions, like because we expect the day of vote to be heavily Trump. So
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And the reason why that is because that's just been the pattern that we've seen. Now,
like 2020 and 2022 a little bit, not as much.
So what's weird about Pennsylvania is we really didn't vote by mail much before 2020. So like there's the before 2020 Pennsylvania electoral period and there's the post 2020.
Right.
And the pre 2020 there was basically no vote by mail. And you had to do excused absentee ballots, meaning you had to have a legal excuse to even vote by mail. You couldn't just request one. Right. You had to like swear you weren't going to be at your, voting precinct on the election day. And so we don't have very many cases to rely on. We're really going by some very wide assumptions.
Yeah, okay.
And
go ahead.
So what I'm saying is the uncertainty is high.
Yes, of course. I think we both agree on that. I think we both agree that the uncertainty is high. So to say things
these are very good questions, Austin, by the way.
Yeah,
no one else would even ask these.
I mean,
that's a man who interviewed Bernard Sanders recently.
The other thing that I think is important to say, because I do think you do a disservice by not sharing this information, and it only goes to your point. There's a lot of unknowns, right? But there is data to support that the GOP has made a significant investment in the last 4 years to bolster their early vote, right? So what you're seeing a lot of right now across a lot of the swing states for the GOP is the Republicans are performing better in the early vote, as you would expect with that type of investment.
So you're saying cannibalization. You're saying that they're cannibalizing what would have been day of votes.
And I'm not saying this is all that's going to happen, but and look, you can say it's copium, but it's reality. They are cannibalizing day of votes.
I don't think it's cope. I think it's a reasonable argument.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that it's but we're all in the same camp here. We don't know what's going to happen, but I think this is information that people should have because it is true, and it's something important to look at.
So the main piece of data that I have to like counter that point is just like when we look at the polls, they start to have like, now that we're really close to the election, they ask you, have you voted yet? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have like the early vote section of the poll, and then you have the people that are going to vote. And we see in the like are planning on voting in the future a big Trump advantage still. Now I'd have to like really drill down and look at that to see if we could definitively say. But what I would say overall is just like looking at what we have available to us today, a combination of like our vibes, the data, you know, the total data, like what Kamala Harris needs to be at to be assured of win. She's not in that zone. She's in the Donald Trump can win zone.
I mean,
like,
for sure.
That's where we're at. Yeah. And I'm more doomer than other people because I just personally think that her mistakes are so big.
Yeah, well, and I agree with you. By the way, for the record, I'm sitting here nodding my head. I think all of like the campaign has been an absolute disaster. So
it
like
started out strong. It started out really strong, and it's really gotten bad. And I really am disappointed by that.
It's frustrating, but we all agree that like the campaign has been a fucking disaster. I'm just saying that where I think I'm not as doomer as you are. And the other thing is that like somebody, I don't know where I found this stat, but in 2020, I think what we're all making this assumption because we all paid very close attention to the 2020 race, right? And Republican day of voting, where Republicans like show up and vote on the same day, was like R plus 30, right? In 2022, that fell from like R plus 30 to like an R plus 10. Because in 2022, obviously, it's
but Trump, is a midterm, and Trump wasn't in there. And also, we know.
Oh my God. It's an important data set to look at because it does mean something. It may not like be something that you can extrapolate into the main election.
You can extrapolate it. It is already extrapolated. It's that Kamala's leading on high propensity voters.
I could talk about this if you want. So like just very quickly, you know, we have a high propensity versus low propensity. What we've seen is a shift that's been very unusual. Like for almost the entire political history, the Republicans were the party of higher propensity voters, meaning lower turnout election equals higher likelihood of Republican winning.
Rich voters, wealthier voters.
Yeah, because like the more educated you are, the more money you make, which are not always linked, but in general they are. They're not totally though. The more likely you are to vote. So like people who make $1 million a year, they have a 99.9% turnout rate. So so the richer you are, the more you vote. And so historically that was always advantageous for Republicans, lower turnout, special elections, midterms, Republican advantage. But with Trump, there's been kind of like a declassification of the parties, like where we're no longer, we don't, how much money you make doesn't tell what party you are anymore. Whereas before it used to be wealthier equals Republican. Now it's not the case. And so what we're seeing is like, and I describe it as like upscale voters, like, or class conscious voters or status conscious voters are more Democrat. And then you have like, you know, I don't know, white trashy or trashy people that would think, you know, who own a F-350, they're not poor, right? But they have a certain, like, they have a trashy aesthetic. They have truck nuts. You know, that's not a poor person thing. That's just like an aesthetic thing, right? And so we're seeing that. And with Trump, he does really well with these low propensity voters that are conservative.
Yes.
And so in the midterms, now that we have those high propensity voters, those teachers' pets voters are going Democrat because they don't like the way that Trump makes them look. You know, they don't like the way that he makes the country look, and they're voting as like a status thing against Trump. That means Democrats are going to do way better in midterms and way better in specials than they did before. Now we have the general election for the president. This is the highest turnout election. So the question of who's performing better with the low propensity voters of their side. And I think that it's very, at least in my opinion, very clear that Donald Trump is doing much better with the low propensity Republican conservative type than Kamala Harris is with like the young college student.
And the data you have is from, and I think you use this, you draw this conclusion from the data that you have in Nevada, and I saw that exact same data point.
I think, no, the other one was, it's another thing I posted from a couple of days ago. I mean, all of this data requires you to kind of have like a mental model, right? And then, you know, we all try to make our best case for it.
Yeah, I have a question because genuinely, because I think like all of us, you guys are experienced professional political commentators. I'm a guy that tunes in every 4 years to look at Twitter.
Oh,
and
you tune in all the time. Don't start.
But my point is, I've got a question. I've looked at this. To what degree is this Target Smart website? To what degree is this like providing accurate data?
Well, first of all, Target Smart is great. They're a great company. I've used them myself. In fact, and basically what they do is they try to link stuff with voter files.
Mm-hmm.
And they try to do like I bought them for digital advertising and campaigns before, but basically what they do is they try to line up like you buy ads for people that you know are like in your district, and like you could like target them, and you could they're micro targeting shit. I like Target Smart. They're great. Why?
Okay.
Which data are you looking at?
Well, I've been looking at data specifically. Look, Pennsylvania, admittedly, of all the blue wall states, the Republicans are performing the best in the early vote, right? According to Target Smart.
Wisconsin's not looking too good either.
Or Nevada.
Wait. Why is Wisconsin not looking too good?
Where are you seeing this? This is interesting. I never saw this before.
According to Modeled Party, and I don't know that's why I asked how accurate it was. But according to Modeled Party on Target Smart, if you go to the state, you go to Wisconsin, by percentage, the Democrats are slightly overperforming by percentage their early turnout by percentage of the total electorate.
Do you have a link to this so I can take a look at what you're talking about?
Slightly overperforming their here, let me show you. They're slightly overperforming their 2020 at this point with 12 days ago by percentage of the current like voting electorate. And Republicans are underperforming by like half. Like at this point in 2020, Republicans had made up of actually more than Democrats, 43.4% of the electorate with 11 days to go. And now today they make up 21.9% of the electorate. The biggest change in the electorate is the independent unaffiliated category at 41.8% of the electorate.
I gotta look at this one. This is a little odd. I mean,
that's what I said. Well, that's what I was wondering. It's like, to what degree is this Wisconsin?
I wouldn't be surprised if like one piece of data was a little bit off. That's interesting. So
that's what I was like. Look, if you look at Wisconsin, by
do you know what these modeled parties things are? In case
I have no idea.
Curious?
That's why
okay,
I was
so
asking, like, what does that mean?
So basically, the DNC has its data that they usually use this thing called VAN, right? Mm-hmm. And in DNC, they have access to these Democratic Party voter files. Mm-hmm. And they have like statisticians and things that put together these models, and they integrate like all sorts of data that these campaigns have collected over the years with like big data information. Like, you know, are you subscribed to Men's Health? Are you subscribed to, you know, who fucking knows? You know, you have all sorts of products that you've bought and institutions and organizations that you're memberships of, you know, and they create these models based on each voter, and they have a personalized voter score, right? So that's what they're doing, is they're taking people that have like returned their ballot, and that's publicly available information, and they're linking it with the Democratic Party's like modeled score of your partisanship. And we all have two scores. The first score is our voter propensity score, that's 0 from 100, and then we have a voter partisanship score 0 to 100. And so they're trying to see, you know, if you have like above an 80 or whatever, that you're like a Democrat for sure, right? And that, I think, is what they're doing with modeled party, because it's not like your registration per se. It's like what their scores say that you are.
So, okay.
So what's happening here is like...
They don't report by registration in Wisconsin or Michigan. So the model is doing...
Is that true? Is that true? I don't know enough about those things.
No, Wisconsin, they don't report by registered party. So we don't know exactly. So I'm just looking off...
That makes sense with the unaffiliated number then. That means there's some sort of issue with the model where it's like not...
It's not able
scoring
to tell
people as Republican, you know what I mean? They're scoring a lot more people as
is this an assumption that we make, or that, you know, that's what I'm saying, you know, like, are we making this assumption? Because if you look at the state of Wisconsin based on, I'm not trying to debate you here, but just based on Target Smart, something that you said to be very,
I think they're good. I mean, I don't know.
Right? It is showing in Michigan, or also if you go tab over to Michigan. At this point in 2022 or 2020, with 11 days to go in the election, the Democrats are outperforming themselves. Like from at this point in 2020, they were 41% of the electorate. In 2024, this model says they're 52.2%. The Republicans are underperforming at this point with 11 days to go at 37.7% of the electorate.
So I mean,
by this model, now I don't know how reliable this particular model is, but that's just what it says. And I'm not. This is just where I'm going to find my information. So
yeah,
to your point, I agree with you and how the Harris administration is handled from a policy standpoint. I'm not disagreeing with any of what you guys say with how the administration has handled themselves or the campaign has handled themselves. Like, I think they've done a terrible job. I'm just looking at the raw data and I'm asking for what you make of this.
So what I would say is, like, I would say that any state that doesn't report by registration and is doing a modeled party thing and they have like big changes and like 10% plus, that doesn't track. So like there is something going on with the model where you can't like use it. It doesn't make sense that like the unaffiliated would jump by 10% like that and the Republican would drop by 10%. You know what I mean? That's not like not possible. Like if you go to like,
yeah, you're seeing, hold on, but in Pennsylvania with registered party, you are seeing a 10% jump by Republicans in early voting.
Yeah, that would be bad, right? Like that makes
not necessarily, because we talked about the GOP's investment, and it makes sense why Republicans are performing better in the early vote. That's what I'm trying to say. It makes sense. It tracks. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm not saying that she's going to win. I'm just saying, based on what we know, I think a lot of us remember 2020. 2020, we were in a global pandemic. The voting patterns are going to be completely different in this election. And I know 2022
not completely.
No, I mean, it's universal mail and universal registration is a pretty significant driver of turnout.
Definitely. Like it was much easier to turn people out in 2020 than it is now, right? Like, especially in Pennsylvania. So like, here's the thing about these models. This reminds me of 2016 very much, because when in 2016 I was working in Northampton County, which is like the swing county. It's one of these what we call pivot counties. They voted for Obama twice and then they voted for Trump in 2016. Yeah. And I was there in 2016, and we were doing some GOTV work with Hillary Clinton's models. And we were going and knocking at people's doors and expecting them to be strong Hillary supporters, Sure. So they were like Democrat partisan, but their propensity was lower. So we were trying to make sure that this Democrat actually went out and voted this time, right? Okay. Which is a key turnout goal. Is if people like could agree with you but not show up, or they could like definitely show up but not agree with you. So you want to change, you want to persuade those people, and you want to make the people that agree with you show up. That's the goal of a campaign, right? In a nutshell. And we were finding way too many Trump supporters. We were finding like, oh, this data is totally off. Why are we running into so many people that we think are Democrats that are Republican? And the answer was they didn't do normal campaign field work, where you try to contact people ahead of time, and then like they say, I pledge to vote for Hillary, and then you mark them down as a Hillary supporter, and then later, when the election is happening, you come and turn them out in GOTV that would get out the vote, right? And so because they skipped and they just used models, they were mistargeting a ton. So whenever I see a modeled score and it's like a very important part of anybody's like mental strategy of like what's going to happen, I'm very skeptical of it. It's not that it's wrong. It's just I don't find it plausible that there would be such a huge shift. And when I look at like the PA on Target Smart, when they have those like registrations, I'm seeing like 65% of 2020 model party Democrat, 1 million, right? And then 64% model party Democrat, 727,000. That tracks to me. What I mean by that is like, we're not seeing a 2020 turnout. We're seeing a significant drop of 30% of the number of people that are voting by mail, because everybody was voting by mail in the pandemic. And a slight drop off in enthusiasm, right? So instead of 65%, we're seeing 64. And, it also makes sense with the story you were telling me about how much money was invested with Republicans. A lot more Republicans are turning out. So that tracks, right? So you have 376,000 of Republicans voting early. And in 2020, it was 429,000, which is shocking because like a lot more people are voting by mail in 2020. The fact that Republicans are nearly at 2020 levels in the vote by mail, that means they're ahead of the curve of what you would expect. The Democrats are down 30% in the count, and the Republicans are only down by like 5% in the count. That's a concerning fact. Now, the copium is they're cannibalizing. That's the hopium. That could be true. We will only know that on election night. Unfortunately, all we have to go by is the polling, which shows 48-48, right?
Sure. I mean, yes. I mean, like I said, I know 2022 is a high propensity voter. Is it high propensity
high turnout election 2020.
2022, I'm sorry, the midterms.
Oh yeah,
But
the midterms.
In
Yeah.
the midterms, you saw a lot of these mail-in voters switch to election day, is what I'm saying.
So you think the Republicans won't have as much of an advantage on election day?
No. I think they're going to have an advantage, but it will not be what we saw in 2020. And I think everybody has this expectation that Republicans are going to show up with a 30-point advantage on election day. And that's why they look at the early voting numbers and they're like, holy fuck, she's going to get killed. But if it's any, like, I know 2022 is a midterm, but a lot of Democrats shifted to election day voting. Look, I'm not saying she's going to win. What I'm saying is the data isn't as bad as it looks, because like we are all stuck.
I agree with you, by the way. You've made I firmly agree with you. I think that early voting data you have to take with a gigantic grain of salt. Like you shouldn't use it as your primary argument. I think the main argument for Kamala Harris losing is just the polling averages are bad, you know, and it's hard to poll those low propensity Trump voters.
For sure.
You know what I mean? That's the main argument for her losing. It's not the early voting data.
I more have Hasan's perspective on the polling, which I agree with you that voter is hard to poll, but polling is all over the fucking place. I mean, pull up some of these polls and look at like the demos of some of these polls. I saw a poll where like Trump was winning 55% of the it was a poll that everybody was freaking out about. They're like, oh my God, Trump's ahead by this much in this particular swing state. And you pull the tabs and it's like 55, Trump's winning 55% of the women votes. They're all over the place. They're all over the place because they don't want to be wrong. They don't want to make the mistakes that they made in 2020. They don't want to make the mistakes that they made in 2016. So I actually think you should take polling with a grain of salt. They're all.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I think the main thing that you can say right now is it's a toss up. It's the most tossy up of toss ups.
Yes.
But the reason why I tend to lean toward the more doomer aspect of it is just the intangibles and all the vibes and like they're down for Democrats. That's for me.
Can I say some truth that I think is people may disagree with it? Look, she's run a terrible campaign. Like she's run an awful campaign, in my opinion.
I think she's done some right things, and then she's also failed.
In many ways, she doesn't. Based on a lot of factors, she doesn't deserve to win in the eyes of this community. And so a lot of people there isn't a lot of copium in this chat. A lot of people think she's going to lose, and people want her. Like I don't even know if they want her to lose, but they want to feel vindicated by that fact. Right.
I 100% agree with you that we are more likely to want to lose.
I'm not saying that they're wrong for that. I'm not saying anybody's wrong for that. However, what I'm saying is there is no, like, even when I present like things that are fact that in the data, call it copium, hopium, whatever you want, it's shoved away in this community because people refuse to accept the fact that she could possibly still win.
No, I think that anybody.
Okay. First of all, I want to clarify. I have maintained the position that Kamala Harris, especially a couple months ago, was going to win.
I know you have, but a lot of people here, Hasan, every time I presented something that is very true. The GOP made a huge effort to get out the vote, get out the early vote, to reverse their earlier strategy of like calling it voter fraud. They have done that and they're seeing success. They saw a little bit more in 2022 and even more in 2024. So you would expect their share of vote to be more representative in the early vote. And that's happening. But like when you present that as like, oh, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's getting her ass kicked when you compare it to 2020 based on these factors, people just like brush it aside and be like, oh, bullshit, cope.
No,
you know what I mean?
I think your argument is actually this is actually a major source of concern, definitely for the right, because they stupidly were like, oh, don't vote by mail. It's all a scam. That was very stupid and ill-considered. Like in Arizona, for example, Republicans had been the people who had an edge in vote by mail for many, 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 many years, many, many cycles. Arizona used to be like kind of like the white Republican would vote by mail. And it now, when Trump kind of like did his whole thing about, oh, don't vote by mail, that's very stupid because when somebody votes by mail, you can bank them early and you can call them up and they'll say, oh, yeah, I already voted for you and I sent my mail-in ballot already. And then you can go and see, did that actually happen? And you can, you know, were they an absentee ballot requester? Did they return it? That's usually available information for a campaign. So you can like literally start counting your votes and you have a model of the election and you have what we call a win number, right? In a campaign, everybody has a win number, which is the number of votes they believe they're going to need to hit in order to win, 50% plus one, right? And that is what every campaign is trying to do, is find that win number and deliver that win number through a combination of their, you know, their field organizers and their, you know, their field campaign and the, you know, their paid canvassing and everything they're doing to try to get to that number. And I don't think you're wrong to point to the fact that the Republicans have changed course on here. I think that's actually a really good point, that you can't just say what happened in 2020 is going to happen again. You can't do that. That's fucking stupid.
Right.
I think the main reason why I'm more skeptical of this is it's just like, I think the problems with polling are still around, and like, because of the compositional change of the Democratic Party toward these higher propensity, more likely to respond to polling demographics, if there's a polling error, it seems to me more likely than not that it would be against Trump than for Trump. You know what I mean? Like these, you know, the lower propensity white voters, they're not the ones picking up the phone and saying how, you know, they're not sitting there for 35 fucking questions. You know what I mean? Like, and there have some changes have been made to try to capture those people. But that's kind of the problem that I see is when the election is this tight.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
they have
it's
to,
not
and
good for her.
Pollsters have to make a decision. They have to guess what the electorate composition will be. And then they'll take that and they'll go do polls. Like they'll go poll that percentage of the demographic. They at a certain point they have to guess. And historically, they've been wrong in 2020 and 2016 with the general election. So, I mean, there's reason to believe that they are overcorrecting here, but we'll see. Who knows? God knows.
So your belief is that there's kind of a systemic bias against the Democrats in the pollsters, and that they are modeling so here's the thing. Can we talk about likely voters for a second? So like how that actually works. So there's like two different methods of doing it. You have like a hard likely voter screen and what we call a soft likely voter screen, right? And the hard is basically looking at, does this person vote? Do they have a track record of voting? And only talking to those people. And then the other side is a soft likely voter screen is this person registered to vote? Yes. And then you ask them, how likely are you to vote? And if they don't say extremely likely or certain to vote, they get kicked out. So like it's to be a likely voter is a very high bar for a polling. Like, you know, they're kicking out a lot of people that are going to vote. Like, so that's, and I know this because I've purchased like 5 different polls myself. Like I've gone through with these questions of like, how are we going to model it? Are we going to, you know, the things that you're talking about, like what electoral map do we have? And the reality is when you do a polling with the raw data, you're not going to get the same, like the correct proportions of what the demographics of the electorate actually are. See what I mean? Like if I call 1,000 voters, I'm not going to get the same ratio of each demographic group and each, you know, in perfect alignment. I have to make some changes. Which means I have to, and I'm not going to throw out responses. Let's say I get twice as many educated white men as I need. I'm not going to throw the responses out. I'm just going to weight each one of them by 50%. That's how these polls work. And so, you know, that's why we have these big error bars. And that's the problem with kind of doing too much poll unskewing and diving into the crosstabs too much, because each one of those categories has a huge error bar that is just so big. You can't really you can't excessively focus on those like crosstabs because they're just so uncertain. And you unless you're doing what we call an oversample, where you like intentionally try to get a demographically representative sample of a subcategory, you shouldn't dive into you shouldn't try to go into them too deep. This is a kind of me autistically data dumping. I'm sorry, but this is the important thing to know.
I mean, it's something that I didn't know. And again, like I said, and like Hasan said, we don't want Trump to win. You know what I mean?
I want Kamala Harris to come out tomorrow and say, let's do a ceasefire in Gaza and let's do an arms embargo. And I think Joe Biden was a fucking idiot and he was too soft on corporations.
Me too.
That's what I want her to do tomorrow. Okay,
I would
like
love
that's.
that. I would love that, and it is mind-numbingly frustrating why this is even fucking close.
It's close because she has not.
No, I
run
know
a good
why
campaign.
it's close, but it's annoying why it's close. That's why. It's fucking annoying. It's
She did really
fucking
well in the
annoying.
debate. She did really well in the set pieces, and then it got to the point of like, why are you running for president, Kamala Harris? And she doesn't really have an answer for that. And that's like the most fundamental problem is you have to have some passion, some reason, some campaign ideas that are really important to you. And they're just she's just so stage managed and she sticks so much to talking points and she says nothing that is like authentic. It doesn't come across that way. Like she comes across as like repeating the same like 5 things. And I understand why she's doing that, but it's very much not popular with like younger generations, which she desperately needs.
Yeah, and the Democrats, it's just like they have no killer instinct at all. None
You're
at all.
telling me.
No killer instinct. Like, why didn't they were fucking cooking with the weird? These motherfuckers are weird. They're obsessed with trans people and
No, you don't
and
understand.
genitals.
You don't
Like, they're
understand.
obsessed.
You don't understand.
Like-
We have to make sure that we love the Republicans. That's what's important.
Like as a career Democrat, okay, as somebody who has been practically like a Democrat by name since I was like 8 years old, okay? Why the fuck would I give a shit about what Liz fucking Cheney has to say? And you know who that, and you said it earlier, Hasan, you know who that excites? My parents, who are also career liberals, okay? It doesn't get anybody, it moves nobody.
So
It
it's going to really
excites
blow your
liberals.
mind when the Democrats are campaigning with Donald Trump against Tucker Carlson in 8 years. When Donald Trump is like, I always knew Tucker Carlson was a cuck.
Yeah, like
he's gonna be out there with fucking Pete Buttigieg, and everybody's gonna be like, "Oh God, Donald Trump, my king."
If what Mike is saying right now to those in the chat comes across as shocking to you, that's because you're too young to remember how much people despise George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. Okay.
Yeah, I'm old. I was
Like
one of those people.
like it sounds unimaginable with today's eyes, but like the level of disapproval that George W. Bush had on his way out, that Dick Cheney had on his way out.
Do you know what Dick Cheney's was when he left?
Like it is. I don't remember what the exact approval rating was, but it was so fucking bad.
8% or 12%. Yeah, that's something like that.
I remember Obama got in. Yeah.
George W. Bush was like 25.
Yeah. People were so excited for Obama to come in. His approval rating in the beginning was like 60-some%, wasn't it? Like 65?
Like he could have come in there and done a New Deal. Like but and that's part of why, like the reason why, like not to get too off into a tangent, but just the reason why we're having these crises with fascism rising is because when we had an economic crash, we did not respond to it. And we kicked a bunch of people out of their homes. And we had the slowest recovery in the history of America economically because they did austerity. And that led fundamentally from Obama handing the baton to Trump because they just left so many people to rot and so many places that were deep, deep blue. You know, like Northampton County voting for a Republican is fucking insane because they had Bethlehem Steel headquarters there. We're talking about like they built the Golden Gate Bridge's steel beams were built in Bethlehem Steel's works. Like the idea that would vote for a Republican is fucking insane.
Okay.
And that is the crisis that we still haven't fixed.
Not to go back to the election here.
Yeah, of course. Why are we doing that?
No. But I want to ask you, Mike, of all the swing states, what state do you think she's performing the best in at this point?
Man, I really do think that the state that this works the most in, the strategy she's running, is probably Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, because they're whiter. And so and Pennsylvania, like we're talking about the collar counties, so we're talking about like Bucks County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, Lehigh County, maybe Berks a little bit. We're talking about Luzerne, we're talking about Erie, we're talking about, these are like all these counties, the Scranton counties and the Erie County and Allegheny. These are like much whiter than they're non-evangelical, college educated, upscale whites. Okay. So those are the people that the ideas that Kamala Harris is like running on is the best strategy. Like these people were, they're country club members. All right. So like they're definitely being appealed to. That being said, I'm very concerned about like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh young people turning out and people of color. And that's the other side of the coin. And I think Pittsburgh, like Pennsylvania is like a very diverse state. People don't understand like just how big these cities are. Like Philadelphia is a gigantic city. Pittsburgh is not a small city. Like there's like a very large diverse populations here, and it is offset by like some of the most like rural, like some of the most annihilated counties in the entire country for neoliberalism, like where they lost like 80% of their population and they have like incredible opioid overdoses. And, so there's a very strong like anti-democrat feeling in a lot of these places as well. And so we're talking about so many different cross currents. I think Pennsylvania is probably where this strategy does work the best. There's a reason why Chuck Schumer said, for every blue collar worker, we're going to make them up in these collar counties of Philadelphia. It's because that is really the place where they are the most prevalent. And I do think they have broken a little bit more against Trump. They really just don't like him. But that being said, like the data to me kind of indicates actually very, very, very razor thin election in Pennsylvania. And if that's the case,
and also it doesn't matter if Kamala cannot continue, if Kamala cannot rely on her normal constituencies in the urban areas, then she's fucked. That's why I think your statement about voter enthusiasm, especially among 18 to 34, is very important. If there's not enough enthusiasm, either because they are genuinely fearful of a potential Trump presidency, or because, and this is laughable to even think of, that they're excited to vote for the Democrat, simply because she's the Democrat.
They had it. I think, I think when we, my feeling is it's going to, like, I put out a map. Basically, I think she loses because she loses Michigan and the Sun Belt. And that's kind of like my mental belief. That's what makes the most sense to me. And I think she probably could hold on to Pennsylvania, and I could see that happening.
Isn't she performing relatively well in Detroit right now? Or at least turnout in Detroit is up?
So I think Michigan I think they have more money than God. And I think they're doing not as bad of a job in Detroit that they could be. They're kind of like, the problem is like they're not outperforming 2020. And 2020 was so tight that it's hard to be like, get too excited.
Right. Nothing is going to outperform 2020, like other than like the amount of votes that we're going to see at this point, right? Unless you're Georgia, right? Unless it's Georgia, right?
I think Georgia has like, I saw like in Georgia, the one thing that made me kind of like go, okay. I mean, mentally, I think Georgia is full of a lot of racist white people. And like when you look at Georgia, I shouldn't have said racist. I'm sorry. Evangelical Christian white people. And they don't really like to vote for black candidates. So I just have a hard time believing it's going to happen. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock being the only exception.
Do you think that there's a bunch of like random questions? Do you think there's people out there that voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but they're too racist to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024? I'm like, genuinely, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yes, but I think it's more likely they just don't show up.
Okay.
I have a, like people flipping from one party to the other in one cycle is pretty rare. Usually people just kind of like get disillusioned with their party and it takes a while to like fully flip. And so like that's kind of I just think I think with like Georgia in particular, the problem is just like demographically it's not anywhere near as nicely set up as like Pennsylvania, where like the Pennsylvania whites are much more willing to vote for a black candidate.
I'm looking at Detroit's turnout by percentage of 2020's like total vote. And right now, with 10 days to go, they've turned out 31.4% of their total 2020 turnout. And I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's what is
I would have to know what the turnout was in 2020. You know,
But
I
no,
think if they're
5%.
anywhere near, if they're ever, yeah, exactly. If they're everywhere near like 20, like if they were on the same pace or near to the pace of where 2020 is, I would say that's a lock. I would say they would win. Like if Kamala Harris is like above 2020 in any place, that would be like a huge.
Yeah, well,
I would be like.
So
much
if you
more
were to
likely
hit,
believe it.
and I follow a very libbed up account on
Which
Twitter.
account is it?
It's Umish Voter. Okay, I don't follow them, but
first
I
of all, can I just
that's
say
not a
this?
libbed up account. That's a decent one.
Umish Voter is probably the most honest lib account on the entire website of twitter.com.
Yeah, Umish Voter is pretty good.
I think that they're not a team sports guy and that they only post propaganda. I think they try to. I think they're probably one of my favorite lib accounts because they're actually sane.
Let me be clear, okay? A lot of people think that I'm out there like an MSNBC liberal, okay? I've come a long way. Like I read tweets. Sometimes I need a little help and hopium, and I'll read down a tweet, and they'll be like, "Kamala's gonna win," and let me like look into it, and then they'll say some shit like Florida and Texas are in play, and I'll be like, "God fucking damn it!" And to me, it'll delegitimize every part of that tweet, and I will look away from it because clearly
you're right.
They are
Yes, Austin remembers the time when he was that. That's why.
Yes,
I mean,
last election.
I think if Kamala Harris came out here
Austin phone banked in Texas last election.
I did. I'm going to phone bank again, by the way.
That was a lot more justified back then because the polls were showing it a lot closer, but the polls were wrong.
Yeah.
You doing that was not actually that crazy because the polls were giving you that indication, but the polls were underestimating Trump.
I will say, like my mom called me today and she's like, Kamala Harris is in Texas. Is it in play? I'm like, no, I think she's doing it for the Senate candidate.
She's doing it for Allred.
I think that Allred, like, first of all, Ted Cruz is just the scum of the earth. So if there's anybody who could get surprised, it would be Ted Cruz. But I just have a hard time thinking it's happening in a presidential year.
I'm not banking on that.
I do hope it happens. For the record, it's like one of those.
I would love it.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what people say. Like, oh, you're pro genocide. Like, sure, okay, as long as, whatever you say to me, as long as Ted Cruz is no longer in the Senate, I'm on board. I don't give a fuck who it is. I turn into a bigger lib than Austin when it comes down to fucking unseating that goblin, that fucking demon.
So the thing about, like, I think Florida is going to vote to the right of Texas. I mean, didn't they?
Yes. I think that's a good bet. I think that's a good bet.
Like, I think it's going to continue. Like, and when you said, like, you look at Miami-Dade, I spent a lot of time in Miami.
Lift the siege on Cuba. Like, come on.
Yes, it is so fucking insanely batshit crazy conservative. They're so crazy down there. Like I said, I spent weeks there last year. Like every other weekend I was in Miami. And
Benjamin Netanyahu's son.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see him out there.
You didn't see him out there, no.
Okay. Yair Netanyahu, the groiper.
Unless he was at the fucking gay bar.
The Nazi.
Yeah, he's the
son.
Unless he was at the gay bar, I didn't see him.
Jewish groiper 1488.
Yeah. I spent most of my time at Twist and Palace. Okay, Palace
are those the spots?
Palace is like the best drag brunch in the country. It's so weird for how conservative Florida is. The gay scene in Florida, like in Fort Lauderdale, the Manor, there's like weird, like oddly like more progressive.
That's not odd at all, Austin. Like, did you go to the RNC? I bet you Grindr was more fired up during the RNC than it was during the DNC. Honestly.
Yeah, I heard about that, but like there's like a gay strip club.
No, Florida's not gay at all. It's just all Hispanic people. Austin just thinks they're gay.
No, well that is true, but like the Manor is gay as fuck.
He sees like a Latino man and he's like, oh, that's a homosexual, and he's like, oh, never mind, that's the most misogynistic, homophobic person I've ever met in my life, and he's voting for Donald Trump.
That doesn't mean they're not gay.
No,
he's right. He's right, because like you see these people and then you see them at Twist, which is the gay club, and they look the same. Like it's the same outfits. Everything's the same. But anyway, yeah, that's no shock to me that Miami-Dade is like conservative. And like, I don't even think that we'll see the Democrats catch up at all in Florida. I don't even think
that sucks.
Like, when we get into like voting, the election day, I don't think it'll ever flip back blue. Like once.
That sucks. That's really bad.
Like it's just not going to happen. Like the votes have flipped to like red. We're not going to see it like swing back blue. I don't think at all for the rest of the cycle. Like it's just going to be red the whole time. Like Florida's going to be called like at the beginning of the night.
I'm so surprised because Florida ran a former Republican congressman as the Democratic nominee for governor last cycle, and I thought that was like the secret of getting Republicans to vote for you is to just run really right wing.
But I don't look at Florida and what's happening in Miami-Dade as like what's going to happen anywhere else because Florida.
I don't think anybody's looking at Florida as it's the same thing with Ohio, right? Like the Democrats have fumbled Florida and Ohio with kind of this bland centrism. And like, other than we're holding on to Sherrod Brown with the skin of our we need him. Like if the Democrats don't win that Iowa Senate seat.
Bro, Sherrod is even worse than what I say Sherrod because it's not his name is Sherrod Brown.
I know. I was just
Sherrod is the most insane way I've ever heard someone refer to him.
Okay.
At least Sherrod is like funny because you expect him to be Sherrod Brown. You're like, oh, that's like a black guy. And then you're like, oh my God, that's just the whitest man you've ever seen. Like,
actually, he's a really
Sherrod sounds like a alien from fucking Star Trek.
Like somebody's drag name. But yeah, what was I saying? He's probably the highest above replacement level senator in the nation. Like people will say like Manchin or whatever, and it's like, nah. It's Senator Brown from Ohio. So hopefully he wins.
January. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Because there's two things with this election. The first is like, is Kamala Harris going to lose? And just how far behind are the Democrats going to get in the Senate? Because like if they get beyond the reach of actually taking the Senate back, then they literally will never be able to do anything or appoint another judge ever. So that's kind of what I've been looking at. Like, can the Senate hold? I'm not as worried. I mean, like, if Harris loses, she deserves it. But like, how much damage is she doing down ballot?
So, genuine question. Like, in 4 years, are we looking at like another election? Like, what is Trump going to do to like, is he going to cling to power? Like, are the Republican, like, is the country over as we know it? Like, what is going to happen in your opinion if he wins?
Well, I mean, the president is incredibly powerful, and this is something that liberals don't like to hear. So he can do tremendous damage. And obviously, with the Supreme Court already being radically right wing, if we also lose the Senate, then you're probably going to see a couple retirements, and then the 6-3 majority will be locked in a little bit harder. I think that the main thing we need to be focusing on is like getting the biggest landslide we can in the midterm. I think, Donald Trump is going to do some dumbass fucking shit. People are going to hate his guts. His policies are very unpopular. And when it's just him standing on the stage, I think that, and not on the ballot, I think we have an opportunity to organize against him.
You're gonna see a lot of woke liberals like remember when the Democratic Party was like abolish ICE?
Yeah. Well, first of all, that's not even a radical opinion because ICE was fucking created because of Bush.
Yeah, and also,
people forget
ICE
like is some sort of a radical fucking position.
People forget. Yes,
the Patriot Act is new.
You're absolutely correct. From like ICE and Department of Homeland Security is relatively new, and a lot of people have forgotten that it is a relatively new thing. And they take it for granted. But I'm just simply stating that like Kamala Harris running on Medicare for all, or even voting on what I like to call like the most progressive messaging bills of all time, whenever there's like a fucking Republican in charge and holds the Senate and the House, is exactly what the Democrats did. The Democrats were way more radical under the Trump administration than they actually ended up becoming when they were actually in power.
The one thing I would say to people, like if you're lived up and you're like, if Donald Trump wins, it's the end of the world. I wouldn't say that. Like what I would say is it would obviously be a massive repudiation of neoliberalism. It would be a massive repudiation of interventionism, of warmongering, and I think a lot of it would be an opportunity for all of us to kind of like shake off the fleas that are the last 4 years of this incredibly damaging war in the Middle East that's expanding out of control.
This is where I disagree with you 100%. I think it's an opportunity for organizing for sure. You're right about that, 100%.
Well, okay, but, are you saying that you think the Democratic Party is going to go to the right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the thing about that. There's no such thing as a Democratic Party. It's not like it's not like a party in Europe with a central list and they have the opportunity to discipline people and kick it out. All the Democratic Party is a brand name and a spot on the ballot. Whatever people vote for is what the Democratic Party is. So we have the opportunity to elect more progressive candidates in an open field, in an open primary. I don't know what is going to happen. Could someone more conservative get elected? Yeah. Could someone more to the left get elected? Yeah. Bernie Sanders was nowhere, and he came out of nowhere in 2015. Nobody saw that coming.
Yeah, but also Bernie
so
Sanders.
The idea that we should just say, oh, if Harris loses, it's going to also mean that we're going to turn even more right wing.
No, the only thing I'm pointing to is post 2016. Look at post 2016. Look at 2020. Look at where we're at now. The Democratic Party only has one speed, and that's going right.
Well, we lost. We lost the debate. We lost the vote. You know, we were close, and we got a lot of progressive people in office, and some of those people have lost, and some new people have joined, and a lot of issues that would have never been considered, like Medicare for all or all these other things, you know, even opposing Israel at all, would never have been considered.
I don't think you're right about that. I just do not foresee a future where the Democratic Party goes, well, I learned my lessons from this last electoral defeat. They're going to do the exact same thing that they did in 2016.
Not. Oh, no, the people in power now are ideological neoliberals freaks, and they're going to try to hold on to power. And it'll be our job to throw them out and have no sentiment and to go after all of them as viciously as we can and throw them the fuck out and try to get a actually decent social democratic platform put together where this generation takes the lead from the rapidly dying boomers. If we let Nancy Pelosi keep power, if we let all these fucking freaks that are supporting the genocide of Gaza keep power, that'll be on us. You know, that's the reality. Is like this cycle, we never got a chance to speak. You know, it was no one ran against Joe Biden, and then it was handed to Kamala, and none of us got the chance to speak. If Kamala loses, the one thing we will get is a chance to speak in the Democratic Party. Maybe we'll lose.
I think you're hopeful. I don't think that that's going to happen.
You have to be a socialist. A socialist has to be irrationally optimistic, fundamentally in our core. If you don't believe that a better future is possible, then you're no longer a socialist. You are a liberal. Doomerism is the last stage of your liberalism.
No, I think I'll keep advocating for the same things that I've been advocating for. I'll keep trying to organize. I'll keep trying to build some kind of counter momentum within the Democratic Party. But having said that, I have no confidence that the Democratic Party will go down.
Let me give you one vignette.
I think they would. I think they would rather blow up the ship than allow.
Of course they would.
Allow any kind of like progressive.
Of course they would. Well, then we don't let them. Well, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about.
Hold on, she hasn't lost yet, guys. Come on.
Okay, yeah, if she wins, well, then that's probably the worst outcome, because when she wins, they're going to do their damnedest to kick out every single person who ever said the word free Palestine in the history of the planet, and they're going to be trying to get Liz Cheney registered as the next senator from New York City, or from New York.
Why is she going to put I don't want a Republican in the cabinet.
But the donors do.
I think I'm going to be honest with you. I think if they lose... Mike, I think if they lose, they're going to do the same thing.
Okay, well, then you're really just saying the Democratic Party is lost. But I agree with you, but I'm not going to let them have it because I know something you don't know. The voters don't like them that much. Like, the voters don't really give a shit about these people.
I know, but I think this last election cycle has basically solidified that position that, like, they don't give a fuck that the voters don't like them.
Give a fuck. That's our job, to make them give a fuck by throwing them out. I mean, and make them scared. You know, does it going to happen overnight? No, I don't think it'll happen overnight. Like, look at Sean Fain. The old UAW leadership was literally taking bribes from Stellantis executives to fuck over their workers. It was impossible to run for leadership in the UAW. It was locked down with the most corrupt motherfuckers connected to organized crime and were anti-left, anti-communist, corrupt pieces of shit taking bribes to fuck over their workers, create 2 tiers of worker to, get rid of their pensions. And what happened? is that the Bernie Sanders people, they went into UAW with Sean, and they said, we're going to bring back the UAW back to its roots. And they won a narrow election, partially using the graduate student voters, the UAW, and they took it over. And then they got the best contract they've gotten in decades. And the left in the UAW is leading the charge. They forced Joe Biden to show up at a picket line because they said, if you don't, we're not going to endorse you. So he fucking cravenly had to show up with his tail between his legs. What I'm saying is things that we think are not possible suddenly become possible. So your first mission as a leftist is to stop playing the dumb liberal game of blinkering what you think can happen. We have no fucking idea what's going to happen. I remember I ran for office in 2014 before you people were even alive. Okay. And what happened? I was considered to be a left-wing crazy, and I was like a progressive. I wasn't even a socialist at that point, openly. And I was like running on, I'm going to start a small business incubator at Lehigh University and shit. Like, this is, obviously I wanted to, tax frackers, and I wanted a moratorium on wells and stuff. All sorts of stuff that was relatively small. And Bernie Sanders and the progressive movement blew up, and we now have a totally new idea of what it is, what you can be to be a left wing.
What you're talking about only happens if, I think, in the way that the way that everything is set up, I think that only happens if there is a Bernie style figure running up against a Hillary Clinton style figure that is like an institutional relic that everyone despises, that has like a litany of some valid and some conspiracy theories launched against them. And then you have like a progressive beacon that is ideologically committed and has a strong track record of being a progressive fighter. And then there's still mistakes that Bernie Sanders made in terms of like
by being too soft.
Yeah, not fighting hard enough. This sort of stuff. Like I don't disagree with you on that front at all. I think win or lose, the Democratic Party is still going to be incredibly hostile, not resistant, incredibly hostile to that sort of progressive momentum. That won't stop me from pushing for it. I have my own
feeling like you're gonna lose. You gotta like have at least the elan to be like, fuck them. And the other thing is we're never going to see a situation. It's not gonna, if they can see it coming, they're gonna fucking sabotage it. Like that's the obvious. It's going to be something we don't expect, and events are gonna happen.
Well, speaking of events that are gonna happen, I have to leave right now. Is
Israel bombing Iran?
Because Israel is, according to reports, bombing Iran. So what that means is the October hasn't ended yet. The October surprise is coming, which is not really a surprise necessarily. So that's what I'm gonna tune into to get some.
I'm gonna continue watching the polls and the early voting data, and you guys handle that. Okay.
Well, nice talking to you.
Nice chat with you, Mike.
Yeah, this was great. This was a wonderful conversation.
Ignore my DMs. My DMs were exactly what I said on here.
Oh, is that what you were saying? You were just yelling at me? Fuck you, Mike. She's fine.
I wasn't saying fuck you. I was just, there's one note that I forgot to share, which is I thought the GOP was underperforming in some areas, but you don't think that the model's right.
I just think that when you're talking about like modeled voter, I would just keep that with a grain of salt and not take that very, very seriously. But, I would look at the Pennsylvania one.
It's the only thing I got.
All right. That's the only thing you got.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
All right. I'll see you.
All right. Bye. That was Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee, and Austin Show, Mr. Show himself. Austin did such a fantastic job. I'm so proud of him. Neither party was actually considering the most significant aspect of this election, of course, which isn't simply Israel striking Iran, but the top of the hour ad break, and what kind of effect that has, what kind of impact that has on the collective psyche of the average American voter in the HasanAbi constituency, which is, as we know, one of the most significant, one of the most impactful constituencies out there, an army of voters. POV for the last 2 hours. No, it was fantastic. Great conversation overall by parties that are very knowledgeable. And I got to eat really fast, which was cool. This is the first time ever where I ate my food in under like 20 minutes. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You can subscribe. 5 to 7 explosions reported in Tehran. Don't know if we are going to. Yeah, I finished my fucking food before. I finished my food before it got cold for the first time ever. Okay. Planes are avoiding Tehran. Confirmed explosions heard in Tehran. Waiting for more information, but 2 planes seem to be avoiding it. Wait, what the fuck? Evidence of potential war crimes collected by British spy planes operating over Gaza could be handed to the International Criminal Court, the UK has confirmed. Ain't no fucking way. That would be insane. I don't think so. Press coverage 3 explosions of unknown origin heard of west of the Iranian capital. World War III or weapons embargo to Israel? Which one's coming first? I'm a firm believer that World War III is already happening. I'm in the World War III is already kind of happening in proxy. Through proxy battle scan. Ani even sin? No oldu. Okay. God. Okay. Apparently reports of blasts in Damascus as well. Seems to me like a classic case of Israel doing Israel stuff. Elit News update from Iran International English. Multiple explosions have been heard in different parts of Tehran, according to IRGC affiliated outlets and reports from social media users. Is Israel really going to completely nuke the world economy like this? Holy shit. I mean, I think that they have speculated what kind of targets that are appropriate to strike, what kind of targets America has allowed them to strike, and they're striking them. I don't think that they'll hit. I mean, if they hit oil refineries, it's fucking crazy. Al Jazeera, unofficial Iranian websites, 3 consecutive explosions heard west of Iran's capital, Tehran. Like, I think they'll hit like it. I suspect that this will resemble. I suspect that this will resemble what kind of limited retaliatory strikes that Israel has engaged in so far. Like, it'll obviously be larger, but it will mostly be relegated to military targets. I don't think that America will allow Israel to hit oil or nuclear like oil refineries or nuclear power plants. Not that Israel cares, but oil facilities or civilian targets. No. That's not. Israel doesn't care about hitting civilian targets. You might as well put a fucking crosshair if something is a civilian target. The real thing here is the real point of contention here is like Iran has said that their retaliation will be swift if any targets are struck that is of like energy related. If any energy related targets are struck, then they'll retaliate by lighting the entire region's oil production on fire. America knows this. America does not want this. America has, by way of, you say allow like we have any control. Well, we do have control, actually. You should recognize that we have a tremendous amount of control, as a matter of fact. You should never forget that we control everything that Israel does. Why do I say this? It might not seem like it. It might seem like Benjamin Netanyahu is dog walking Biden on a daily basis, and to some degree he is. But notice how Israel did not fucking retaliate against Iran for the past month almost at this point, after Iran struck inside of the boundary, 32 hits on target on one of the 3 different targets that they had that they openly communicated they were going to hit. That was a massive fucking, that was a massive fuck you to Israel. That was a major cause for concern for Israel. Why didn't they strike back immediately and lit the entire oil refineries on fire as they said they would? Well, the reason why they didn't do that is because, like I said, Iran said they would retaliate against Saudi and other Gulf area oil refineries and respond in kind, which would completely destroy the global economy. So America kept telling him that's a no-no. Ronan Bergman, New York Times, Yediot Ahronot author, reporter, says the Israeli attack on Iran has begun. Allowing the oil prices to go up before the election is a big no-no. It's not that. Guys, if Iran retaliated by lighting the oil refineries on fire in the region, that would go so much further than just this fucking election. It would make this election look funny. in comparison to the devastation it would have on the global market in its entirety. Like it would globalize this conflict overnight. It's not like, I don't think the nothing ever happens people would, for the first time ever, realize that, oh, maybe things are happening all the time. It's just that this time it's happening to us. Islamic Republic of Iran state media confirmed reports that explosions all around Tehran have been heard. One of my favorite family members in Iran heard very loud explosions, but they haven't figured out where they have occurred. The Booty Brothers? All right, this is the only reporting we have on it so far. At least 5 explosions heard in Iran's capital and nearby Karachi city, semi-official Iranian media say. So I suspect that they are hitting like military targets. Iranian media channels report that at least 10 explosions have been reported in the western region of Tehran. Air raid sirens have gone off in the consulate complex in Hawler or Erbil, amidst reports of explosions around the capital of Iraq and Baghdad. I find it strange. Iran has showed it can overwhelm Israel's missile defense system and can hit targets of their choosing. I think that a lot of these like tit for tat attacks, when you're Iraq, sorry, not Iran. They're hitting Iraq, they're hitting Damascus, and they're hitting Iran, which is the Iraq and Syria part of this. It makes sense. It's the that they always hit those areas. There's IRGC presence there. They always fucking pummel. That's why they say they're in a 7-front war. Israel has started their attack against Iran. Fox News can confirm the strikes are meant to send a message of deterrence. I'm told there was communication with the Americans ahead of the strikes over the past several days. Yeah. So this to me signals that they're not going to go above and beyond, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, you always need to allow Israel to surprise you. You know what I mean? There's always a little bit of an opportunity for Israel to do some shit. A picture from Tehran. Showing Tehran how it looks like when a missile hits this target. Dude, these people are so fucking delusional, man. I genuinely don't understand like how they're so stupid. Like they just don't understand like missiles that were able to strike Israeli military bases are more than capable of striking Israeli civilian buildings. Why are you being censored? You seem like you're being held back. Wait, what? No. Why are you guys fantasizing about like what I'm like potentially not saying? Are you okay? All right, here's our boy Trey.
Against Iranian territory, this strike, according to this senior official, was meant to send a message of deterrence to the Iranian regime, and there was communication with the Americans beforehand as the region waits to see what will come next. But again, the latest information that we have, multiple explosions have been reported in and around the Iranian capital of Tehran, as well as in the northern part of Iran. We don't know the exact targets, but I am told that some of the targets were taken off the list following American pressure. There have been a lot of conversations taking place with top Israeli leadership here in Tel Aviv and in Jerusalem, talking with their counterparts in Washington to determine how to deter the Iranians but not drag the region into a broader war. Now, one other important note here. An Israeli official tells me the expectation is that following the strikes tonight against Iran, there will be some sort of response. Of course, they don't know what that response will look like, but Israeli air defense remains on high alert across this country. There is an understanding that Iran has the ability to target Israel with a variety of ballistic missiles, as they did earlier this month when they launched 180 of them toward this country. And so Israel's top defense systems, including the Arrow 2 and 3 systems, do remain on alert to be able to protect.
Yeah, they need the THAAD too, bro. The explosion in Tehran came from the western part of the city where the Revolutionary Guard has headquarters, according to multiple residents in Tehran, including half a dozen Iranian journalists. This is from the New York Times. Okay. So yeah, they're striking like military targets. This is tit for tat, for the record. So far, this is what Iran did to Israel. Israel is doing back to Iran. And I suspect it will probably stay at that level, but I don't know. Like I said, there's always room for Israel to just like go above and beyond. Is the THAAD supposed to be up and running out? No, it's not. It's not. I don't think it's running yet, but it doesn't really fucking matter anyway. I feel like the THAAD also has the capacity to be overwhelmed with like extra missiles. Netanyahu said they would delay the reaction until after the election to avoid accusations of election interference. So why didn't they delay it?
Doing with these strikes tonight against Iran, I am told. And again, we don't know exactly how widespread the strikes will be, and we don't know the exact target.
I live in a dorm in the west of Tehran. We heard about 5 explosions very clearly that even shook the windows a little bit. This was about 25 minutes ago. Some residents who saw the smoke said it might be some IRGC targets that were meant for producing missiles, not official. Oh, THAAD is already operational? Damn, they got that shit up quick. I thought it would take like a month. Like the reporting I read on it was that it would take some time for it to be fully operational. That they just like, it's not like you just send the soldiers in with the systems and then boom. Anyway.
And the extent at which they would describe the coordination was simply communication with the Americans. There is an understanding that they don't want to send a message that the United States is directly involved in any of these attacks, despite the fact that behind the scenes they may be sharing things like intelligence. And we do know, of course, that the Americans have helped the Israelis to prepare for possible Iranian retaliation to the strikes that are currently taking place, Jason, as we speak. Remember earlier in the week, and it really all sort of blends together for the officials here who are continuing to fight a war, not just on the ground inside Gaza against Iranian proxies like Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but also against Iran's largest proxy in the region, Hezbollah, in southern Lebanon. And the Americans deployed the THAAD anti-ballistic missile system to Israel. And there are less than 10 of these systems deployed around the world. So the fact that one was sent to Israel with American boots on the ground to make sure the system was manned and working was an indication that the Americans understood, like the Israelis, that Iran would likely respond in some capacity to this counterattack following the ballistic missile attack earlier this month. But remember, this was not the first Iranian attack that took place this year. Back in April, the Iranians launched an attack after the Israelis targeted the building next to their embassy in Damascus, Syria. And remember, when we look at the reason that the Iranians say they launched the ballistic missiles against Israel earlier this month, they said it was in response to the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, Iran's largest proxy across the Middle East, a group that has been directly involved in conflict with Israel since October 8th. We know that the Iranians say it was not just in response to the death of Nasrallah, the strike that took place in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, but also the explosion that killed the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran over the summer. It was an embarrassment for the Iranians to have a top proxy leader killed at a guest house in the Iranian capital of Tehran while he was attending the inauguration ceremonies for Masoud Pezeshkian, the new Iranian president. And so this was a joint response from the Iranians earlier this month. And that 180 ballistic missile attack that soared through the skies of this country, we were in the northern city of Haifa when that attack took place, and you could see some of these missiles coming in over Syria. And some of them, actually, we understand more than half of them hit Israel. They were not intercepted. And you saw the craters across this country near to military bases and actually targeting military bases where Israeli jets take off from. And the Israelis saw this as, again, crossing a red line for the Iranian regime. And so that is why we had been told in the briefings and the conversations that we've been having with top officials here in Tel Aviv that this was not a question of if Israel would respond, but rather when and where. And as we understand tonight, Israel is striking Iran. Multiple explosions have been reported in and around the Iranian capital of Tehran, as well as further north. And we do not know at this hour what exactly is being targeted, but Iranian state media is also confirming that these explosions have taken place. Again, an indication Israel has started their attack against Iran. Jason?
Trey, thank you. Stay safe. I'll let you reach out to your contacts and your reporting. But now let's go to Fox News correspondent Greg Palcott, who's joining us live. Greg, tell us, what are you hearing? What are you seeing? And how unprecedented is this attack or response by Israel onto Iran's territory?
Well, it's quite unprecedented, Jason. Iran and Israel, up until this year, have kept apart. That is, they haven't staged any direct back and forth attacks. But as we've seen, for example, in the early part of October, you did have Iran launch a massive ballistic missile attack, a barrage on Israel. Remember, that was October 1st, and we've been waiting and waiting and waiting for Israel to do something. We heard a report tonight from one of the top military analyst. He said that Israel will be acting in the next few days, and it clearly seems like they have done that. Just going back over the reports we're getting, mainly from the Iranian media, is that they haven't stepped around the main target. There apparently are explosions in Tehran. That's the capital of Iran. That's exactly what would be sending the greatest signal to Iran that Israel is serious. Also, a town called Karaj has been hit as well. They're hearing multiple strong explosions. Jason, we're also getting indications that this could be an even broader, wider attack than just Iran. There are new reports that explosions have been heard in the Damascus countryside and central region. Remember, that is Syria, a very close ally of Iran and a conduit for both military supplies and soldiers coming from Iran through Syria into Lebanon and Israel. We've been tracking today, Jason, the incredible activity that the IDF has kept up on two of its most important fronts. Near where we are, we're just about 17 miles away from the Lebanon border. We've been watching a lot of back and forth between Israel and Lebanon. We've been watching right behind us a lot of rockets coming over from Hezbollah, and just about 10 minutes ago we actually heard a lot of Israeli jets overhead as well. So they were keeping that front very active, and they were also keeping the front down south with Hamas and Gaza active as well. And just like nothing else was happening.
There's nothing new coming out of these reports that we haven't known about already, though. That's the problem.
In the Iranian capital, according to Iran's semi-official Fars.
We already know all this
news
shit,
agency.
man.
Now,
What's
there's a lot
next?
that we still don't know at this stage, even as we are starting to get dramatic images of plumes of smoke emerging from Tehran. We don't yet know exactly what the targets were of this Iranian strike. But make no mistake, already just the fact that these explosions were reported in the Iranian capital, this is an indication that Israel is carrying out a more severe retaliation than the one it did for Iran's initial attack against Israel back in April.
It's not deterrence, it's escalation. No, I think that depending on how Israel strikes back is either you can either consider it deterrence or escalation depending on how Israel strikes back. Because like obviously Israel still started it, but it with respect to Iran specifically. But having said that, remember when Iran did the fucking loiter munitions and like some of the ballistic missiles that they sent over, like drones that they sent over, and then Israel retaliated with like a light tap? That was basically Israel being like, we get the last say. We get the last say here. We get the final say here. And everybody understood the message. Everybody understood the message that like Israel just wanted to save face to a certain degree without like greatly escalating. But then they fucking turned around and assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, which like after some time had passed was a severe escalation, right? And then Iran was like, we reserve the right to retaliate. And they did. And that was also a higher strike than what they had done prior. Now, Israel still, if they retaliate by like striking military bases in Tehran, are keeping it relatively, they are keeping it relatively calm. If they hit nuclear facilities, if they hit oil refineries, then they're not keeping it fucking calm at all. And they're actually completely outside of America's threshold, I would say. America, 1,000,000%, in my opinion, does not want Israel to strike the oil refineries. They do not want Israel to strike anything but just like military targets. The chatter is intensifying once more that an Israeli... So Trita Parsi's pretty good. Quincy Institute guy. Very smart guy. Let's see his immediate analysis in this. The chatter is intensifying once more that an Israeli attack on Iran with significant U.S. involvement and support is imminent, potentially within the next few hours. While the current chatter about a potential Israeli attack on Iran is at a high, it is important to remember that similar levels of speculation have been reached before any actual attack. The uncertainty of these pending attacks, whether they were real or thwarted by various events, including the recent Pentagon leak, adds to the risk of miscalculation. However, one factor makes it difficult to dismiss the current chatter. The window for Netanyahu to strike is closing. The window was never up to the U.S. elections. Rather, it would close several days before the elections. The window is then further shortened by another factor, indications that the election are Trump's to lose. If Trump is heading towards a victory and Netanyahu strikes only days before the elections, Israel's intervention will not be seen as tilting the elections in Trump's favor. He was winning anyway. But rather it will be seen as an effort to put handcuffs on Trump by forcing him to support an escalation in the region that very likely will drag the U.S. into the war, presumably against Trump's wishes. Thus, a move that can be seen as pro-Trump 10 days before the elections may turn anti-Trump 5 days before the election. Add that to the difficulties Israel's facing in Lebanon, and pressure increases further to strike sooner rather than later. I think this is the most significant aspect of this analysis. I think it's because they're getting fucking shellacked in Lebanon. Like when they aren't busy blowing up Beirut suburbs and just like attacking hospitals, killing Doctors Without Borders, medical personnel, or like UN facilities, they're getting absolutely fucking whipped around by Hezbollah. They have all the smoke for journalists, children, hospital patients, hospital infrastructure, banks, right? All the shit. But Hezbollah is just fucking melting their shit. So whenever, as things stand, whenever Israel gets destroyed in any sort of real military conflict, what do? They take it out on random civilians, or they try to escalate. Israel not doing a great job in Gaza. What do they have to do? People are starting to get worried. People are starting to yell about the fucking hostages. What does Israel do? They invade Lebanon. They start blowing up Lebanon. Israel is not doing a great job with Hezbollah in South Lebanon. What do? They have a short window to retaliate to. They have a short window to retaliate to Iran, opening up a new front. So that is what's happening here. I think they're flailing. So they have a shorter window. With THAAD missile defense system in place and operational in Israel, Biden has facilitated Israel's war of choice. By putting U.S. soldiers in an active war zone, Biden is also gambling with American lives in a manner that may leave scores killed from retaliation by Iran or Iraqi militias. This would be the apex of Biden's grotesque mismanagement of Netanyahu in Israel at every turn. Yeah, it's a classic Vietnam-style situation almost. I mean, not entirely, but like, we have our military trainers there. Military trainers explode in a fucking helicopter. Boom. All of a sudden, you're killing America's soldiers. What do? We got to go to war. War! So, at every turn, Biden has supported Israeli escalation and Russia to protect Israel from its own foolish expansion of the war. This is giving Netanyahu every reason to escalate matters further, including dragging the U.S. into the war, and few, if any, reasons not to. As a result of Biden's blind deference to Netanyahu, more U.S. soldiers may soon be killed in a war they did not fight for America and that Congress never authorized. Yeah. So the attack on Iran has to happen. They just got to do it. Now, how Israel attacks Iran in retaliation is what is significant here. It is officially started. We shall see in the upcoming hours what the actual damage is. We'll make an assessment. My speculation, speculation alert, is that no oil refineries or nuclear facilities are being hit, and that they're simply hitting a missile production facility, or like IRGC barracks, or they're targeting military infrastructure. That's what I'm assuming. And the only reason for that is not because of some humanitarian concern. Make no mistake, there is no humanitarian concern. There is no bottom to the fucking violence that America will subject the rest of the world to. It's simply a material concern that the United States of America has in terms of if oil refineries in Iran were struck. Iran has said that they would retaliate by lighting the entire Gulf oil production, which is what, like, the majority, if not almost 2/3 of the fucking oil production of the entire planet. They will light it on fire. They will render it useless. This would destroy the global economy. China doesn't want that. America doesn't want. Nobody wants that, right? Nobody. Israel might want it. There might be some fucking horn dogs in there that think like, nah, we'll light it on fire. We'll fucking see the entire nation burn. That's going to be great. It's going to be sick. But like, That's where the big dog kicks in. Now, you have to remember that. You have to remember who the big dog is here in moments like this. Because the reality is, if Israel ran America in the way that many people presented, and in some ways America does let Israel get ahead, certainly. But if Israel supposedly ran America, they would be doing just that. Breaking from Elent News, our valued chatter Elent News. HasanAbi head in the building. Now that things are happening once again, he's coming in. IDF spokesman, the IDF is now precisely attacking military targets in Iran in response to the ongoing attacks of the regime in Iran against the state of Israel in recent months in accordance with the guidance of the political echelon. Yeah. The family atomics. So yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, it seems like that's what's happening. Israel will go, oh my God, we fucking destroyed their missile production facilities. We own them super hard. Iran will probably go, oh, this was but a light breeze for us. It's not dissimilar to what happened with if all things go according to plan, if all things go according to the expected outcome, like the path of least resistance, the path of like the most minor escalation shit, then it'll be the reverse of what it'll be the reverse of what Israel presented when Iran struck its fucking bases. Now there are people saying Israel has actually hit a civilian power plant in Tehran. If that's the case, then that might be considered an escalation beyond what was expected. But we shall see. The IDF statement on strikes tonight, Iran specifies military targets have been hit, i.e. not nuclear sites or oil terminals or leaders of the regime. So how does this affect the potential Iranian response now? A rehash of their last attack? This is my favorite type of commentary. Where is it? It's so sad that so many people in Iran are actually cheering for Israel out of their hatred for the government. Yeah, people in Iran love getting bombed. Like, they're big fans of getting bombed. Yeah, famously when a foreign nation blows them up, people in the country don't become more reactionary and more reliant on a government they might hate. I'm Turkish. What would I know about such a thing? Like, I don't know, a coup d'etat that failed, that literally killed 250 fucking civilians in my country, that then gave a lifeline to a despotic, tyrannical leadership that was able to take advantage of said failed coup d'etat, that they were able to change the constitution of the country by way of referendum. What would I know about that sort of thing? About like what happens when foreign interference in your country occurs? Anyway, that's famously what has happened in Lebanon. That's also famously what has happened in Gaza. That's famously what happened in Iraq. And also famously what happened in Afghanistan. Everyone always celebrates when Israel or America bombs them because they're like, these are liberatory bombs. These are bombs of emancipation. That's how it goes. Yeah, why didn't 9/11 make America overthrow the government? You know, a lot of Americans had discontent for their administration, and yet seemingly enough, 9/11 didn't cause Americans to fucking overthrow their government with a violent coup d'etat. How come the exact opposite happened? I wonder. It almost feels like the most consistent thing of all time. Yeah. It's also especially funny when talking about Iran, the Ayatollah. Are they popular? Well, they're popular enough, but they're definitely unpopular among dissidents, significantly so. But how do we get here? How did they get an Ayatollah? A question that one must ask themselves. Just a little bit of a scratching of the surface on Iranian history will help you arrive at that conclusion that, like, destabilizing a country oftentimes does not work in your favor, you know? Anyway, in response to months... Oh, here's my goat, Daniel Hagari.
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the state of Israel,
Daniel,
right now, the Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran. The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts, including direct attacks from Iranian soil, like every other sovereign country in the world, the state of Israel has the right and
Does every country have a right to defend itself? Do all peoples have an equal right to defend themselves? Because I don't think you feel that way, especially when it comes to Lebanon or when it comes down to Palestinians in their need for sovereignty and emancipation. All I'm saying is I don't think you believe this. I feel like you're lying. Daniel, you could probably hear me all the way from Tel Aviv, okay? I suspect that you don't really believe what you're saying. I'm just,
and the duty to respond. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are fully mobilized. We will do whatever necessary to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. In response,
even the ICC says Israel has no right because they aren't defending themselves. They're occupying another country. No, I know, but once again, it don't fucking matter. It don't matter at all. Reports say that Iranian fighter jets have taken off and based in the west of the country. I don't know about all that. Speak milder. You're exploding his eardrums. It is now confirmed that Israel targeted a power station in Iran. Still a tame response considering Israeli history. Reported image of against the IRGC facility in Iran reports that attacks have also hit an aerospace manufacturing plant related to the country's drone program. As an Iranian, I got to tell you, there are psycho-liberals who are so Western cuck you would not believe it. There's not so significant number who cheer on anything that the U.S. or Israel do with a shred of irony. They're extremely anti-Palestinian as well, which has been so difficult to see in the past year. No, of course there are, dude. What do you mean? Of course. That doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, yeah, my point is, the broadest subsects of society, no matter how much they fucking hate the government, will change their tune when their houses are being fucking blown up. I know that. I know that from my own country. I know that from Turkey. Like, I get it. Historically speaking, and especially for most countries, when people are living in said nations, a thing that they weirdly don't appreciate is having their shit blown up. So for as many people who are like celebrating, there's 10 times more people who are like, well, that was fucked up. I don't really like that too much. I hope that people fight back against that is usually the more common attitude, which is, of course, pretty understandable position to hold. They've moved on already. It's crazy.
There's actually destroys some of the income.
Yeah. You can tell who stands to gain the most here by pummeling this coverage. You can tell which party benefits more from this kind of like potential escalation.
40,000 forces. Of course, the head of U.S. Air Force's
CNN
Central
already
Command,
in the Michigan rally.
that's based in Qatar, Jason.
So we have assets, we have the ability to communicate and provide intelligence in real time. Lucas, really do appreciate what you're doing and keeping your eyes on the ground. We're going to take a quick break. Lots happening there as Israel.
Donald Trump has been having phone conversations with Netanyahu every day this past week. He's like, come on. Just like think about how sick it would be. Think about it. The Ayatollah dead. Kill him. Kill the Ayatollah. It would be so good. Biden. Biden will let you do it. Come on. Do it. He's in the Discord channel. Yeah. Tasnim News Agency reports indicate that the situation is normal at Imam Khomeini International Airport and Mehrabad Airport. Like, come on, just a strike, just a little bit. By the way, this is what I'm talking about.
They called me the day before. We have a very good relationship. And I have to say fortunately, they didn't listen to Biden, because if they listened to Biden, they'd right now be waiting for a bomb to drop on them. And they did their own work. They did not.
Like, what's happening here, dude? Are you doing a parallel government thing? Like, you're not president yet. Why is he flexing that he's constantly talking to Benjamin Netanyahu and giving him the go-ahead? I just don't really understand how this works. I do remember, however, the Supreme Court of the United States giving the presidential office enormous powers and enormous leverage in terms of prosecution. So I don't know. Maybe you could use that, Joseph Robinette Brandon. Who knows? I'm just saying, considering that the Supreme Court gave you a gift and you're going to be a fucking lame duck regardless, use it. fucking use it, dude. If you don't use it, you lose it. Scoop. Donald Trump signals support in a call with Netanyahu as he waged strike on Iran. Do what you have to do, Trump offered Bibi, his backing in wars with Hamas and Hezbollah, even as his campaign seeks Arab American voters. Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu in a one call earlier this month, do what you have to do, according to 6 people familiar with the conversation who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive and confidential information. Trump has said publicly that the two have spoken at least twice in October, with one as recently as October 19th. He didn't tell him what to do militarily, but he expresses that he was impressed by the pager, said Senator Lindsey Graham. Oh, God, I hate him so much. That's another fucking scumbag that I despise so much, from the bottom of my fucking heart. Oh, no, you don't understand. This was not a violation of the Logan Act. Listen, am Israel high, okay? I'm Senator Israel. Israel has a right to defend itself, and Donald Trump has a right to defend Israel. He doesn't mean it. When he says he's in direct violation of rules that were set long before him that declare what he is doing to be illegal, what he is openly revealing as a direct violation of U.S. law is actually not a violation at all. Israel has a right to defend itself. Also, you can have a conversation. Who amongst us has not had a conversation with Israel? I myself have a conversation with Israel every day. Okay? There's no foreign interference here. Am Israel high? Yeah, he was on the call with Trump and Netanyahu referring to the Israeli operation that killed Hezbollah leaders with explosive batteries inside pagers. He expressed his awe for their military operations and what they've done. Yeah. Donald Trump routinely being like, fuck the law. I don't give a shit. You can suck me. I got impeached for this one time. Nothing happened. Like, literally, I'll get impeached again. What are you going to do? If you try to impeach me again, guess what? That means I won the presidency, okay? Win-win, baby. Doesn't even matter. We have no fucking laws, dude. We have no interest in following the law. Leahy law. What is that? Throw it in the fucking trash. I wipe my ass with it, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Are we giving unrestricted, unlimited weapons to a country that is a serial violator of human rights? Who cares? Fuck you, okay? That's what's going on here. Doors open. Yeah, laws are for punishing college campus protesters. Exactly.
Listen, they couldn't listen because what he was asking. In fact, just the other day, they said to him, are you okay with what they're doing? Well, I don't want them to attack the nuclear, and I don't want them to attack the oil. I said, really? That's sort of the opposite. If you go, BB called.
Yeah, Donald Trump's been fucking saying, like, Israel should hit oil refineries. He's like, he does not give a fuck. He's like, yeah, it'd be great. What do you mean? Biden is being a pussy. He won't let Israel hit oil refineries or nuclear facilities. Who cares if the petrodollar collapses? I'll be president. I'll fix it. I'll come back and I'll fix it. I'll nuke Iran. I'll nuke Iran. Mind you, Trump supporters' main complaint is gas prices. Yeah, dog. Right now, Joe Biden is president. Kamala Harris is vice president. He's not thinking ahead. I mean, he hasn't even thought ahead when he was doing any number of different things when he was president. So why the fuck would he care when he's not president? For him, it's crazy. It's just like, oh, it's great. You know, this fucking makes Joe Biden look like a fool. You know, it's great. I'll definitely win. Trump increasingly erratic on Tro with vulgarities and rambling. Okay, dude, that's not new.
Structure is on the current target list for the Israelis. Another official reiterating this idea of deterrence and how they are looking to send a message to the regime in Tehran. And all of this lets us basically come to the conclusion here, what we reported earlier, that the Israelis are not looking to drag the region into a broader war, but they are looking for the attacks against their country to stop. It's not just from Iranian territory, but also their proxies across the Middle East, their hostages that are still being held inside Gaza, and the threats not just against Israeli forces in the region, but also against U.S. forces. And that's part of the reason I'm told there was significant communication with the Americans leading up to these strikes that are currently taking place against Iran tonight. Israel is looking to give Iran an off-ramp in all of this, but they're also prepared for the possibility that Iran may respond, given the fact that the Israeli strikes are the most significant that we've seen so far. The response back in April just struck the air defense outside of Iran's nuclear facilities. It was looking to send a message that Israel has the over-the-horizon capabilities, the ability to strike deep in Iranian territory. Tonight's strikes, I'm told, are quite different. They are going after military targets, but with a lot of force, and they want to show the regime that they will continue to put pressure on Iran if attacks against Israel are ongoing. But all of this could certainly unravel, and that is part of the reason that you have seen the close coordination with the Americans from a defensive posture. It's part of the reason that you saw the delivery this week of the THAAD anti-ballistic missile system here to Israel, U.S. forces on the ground in this country to help Israel to shoot down any sort of incoming missiles that may come in response to this attack against Iran that is unfolding as we speak. Remember earlier this month when 180 ballistic missiles were launched from Iranian territory toward Israel, many of them slipped past Israel's missile defense systems. Now, some of that was by design. Israel looking to reserve as much as its missile interceptors for the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 systems for the sensitive sites across this country, for the Air Force bases, for the nuclear facilities, for some of the more sensitive military sites near Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv, where we are reporting from right now. But they understand that this could be a long conflict. They may not take the off-ramp that is being offered to them. And I just want to give you some color here in Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city. Overhead, there is a civilian plane headed toward Ben Gurion Airport, Israel's international airport. So this is an indication that the airspace over Israel remains open. Now, earlier we saw an image of a flight radar app that showed nearly all of the civilian planes over Iran and over Iraq and over Syria have cleared the airspace because they understand that this Israeli attack against Iran is ongoing and they don't want to have commercial airliners in the skies over where Israeli jets will be flying. But the fact that the airspace over Israel remains open is a sign that there are no changes currently for the Home Front Command, Israel's military instructions to the civilian population. Oftentimes, these instructions will come all at once to warn people of an impending attack. But at this hour, we are told there are no special instructions for the Israeli population. I do want to just read you here a quick update from Israeli media. Again, Jason, we're getting all of this in real time. A few pieces of military infrastructure near the Iranian capital of Tehran were targeted. We do expect to get some more information. A local Iranian media agency, and this is coming from state media, says that the situation is normal at the country's largest international airport, and they say there has been no targeting of oil facilities. Again, we're just getting this information in real time, trying to gather what we can from both Iranian state media, from Israeli media, and of course our sources here on the ground in Tel Aviv. Jason?
Trey Yanks, thank you as always.
Al Mayadeen, correspondent in Tehran, says there is no targeting of Imam Khomeini Airport or oil facilities. In Netanyahu voice, everything is fine. Yeah.
What's happening?
Well, good to be with you, Jason. And yeah, I mean, this came as something of a surprise to a lot of us because Israel had, I think, quite masterfully signaled that after the U.S. intelligence leak over the weekend, they were going to need more time to prepare. A lot of folks were hearing November 1st as a potential strike time. But to go ahead and hit Iran tonight shows them that they have to be ready 24/7. I think, this will be.
What's really interesting is that this goes back to what I've said time and time again, which is that Israel only responds to force. Okay, in a matter where Israel only backs down when they are forced to. Now, there is perhaps no better demonstration of this reality than Israel doing a very limited strike, a very precise strike so far against Iran, after Iran literally penetrated their anti-missile defense systems. It's very interesting to think, and it's a lesson that they have taught every single regional actor, okay, time and time again. Think about the way that Israel retaliated to Iran the first time. Think about the way that Israel is retaliating to Iran now. Now imagine what Israel is doing to Hezbollah, or Lebanon in general, Beirut in general, in retaliation against Hezbollah. What Israel is doing to Gaza. There is a severity gap in the way that Israel retaliates against people who are defenseless. Okay? If you are a sovereign nation with your own defense systems and with your own missile systems that have the capability of targeting Israel directly, then Israel doesn't respond with a magnitude more force specifically against your civilians. As a matter of fact, whenever Israel is hit by any of the regional actors, they actually increase the pressure and increase the pain on some of the most defenseless in the area, being obviously the area that they occupy as a belligerent occupier, Gaza, right? They only have one speed. And the only reason why Israel gets to do this is because America lets Israel do this. Make no mistake, okay? Make no mistake. America lets Israel do this shit.
They are firing upon Israel in response to this attack that's happening. But again, that may be premature. This is playing out in real time. We're just hearing and seeing the reports based on what's happening. We do also have this IDF statement that came out that was very strong, I thought, very much on point. You heard what the IDF said. What's your reaction to what their statement was?
Oh, no, they're 100% correct. This is entirely within Israel's purview to do this. Iran needs to be on notice that their actions will have retaliation, and that this is not, I mean, it is indeed about the October 1st ballistic missile attack, but it's about all the other attacks that are taking place on Israel. Yes, sir.
So, sorry to interrupt you, Victoria. We actually have the sound of the IDF spokesperson. Let's play that and then get your reaction to it.
Yeah. Daniel Hagari is going to tell you that at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. It's a terror ad break. Avoid it at all costs by subscribing.
Have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts.
We just watched it already. What do you mean? You want me to watch it again?
Victoria, we got a lot of guests we're going to try to get in here. We're going to actually go to Christian Whitten, who's going to respond to this. We appreciate your perspective on what's happening now. Christian Whitten, a former State Department senior advisor in the Bush and Trump administration. You just heard the IDF. You see what's happening now. What's your response to what's happening in real time?
It's a good statement. I think it's right. It's amazingly constrained. I think it's actually remarkable that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not going after Iran's energy infrastructure. That would be an appropriate going away present to President Joe Biden, who frankly has not supported him terribly much throughout this year-long war that Israel has been in. He could have struck those energy sites within Iran that would have sent the price of oil skyward, which would have been the icing on the cake of what I think will be Vice President Kamala Harris' coming defeat in November. He's not doing that. Also not striking the nuclear sites, those sites associated with Iran's nuclear program. That's interesting. They telegraphed to us that they wouldn't touch those. In the last retaliation that Israel did against Iran's first big missile, UAV, etc. strike, when Israel retaliated, they actually hit the air defense systems at some of those nuclear sites. That was a signal to Iran that they could actually be hit next. And Israel has chosen not to do that. So this is a measured response to Iran's aggression.
What do you think the United States' role in this should be? What should the United States be saying and doing at this point to support Israel and its ability to defend itself?
Well, we ought to be doing, and what I think, if candidate Donald Trump said this when he ridiculed Joe Biden, because Biden said don't hit the Iranian nuclear sites, I think we ought to be encouraging Iran to hit the Iranian nuclear sites and to hit Iran's energy infrastructure, which is the way that regime has gotten so much cash to finance its export of terrorism throughout the region, to its wars against Israel, its political warfare in Lebanon and Yemen against our Gulf allies. The easing of oil sanctions by the Biden administration has given Iran free rein, essentially. It's gone from being on the back foot to being very aggressive throughout the region. So striking that energy infrastructure would make a difference.
All right, let's bring Victoria Coates back in there. Victoria, what's your response to that? Is that the right move at this point, and what the role should be for the United States of America?
What I would like to see is the United States actually saying nothing except we support Israel again in their war against Iran. I would like to
When
hear...
have they said anything but that, you fucking Heritage Foundation freak?
Not call a lid in Delaware and just show that the United States is standing firmly with Israel and with the decisions they're making to defend their sovereignty. Otherwise, I think Christian covered it excellently.
Christian and Victoria, thank you so much. You would think that given the situation...
Oh, I missed it. He said Iran should strike nuclear sites, or Israel should strike nuclear sites, and he was sad oil facilities weren't struck, and now oil prices won't go up, which helps Kamala. That's awesome. These guys so very clearly demonstrate that they don't give a fuck about anything, dude. They don't care about anything. It's crazy. Oh, here it is. Jesse fucking Waters. All right, we're gonna move on from this unless there's some new updates. Okay, what the fuck is Ludwig doing there? That's crazy. Here's the official U.S. response. Initial U.S. response from NSC spokesperson. We understand that Israel is conducting targeted strikes against military targets in Iran as an exercise of self-defense and in response to Iran's ballistic missile attack against Israel on October 1st. We would refer you to the Israeli government for more information on their operation. Yep. Every time you leave, I know something unhinged will happen. Yeah. Dean responded. He said, I agree with this. Liberals on this episode were generally all pretty intelligent. It was fun to film. X is censoring Iranian media. Iran is broadcasting. There are no strikes which hit Tehran. That was old footage. The air defense systems took it out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's the case, big dog. Like, I suspect that there was, we will see. I don't think that there's nothing that got struck. I think that it was looking like the strikes didn't go according to plan. Wait, what? What do you mean? It seems like the Iranian state media disagrees with you. Deep fakes, brother. They made it up. That's like a Trump-style BRICS guy. You know what I mean? That's my favorite type of guy. As you guys know, I love those like BRICS-supporting right-wingers. Iran successfully intercepted several Israeli missiles. Most reports from inside Iran indicate that the strikes were very limited. There are also reports that Iran successfully intercepted. I mean, regardless, like they still, they still hit a bunch of targets. The point is that they didn't hit targets that were, that would have been worthy of a severe escalation in terms of retaliation. The PMO released an image of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and military officials at the IDF's underground headquarters amid the strikes on Iran. Do you ever get DMCA for a chair streaming major news broadcasts? Doesn't seem like it's fair use. Oh, dude, thanks, man. I think they're fine, considering that I talk to major news broadcasters on a regular basis and they love that I fucking watch their shit. Considering that I'm on those major news broadcasters on a regular basis, you can hear the journalists themselves say that they like it. Is this what is this where we're going to? Like, you couldn't concern troll over like false smears of anti-Semitism, false smears of claiming that I deny fucking rave or something. So we're going back to the old hits. What's next, dude? Oh, you bought a house. Remember when you bought a house? What the fuck are these guys? Why socialists, by the way? Bought a house, by the way. This was fucking nuts. You entered Gaza to take revenge as many people as possible, women, children, everyone. You saw this is what you wanted. This is the brother of the eliminated murderer, terrorist, settler, soldier, Shuavel Ben Natan, that gave a deranged eulogy at his brother's funeral. This is the guy that they're eulogizing. He famously actually was a murderer in the West Bank. Today it was announced that soldier Shuavel Ben Natan was killed in southern Lebanon. He's one of the most dangerous and violent settlers in the West Bank settlements. He had killed Bilal Salah while picking olives in the village of Al-Sawiya, south of Nablus, and had also participated in the burning of several Palestinian villages and burning their homes and vehicles in the West Bank. He committed horrific massacres in the Gaza Strip while participating in the army, and is responsible member and instigator of Ben Gvir's Hilltop Youth group. Hilltop Youth is the Rastafarian looking Haredi kids that you see sometimes. And I spoke about his heinous crimes in a series of previous tweets. He attacked Palestinian farms and communities with the aim of displacing their residents. Because of his many crimes, the Israeli police imprisoned him, and the United States was planning to impose economic sanctions on him. Turns out the United States can't impose economic sanctions on him any longer because he's fucking dead. Okay? The Spitler youth. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, well. God Almighty, we want revenge. Revenge. You entered Gaza to take revenge. As many women, children you can. Everyone you saw. This is what you wanted. And on this day, 1 year after Simchat Torah, when we thought we will massacre the enemy, massacre everyone, that we will expel them all from this land. We are here on your funeral. So, interestingly enough, this is, for those of you who don't know, this is not like, we're not showing you like an ISIS funeral, okay? It might come across like that. You know, vibes are very ISIS coded, but it's not ISIS. It's actually Israel, which is very similar. Normal mistake that a lot of people might make, okay? But what you are watching is not an ISIS soldier funeral, like ISIS terrorist funeral, but instead the Israeli ISIS real funeral clip. You think that's a go ahead? Yes, go ahead and clip me saying Israel is ISIS. I have said it time and time again. How much you want to bet this clip of you simply showing a video will be interpreted as anti-Semitic? Called it. I think a lot of the people that are haters of mine don't really understand how this reads to normal people, because like when you clip something out of context that I don't actually mean, that's frustrating. When you clip something that is in context and then you actually get mad about the context, but you clip it in context. Like, for example, when I say Israel is very similar to ISIS in the way that they operate, that actually is fine. You can clip that all day, every day. I stand on that. I don't think that's an argument that many Israel defenders want to engage with. Simchat. Oh, Simchat. I thought I said it right. This is a settler. This is not the same thing as a normal Israeli citizen. I wouldn't compare the whole country of Israel to ISIS. Oh, I said Simchat, Mabi. I think Israel's actions, like the IDF's actions in general, I'll tell you this much. Bombing World Heritage UNESCO sites, bombing churches, bombing mosques, bombing hospitals, killing journalists, killing healthcare professionals, doing a genocide, and then saying you're doing this genocide at the behest of a religion when it's obviously not correct. All of those things point to ISIS. They also happen to point to Israel. The only difference between ISIS and Israel is that I was about to say one has America's backing and the other doesn't, but the other also America basically invented and backed. So yeah, even on that front, I think Israel, ISIS, I don't know. Too many parallels. Yeah, the only difference is one is recognized as a nation state, the other isn't. Law insane take. You've gone full bozo, RIP. Okay, this is a good thought experiment. Explain to me what I said that is wrong without saying, well, the Palestinians and the Arabs and the Muslims deserve it. Because every single thing that I just said is objectively correct, unless maybe you know something I don't. And the something you know that I don't, I assume is going to be that, well, the other side deserves it, right? Like that's what you're going to say. Is that what it is? I went from half bozo to full bozo. Anna, thank you. Okay, Kaya. He's doing the Ben Shapiro defense. Why did these guys just fucking chirp and then they never respond? I don't understand. They just only chirp. They got one speed and it's chirp, 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 chirp. Now, one thing that I foresee happening is that the video that you just saw, now that guy isn't the overwhelming majority of Israelis. However, the overwhelming majority of Israelis might not like him, might not want to be around him, but don't necessarily have that much of a problem with him right now. As a matter of fact, guys like him are in the Knesset. And what I suspect will happen if Israel continues this death and destruction campaign, as it like absolutely tanks its economy and can no longer provide safety and security to all people living inside of the boundary of Israel, as it wages its genocide and its economy collapses, Israel is turning into a country that's just these guys and nukes. Very cool prospect for the future. You know, pair that up with the fact that the wealthier Ashkenazi population living in population centers not having as many kids as the Orthodox population and the settler population. You all of a sudden realize that Israel's demographic concerns maybe possibly not the Arab demographic concern, but instead something entirely different. I disagree with you, Hassan. Most Israelis very much don't like this kind of person. No. you misunderstood me. I said the average Israeli citizen might not like this person. The average Israeli citizen might not want to be around this person. The average Israeli citizen might be disgusted by this person, but this person is inside of the Israeli Knesset, and the average Israeli right now does not necessarily mind all too much those actions. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And this is a warning that, liberal Israeli society, as many liberal Zionists welcome it and enjoy it, will never be the same. It's just not going to exist. Being a liberal Israel defender out of identity politics is the political equivalent of Warzone Mobile. Yeah, you said the average Israeli wouldn't agree with him, but would like his actions. Would like his actions in this regard. Or at least don't care about it enough to put a stop to it. You know what I mean? That's the point. It's always like, oh man, these settlers, like, they're really bad, dude. They're fucking up the bag. And it's like, okay, well, you haven't stopped your government from funding them. When you serve in the IDF, you literally go there and defend them. You sometimes kill Palestinians when Palestinians dare to fight back when their houses are being lit on fire by them. So maybe you don't hate it that much. You know what I mean? Like, do you see what I'm saying? You might not like them that much, but you clearly are not directly at ideological odds with these people. If you're, at most, you're complicit. They get to be the first line of defense in Israel expanding its territory, and then that's it. And yes, there's way more people like him in Israel than anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. That is for sure. Yes, absolutely. Anyway, if they trace this Lancaster, Pennsylvania fraud back to Pressler, he's actually deep fried. This presser is insane. This is large-scale organized attempt to fake voter registrations. Whoever did this is toast. So what happened here? Channel 13 polled Israelis. Likud will win big. Plus 41% of the population favors a continuation of the Gaza war. Holy fuck, that's really bad. Oh my God, 41%? Dog, that's crazy bad for Israel. Oh, it's worse than I thought. Guys, this shit was like, oh my God. The continuation of the Gaza war popularity was like at its lowest 65 fucking percent. Okay. It was just like the Arab voter population being like, no, we don't want it. And the damn near entirety of the Israeli Jewish population wanting it and wanting more of it even. Oh, that's really bad. 41%. That is unimaginably unpopular, all things considered. Holy fuck. Wow. That's interesting. That's actually shocking. You probably don't want to watch an hour-long podcast, but it's incredible. And Dr. with sheer haver on the collapse of the Israeli economy. Yeah, I don't want to watch that. Public opinion is a majority favored pursuing a deal for the release of hostages that would involve withdrawing from Gaza and ending the war, while 41% continue. Wow. That is shocking, dude. Full of frustration, tens of thousands of Israelis have left the country in the past 2 years. For all of them, Israel does not feel like the home it used to be. Yeah. That is low, dude. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war received the average of 5.5 out of 10. Is the Jerusalem Post reliable in this situation? Yes. Why? Because Jerusalem Post is fucking right-wing. Jerusalem Post is right-wing garbo, okay? Right-wing garbo. So if they're fucking openly reporting that less than half the population wants the war to continue, then shit is bad over there. Holy fuck. Yeah, Jerusalem Post is hog post, dude. Damn. Oh, here, Heritage is a Zionist adjunct to Project 2025 called the Esther Project, labeling pro-Palestinian advocates as Hamas support network. It will use FARA, RICO, hate speech, immigration, and counterterrorism laws to prosecute voices critical of Israel if Trump gains power. Now, one thing I do find funny about this is that they're talking about FARA, and it's like, bitch, this right here is a FARA violation. Like, what do you mean? Like, how come people who are pro-Israel don't have to register as a foreign agent? Like, what do you mean? That's cool. That's sick. I love that. That's great. Yeah, I'm going to jail, baby. Donald Trump's going to win. I'm going to fucking jail. Hamas support network. Therefore, effectively a terrorist support network. The task force intent is to organize and guide all willing and able partners in a coordinated effort employing all available resources to combat the scourge of anti-Semitism in the U.S. by completion of Project Esther. They're going to hire... Dude, what's funny about this is they're going to hire Destiny. Mr. Riding with Biden all the way to the end himself. And he's going to be a willing participant because he has no fucking interest in anything. He has no ideological rudder. He has nothing steering him but pure resentment. Authorities. American citizens are authorities derived from the Republic's founding documents. We have several laws at our disposal that may help to exploit HSN and HSO vulnerabilities, Hamas Support Network. Vulnerabilities such as Foreign Agents Registration Act, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, and counterterrorism, hate speech, and immigration laws. Yeah, the poor dudes weren't even allowed to strike the Iranian nuclear program. They seem so sad. Yeah, HasanAbi, they do not seem happy about this. They're like, oh, man, it's fucked up, dude. Project Esther even name checks the Jewish group JVP Live as a part of its supposed Hamas support network because they're critical of Israel. It equates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, anti-Americanism, and terrorism. Isn't it funny? This is literally like, I love that the Heritage Foundation is like this with all of my naysayers. Whether it be Richie Torres, Divorcelli, all the fucking LSF posters, people that just claim that they are, people that just claim personally that they're actually liberal and tolerant and love the Democratic Party. God, don't let them know about this. They're going to fucking vote for Donald Trump now. When a willing administration occupies the White House. As I warned often, the Israeli lobby and their domestic proxies in the United States have been actively attempting to limit our First Amendment rights related to Israel. Now they're intending to use the powers of the executive branch to do so when Trump gets back in office. JVP isn't a Jewish group and goes well beyond criticism of Israel and into anti-Jewish mantra. Nice. Al-Mayadeen reporting that Iran successfully intercepted Israeli strikes on 3 military bases. Wait, Israel attacked Iran? What? That's crazy. I know, chat. I know. Trust. I'm fucking aware. I am not oblivious. We are going to watch Ben Shapiro on Jubilee get absolutely fucking cumstered and dumpstered by woke liberals. We're going to get back to that. Let me finish this. I guess we've done enough poll wash today. There's the Charlemagne the God video, which is like going viral, I think, where Charlemagne, the #1 lib out there, popped off against Anderson Cooper. Let's watch that. And then I'll get to the Ben SHABIBO story.
That her saying that she thinks that she believes Donald Trump is a fascist got a lot of headlines because it was the first time she said it. She's been going along for days saying Mark Milley said he's a fascist. This person said this. You raised the question of authenticity in your interview with her, and that was an authentic moment where she says, "Yeah, I do think he's a fascist," and I think that's why it had a reaction. Donald Trump, he for whatever you think about him, if you like him, if you hate him, he is certainly who he is. He's showing us who he is every single day.
Yeah, which is a fascist. And it's crazy because you still don't have news networks having that conversation. Like when somebody...
I think Charlemagne is a lib, but he is right here. Controversial opinion, but mainstream media's coverage over Donald Trump, despite all of my criticisms of the Democratic Party, mainstream media's coverage over Donald Trump is so bad. It is objectively fucking ridiculous. They literally treat him like a child. They're like, he doesn't know what he's saying. It's like, bro, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. You are literally normalizing the most psychopathic sentiment. And then in 4 years, the Democrats adopt it. It's so fucking annoying. Anyway, sometimes in less than 4 years.
Says when somebody questions Kamala Harris's blackness or is he a DEI hire, y'all will have roundtable discussions about that, asking that question. How come you're not having roundtable discussions asking, is Donald Trump a fascist? Actually, not even asking it, stating it. I mean, when you look at the things that he's talking about doing, jailing journalists, jailing his political opponents, turning the military on American citizens. The guy said he wanted to terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. How come that is not the topic of discussion on networks like CNN every day?
But do you think that, I mean, you were raising this with Kamala Harris about her own authenticity, about her own willingness to just, say things that aren't crafted. Do you think she needs to do more of that? Trump's going to go. Trump's going to go. Apparently, Trump's going on is going to tape a thing with Joe Rogan. Do you think she should do that?
Yes.
I think that she should keep calling Donald Trump a fascist. And I think that Americans need to keep looking at the rhetoric up.
I do think she should have gone on Joe Rogan. That was a major fucking L by Kamala, by the way. That was a major L. Straight up. I think she should keep calling Donald Trump a fascist. She should not have adopted any of Trump's fascist policies. And that she should have separated herself from the Republican Party, which she is running against. She should also have separated herself from Joe Biden early on because she replaced him, obviously. A lot of mistakes. I mean, an unimaginable number of mistakes. Yeah, she was invited and she said no, which is so stupid. Ugh. Israel's second wave of attacks on Iran?
Of Donald Trump, because I don't know why we're even thinking about electing somebody who's talking about putting people in camps. I don't know why why we want to elect somebody who's talking about mass deportation. I don't know why we're having this conversation about somebody who wants to terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. Aren't we supposed to be a patriotic country? Whenever somebody like Colin Kaepernick takes a knee in this country, everybody talks about, oh, that's so unpatriotic. But a guy can say he wants to terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election and nobody cares. Like even me bringing it up now, you brought it back to Kamala and Joe Rogan. And
yeah,
who gives a damn?
Well, I mean, I think you get.
Okay, he's cooking. Like, he's not wrong. Kamala is shitty as a candidate, but Charlemagne is right. Wait, she was invited and said no. I thought it was her team that was trying to make it happen. I thought that they said that she wouldn't do it. Am I wrong? I thought she.
Give a damn who's elected president, and
yeah,
I'm asking
that
you.
Am I wrong? That's talking about putting.
I thought
people
she canceled.
In camps. That's talking about once again terminating the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election. That's talking about jailing his political opponents. Yeah. Like that rhetoric doesn't scare people.
Well, we talk about this every single. This is what
I don't think
I've been talking about this every night.
I don't think y'all have enough conversations about it. I feel like I heard more on this network about is Kamala Harris black than I do about Donald Trump being a fascist.
Well,
am I wrong, Angela?
Honestly, that's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not. Look, I'm a huge fan of yours. Okay. But to say that we're sitting around discussing is Kamala Harris black, like
I've seen that. I've seen those roundtable discussions a lot. Now that's bullshit, Anderson. For you to say that y'all don't have those conversations.
I've never asked somebody
I'm not saying you. I said the network.
He said the network.
I don't think anyone I don't think any anchor on this network has been going around saying, "Is she black?"
Y'all never had
definitely.
We have had. Look, I'm sure we have had, nutty people or people who have strongly held beliefs who I may disagree with, who somewhere on some panel have said something, but I will just speak up for what I do on the show.
He's fucking eating him, dude.
I do believe it's important to get people different viewpoints as long as they're willing to have a legitimate conversation. What I don't like are surrogates who come out and just spout talking points that.
Oh, you don't like it. No. You don't like it because he's doing it at the behest of Kamala Harris, which goes back to his fucking double standard argument, which is absolutely correct. Okay? You let Republican surrogates chirp on the goddamn platform every night, Anderson. I watch every night, Anderson. I see it every goddamn night. They literally they'll sometimes have two Republicans, okay? They won't even have a fucking Democrat on the panel. They'll just have two Republicans that are like, what level of Hitlerian policy can we be conducting here? You got sometimes former Republicans versus current Republicans. It's all Republican. The fuck do you mean? No, you just have an issue when it's a Kamala surrogate saying this. That's it. You just have an issue when it's a Kamala surrogate being like, this is a double standard, which is ironic because they're demonstrating said double standard right now.
They don't even believe.
Put Anderson back in the hurricane. He was popping off. That was my favorite Anderson when he was inside of the hurricane. That was funny as fuck.
And those are people I tried to eliminate from having ever on the air again.
I think no network has honest conversations about Donald Trump. Nobody's had honest conversations about Donald Trump since 2016. I saw last night they were talking about, the double standard that exists between Donald Trump and the vice president. But it's always a double standard with Trump, whether it's with Hillary, whether it's, against Biden, now with Kamala. We talk about him being a threat to democracy, but we don't treat him like one.
I don't know what you've been watching, but I don't know of any Trump supporters out there or people who like him who are tuning in to me every night to try to get, to be validated in their opinions. I don't know.
No, it's worse. It's worse. You're normalizing his opinions and his attitude to a otherwise liberal audience. That makes it worse. Your audience is libtarded, okay? And you're just still, you got these liberals and you're fucking straight up you're hitting the wave you're hitting them with a wave of Trump normalization. Straight up. They're lib the fuck up.
I don't know. I disagree.
I don't think it's about validating. What you mean, validating the Trump?
Well, you're saying like that we're not that I guess you're saying I'm not discussing all the things he is saying and doing and pointing it out. And
also his coverage does end up making it to Fox News when they just chirp. When they chirp like this, Fox News does play it the next day. So he's wrong on that. He's like, yeah, maybe they're not tuning into CNN, but they're still watching it. Yeah, they're watching it when Fox 5 puts it up and goes, see, even these stupid liberals also hate Kamala Harris and love Donald Trump. They think Donald Trump is the best. That happens every day, every fucking day.
And talking to, what John Kelly, I mean, this has been discussed. There's nobody, let me just say, there is nobody on the planet who has not heard and seen pretty much everything Donald Trump has said and knows.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Well, knows who he is, whether they believe it or not, whether they care or not.
When the vice president said that to you last night, she said, "I don't think enough people know." I 100% believe enough people have not heard his rhetoric. What do you think, Angela?
I was just about to say, can y'all tag me in? I'm never doing this remote with y'all ever again.
Angela, yes. It's the problem of being on satellite. Yes.
I know, it is the problem. No, I was just going to say, I think what you're saying is fair, that there have been roundtable discussions where y'all raised this. I think the problem is it would be nice for, you to cut to camera and say, I'm looking right here, right now. Y'all, Kamala Harris is a black woman.
Right,
let's move right along.
Yeah,
but I was going to say to your colleague's credit, Jake, right after the town hall yesterday, he said that you all had the opportunity to critique what Kamala Harris' policy proposals were, what her positions were, what her recommendations were, whether or not she answered her question fair enough because, ta-da, she's the only one that showed up for the town hall. Yeah. It was supposed to be a debate. He said that. I think that the point is we don't hear those things enough, and it has been a threat. We cannot say, Kamala is going on with Joe Rogan, Donald Trump is going on with Joe Rogan, but Kamala's choosing Club Shay Shay. Debate it. Like, it's like, what is he going to say when he goes on? Here's
what I've been saying, which is, it is a double standard because Kamala Harris has policies and she talks about her policies. And you may think she doesn't talk in detail enough about her policies, and plenty do. And I pushed her on that last night. I quizzed. I try to look at the policies from different, but she's got stated policies and you can look them up. Donald Trump does not have policies.
Oh, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and we say, I mean, this is nothing new. We talk about this all the time. He does not have his policy. In 2016, his policy for Iraq was taking Iraq's oil by using U.S. soldiers to surround the oil fields and extract the oil somehow and bring it to America. I mean, literally, and I was like, that's not a thing. So that's been going on now. That's what
you just did. What you just did is what.
Was there a micro F, a mini F? I didn't happen on my end. Holy shit, dude. 76 total frames dropped. You would think that the stream fell apart in its entirety. God damn, y'all are, I mean, hopefully it doesn't. 76 total frames dropped. 76. I just looked at it.
What I would like to hear more pundits do.
That's
because
1 second.
A lot of times we ask, ask answers.
All right,
like we say things like, "Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?" Like I think we kind of got enough evidence to know that answer.
I'm not a pundit. I'm not interested. I don't think my opinion is particularly interesting for viewers out there. I'm interested in.
I disagree.
Well, okay, you can quibble with it.
I disagree with that too.
You can quibble with it, but I believe in asking questions and probing people's arguments and trying to reveal people's arguments, what's true and what's not. And I'm not on MSNBC for a reason. I'm not on some other network for a reason. I'm on CNN because I want to talk to Republicans. I want to talk to Democrats, and I want to learn from them. I don't think I have the answers. I'm willing to change my mind. People can convince me of stuff all the time. I'm not I don't even know why I'm talking about myself. I don't even know why I'm talking about myself.
No, but Anderson,
but my point is,
I want to tell you this.
I think what we're doing here is important because I do think in this country where, you know what,
What is Anderson Cooper if he's not a pundit? Like, this is the first time I've heard him say he's not a pundit. I thought he was a pundit. What the fuck's his job then? Does he say he's a reporter? Because he's not a fucking reporter. Last time he did reporting was when he was directly in the hurricane, and we saw what his reporting capabilities were. It's like, this water is very wet, is what he reported. He straight up was like, water everywhere, very wet.
so many. I don't look at comments about myself, but I was looking up some comments about my grief podcast, and I came across this whole inundation from people who are Harris supporters saying to me online today, like, how dare you, what a betrayal that you would ask her these questions.
No,
and
you
I'm
did
like,
your job.
you misunderstand what.
I don't have an issue with him asking those questions to Kamala Harris, but having said that, CNN's coverage throughout this entire process has been fucking insane. Okay, there is no like, and most media does this where they act like they're neutral. It's like forced neutrality, and in that process, they just end up normalizing Donald Trump's like unhinged shit. The question is simple: if Kamala Harris came out chirping in the same vein, if any Democrat came out saying the same shit, how would you cover it? You would do a week-long coverage, a news broadcast. If any Democrat came out and said, like, immigrants are poisoning the blood of America, okay? We've completely forgotten what, like, normal politics and normal political discourse is supposed to look like. And I kind of understand it to a certain degree because, like, what are you supposed to do, right? Like, it's not like Trump is stopping anytime soon. But having said that, they definitely do fucking stack the deck and overwhelmingly pummel one side. Ironically enough, it's the side that's playing ball with them and trying to fucking keep it a little serious.
My job is. I'm not on MSNBC, or no disrespect. What they do is they're very talented, but I don't watch it. I'm not interested in watching what these overpaid, blow-dried anchors think, and I include myself in that over.
Damn, he's just shitting on fucking MSNBC. He's duking on him. Hey, yo, chill. I got to defend Chris Hayes. He's a HasanAbi head reply guy. I will be defending Chris Hayes, okay? I am a fedayeen for him.
Overpaid, blow-dried, although I don't blow-dry. I am overpaid. But I'm not interested in the anchor's opinion. I'm interested in facts and letting the viewers make up their own mind. So anyway, I'm sorry this devolved into something else.
I like that you said that, but I will just say in this moment, some of what we're talking about tonight, Anderson, is not actually an opinion at all. It is just the facts. And you are one of the most trusted voices on television. And it is important in those moments where you know those
Is he though?
conversations devolve into nonsense, particularly on the other side of the aisle. They're conspiracy theory. They won't even say her name right. That has to be checked in the moment because that is what fascism looks like. That is how we start sliding down a very slippery slope, and we cannot afford to be here. The election is 12 days away, and this should not be even what is on the ballot, but democracy's on the line.
Oh, shit.
Hello, world.
Hello, world.
We just wrapped up a great podcast.
We had a good time. I think you'll find it very interesting and enjoy it.
Oh, shit. 36 minutes ago, already at 156,000 likes. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, number one podcast, number one president. Let's go. Dude. This, it shouldn't be like this. Okay? It should not be like this. It should not be the case that the motherfucking leader of the United States of America, the former president of the United States of America, currently running for president again, goes on a podcast and it's like kind of pivotal, but we are there. I'm not saying it's right. As a matter of fact, I'm saying it's wrong, but it's what's happening right now. Okay? Like, we shall see what happens in this conversation. I feel like this is it. This is the apex. Who in Rogan's audience isn't already voting for him? Dog, he is the low mid propensity voters that are likely swinging in Trump's direction. This conversation in and of itself, if Trump did a fantastic job on it, could actually get them off the couch. You know, like Trump takes a fucking bong rip and says, listen, it's the first time I've ever smoked weed. I'm going to make it legal. I'm going to legalize it. Don't smoke weed or take mushrooms on November 5th. Believe me, folks, we need you out. We need you out in Pennsylvania. Every single one of the dumbest guys you know, if you're living in Pennsylvania, if you're living in the Philadelphia suburbs, this is the Coworker Podcast. Your coworkers, if you're like me, you regularly poll your friends, your normie friends. Okay, I'm telling you right now, My normie friends who are mid and low propensity voters have been waiting for this interview. Okay? I have heard from some of them that unironically said, I want Kamala Harris and Trump both to be interviewed by Joe Rogan, and then I'm going to make my decision. I'm telling you right now, it sounds stupid as fuck because America is stupid as fuck, okay? For those of you in the professional field, whether you are white collar or blue collar, if you communicate with people, if you communicate with your coworkers, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. There are going to be people that are Trump supporters. They signal that they like Trump, that probably weren't going to vote. And depending on the outcome of this interview performance, they will go out and vote potentially. Okay? I know. I have friends who have texted me when they found out that Kamala Harris wasn't doing the podcast and said that they were disappointed. Okay? They were like, I'm disappointed that Kamala Harris is not doing the Joe Rogan Experience. Now, we were also disappointed, but I don't think it plays a significant role in your decision-making structure. Some of you are going to vote for Kamala. Some of you are not voting for Kamala. But regardless of your opinion on that matter, you've probably made up your mind. And also, you made up your mind after analyzing the situation. I would not say that anyone here, even if they're not going to go out and vote, is a low information voter. By the very nature of what I do, I'm bringing in people that are nerdy about this shit. There are a lot of people who don't give a fuck.
That is not a partisan issue. It is the truth. And I think that's what's important for cable news networks in particular to be saying, whether you're on Fox.
There's no reason for Kamala to do Joe Rogan. It's not her voters, let's face it. What? Still pretending to ignore the Israeli retaliation attack? What? Dude, what are you guys talking about? I covered it already. Keep watching the Israel-Iran news on your phone, brother. Still pretending to ignore the Israeli-Iranian retaliation attack? Like, are people okay? Why do I have so many fucking psychopaths? Okay, there's a second wave going on. If there's something significant, we'll figure it out. We'll get to it. I don't know if people that come in that say stuff like that are saying that because they like want to clip my reaction because they think I'm gonna fucking, say something like that they can clip out of context against Israel, or if they think I'm in the pocket of Israel and that's why I'm hiding it or something. Like, I can never tell. It's crazy. I just don't think it would be good for her. You said so yourself, the more she's on TV, the more you dislike her, putting her in an at best antagonistic host. No, the reason why I think it would have been good is because Joe Rogan is like physically incapable of being antagonistic. Unless Kamala Harris starts talking about COVID, or weirdly enough says she's gonna like make weed illegal or something, Joe Rogan doesn't give a fuck. He literally will talk to anyone, whether they are a Nazi or whether they are a Maoist third worldist. If you don't hit any of Joe Rogan's buttons, those are the two buttons. Don't talk shit about COVID. Don't say nothing about COVID, okay? Or don't dare say anything about like making weed illegal. Nah, you're wrong. Joe will go hard at her. No, he won't. Joe Rogan is a Republican, okay? That much is 100% correct. Joe Rogan is a Republican. But Joe Rogan is also Joe Rogan. He can't stop himself. He has never given an adversarial interview in his life, with the exception of those two things that I just mentioned. I promise. If Kamala Harris went on Rogan and fucking ripped the bong, this would alter the trajectory of American history. All right. Before we get to Ben SHABIBO, let's look at Stephen A. Smith, Rip Hannity. Okay? I'm gonna be honest. Stephen A. Smith and Charlemagne the God are significantly better surrogates for the campaign than motherfucking Mark Cuban. Let's take a look.
The reason Kamala Harris is not getting into more depth about all of her possible programs, because I think if people find out, they're not going to be happy about it.
I hope that Kamala will win in the end. Mm-hmm.
What would be the policies that affect you most that drive you to vote for Kamala Harris?
Now, I'll be honest. I haven't paid enough attention to know her specific policies. It does seem like she's been there for the middle class, which a lot of my family is.
All
All right, joining us now with reaction is ESPN host, the one and only Stephen A. Smith. Do you want to get it out of the way now, how hard your life is, that you have to defend the fact that you admit that you're friends with me? You want to get that out of the way at the beginning or at the end?
No,
Just asking.
I don't need to get that out of the way. The public knows that already. You get on my nerves. I don't agree with you 75% of the time, but you're still my buddy. I feel bad for you half the time with some of the takes you give, but I'm here to help you out anyway. What's going on, Sean?
Okay. All right. I always say, you say to me, stay in my lane when I talk sports, stay in your lane on politics. However, there's something amazing. Putting aside any demographic group, if you're going to attack them, you want them to vote a certain way.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Trump's decision to spend hours with Joe Rogan not going over well with Michiganders, some of whom are leaving as they learn the former president is still more than an hour away. Oh, no. Oh, no. The campaign just aired a video message from Trump on his plane explaining he had to spend time with Rogan because he needs to win. Says the plane should land around 10 p.m. Eastern. Many in the crowd continue to leave. More Trump rally attendees in Traverse City heading for their cars per video shot by Jake M. Rosen. He's like, come on, you fucking peasants. I have to do it. I have to do it. Dude, that's awesome. Stadium is filling up for the Beyonce concert tonight. Yeah, come on. This is like, not to be, listen, dog, not to be too much of like a Republican here. Wait, it effed again? This time I didn't see any drop frames on my end. Okay? I didn't see any frame drops. It didn't even show on my end. I'll just say this much. Okay? Not to be like the Fox News anchors here, but like, this is a fucking Beyonce rally. This is a Beyonce concert. Okay? This is a Beyonce concert. That's not, it's Beyonce, not just Beyonce, but Beyonce in Houston,
And you are going to suggest that they are sexist or misogynistic. If you're going to suggest, like Stacey Abrams did, that African-American men are racist and sexist, is that a good way to encourage people to vote the way you'd like them to vote?
What?
No, but I didn't hear Stacey. I didn't hear Stacey Abrams speak in that way. As a matter of fact, she talked about how black men do vote. Black men do support Kamala Harris. Black men do support a lot of the Democrats and what have you. And she's absolutely right about that. I spoke against President Barack Obama, who I know you don't like that, but I admire and respect this man. I did not like what he had to say at that particular clip that you showed, and I spoke out about it on my show, the Stephen A. Smith Show, and I'm unapologetic about that because I know, by and large, black men have always supported black women. That's a fact. That's a point of fact. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't some misogyny that does exist amongst a few in our community. But I think that when we looked at this election that's forthcoming, and we see Kamala Harris going up against Donald Trump, I don't think it's right to point to that as a reason why it's a nip and tuck race and why she isn't receiving the support that she deserves. And that is why I spoke out against what he had to say on that particular issue, because I was refuting what he was saying. I don't believe that to be the case at all.
Okay, both Stephen A. Smith and Charlemagne the God are like kind of conservative voters that end up voting for the Democratic Party. So maybe Kamala Harris was actually signaling to them. They might be the Liz Cheney constituency. Now that I think about it, it's making a lot more sense. Charlemagne the God famously endorsed Michael Bloomberg, probably for money, but that's besides the point. Then he endorsed Pete Buttigieg, I think. He made some very interesting decisions in that primary. And Stephen A. Smith is famous for, 3 base takes to 8 not so good takes. So it's interesting. It's interesting to think that, they are the most likely Liz Cheney constituency voters.
When it comes to her.
All right, so let's stay.
Because Liz Cheney's a white woman? Wait, what? No, dude. I'm making a joke about them being conservative overall. They're like relatively conservative liberals.
On Kamala Harris for a second here. Democrats are in a state of panic. Although momentum seems to be going to Donald Trump. I told you this would happen in a private conversation we had. You were skeptical. I think I was proven right. You know sports better than I do. I think I know politics. I know.
You do.
But here's my question for you. You did call her out early, and you said she's making a mistake not doing interviews. Now, she does these interviews, and I argue to you that the reason she's struggling and she's like tied up in a pretzel, because she can't express what she has stated publicly, that she wants the Green New Deal, the elimination of the filibuster. She can't say she wants to eliminate private health insurance, as she has said in the past. She's not going to run on what she has stated in the past to decriminalize illegal immigration, free food, housing, health care, education, sex change operations, and a path to citizenship, or banning fracking, banning offshore drilling. So she...
Dude, conservative commentary is so awesome. Like, why the fuck am I dealing with all these dumb bitches up my ass all the fucking time, lying on my name, smearing myself, when I could just be like a fucking conservative and just say whatever the fuck I want and just receive admiration from the dumbest motherfuckers out there. Unlimited dollars. Ain't nobody yelling at me about anything. Like, look at what just Sean Hannity said. Okay, look at what he just said. Like, yeah, Kamala Harris wants to do transgender surgeries on frackers that are crossing the border illegally. What's up with that? Of course, she's going to have a hard time dealing with, any kind of slight pushback. It's like, what are you saying? It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to make sense. It's so easy. It's so fucking easy. You just sit there and you're like, Trump good. Okay? Trump good. I will say whatever fucking unhinged ass shit you've ever heard in your entire life. That's your future career when you fall off. Yeah. It's just funny because everyone's always saying that it's going to happen one day. Like, I'm inevitably going to fall off. The fall off is inevitable. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then I'll be right wing. And then all the people that were like praying for my downfall will become my lovers, I guess.
She has to, give us word salads because she won't tell us how she really feels. She's hiding her true beliefs. Well, Donald Trump doesn't do that.
Well, first of all, that's a very long question. Let's get to it. Number one, you talk about what she's doing. Bottom line is this: as Vice President of the United States, it wasn't her job to lead. She has to go along with the program. You are a support base. You support the person that is in charge, who happened to be Joe Biden. That's number one. Number two, I know you're not talking about somebody being lucid and cogent and enunciating their thoughts with clarity, and you're bragging about Donald Trump. We can't be watching the same stuff if that's what you're doing. You ain't gonna do that today.
You know
now,
what?
Lindsey Graham, hold it. Now, Senator Lindsey Graham is about to come on this show.
Let me tell you
now,
something.
that man can articulate himself very well. Not Donald Trump now.
I have sat with him for hour after hour after hour, topic after topic after topic, and he is so dialed in. Really? Look, it's funny. People try. This is like the latest argument. And meanwhile, your friends in the Democratic Party, they ignored the obvious, significant, deep cognitive decline of the president for over 4 years. I said it before the 2020 election. Kamala to this day say, oh, Joe was really cognitively alert. You know that's a crock. I know that's a crock.
What is she supposed to say, Sean?
Knows it's a crock. Not Donald Trump.
Sean, what is it? Hold on. What is she supposed to say? She's supposed to sit up there and say, you know what, my president, my boss.
Truth.
I mean, there was cognitive decline there. No, you're not. No, you don't do that. You don't dime out your boss. You don't do that. I do tell the truth on my show, but guess what? So I said I do. What I said, however, is that I'm not going to dime out my boss if that's my boss. Go ahead.
Whoa, hang on a second. You know what? I have never watched you hold back. You say what you mean. You mean what you say. That's my point. She is. But she knew he was a cognitive mess, and now she's lying. Oh no, I never noticed it. It's a
Sean,
it's a lie.
Because Sean, what
Just
you're trying
admit
to
it's a lie.
Because what people. But because I personally, a year earlier, I was saying there's slippage, there's something that ain't there. He ain't going to make it to the election. Y'all better get with the program, do something about it. I was on the record about Joe Biden, but I'm not a part of the Biden administration. And if I was a part of the Biden administration, I wouldn't have told you that. That's number one. Number two, she's the candidate now. You got to run against her. Are you going to beat her, Sean? Are you going to beat her? Are you going to beat her?
It's straight up. The American people.
Are you as confident as you were months ago?
The biggest choice election in a lifetime.
I see some slippage on his part.
Stephen A.
He's running the greatest fucking counter of all time, which is now that Kamala is running and not Joe Biden, you could just be like, oh, he's too old. He's old. He's skipping a beat. He's missing a step here and there. Breaking news showing bombing in Iran. What the fuck is going on with this chat, bro? I know, man. I know. We know. We already covered it.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Yes.
She lied when she said the inflation's transitory.
Dude, foreign policy nerds are so annoying. Like, even fucking Elent News is not as much chirping as much as you guys.
They lied repeatedly, and she said, "Oh no, the border's secure. The border's secure." Now,
are you
all
sure?
of a sudden,
Are you sure you want to make the case about somebody lying in favor of Trump?
She never changed her positions on. She never changed her position on the.
Dude, this is also a fucking idiotic argument because it's like, dude, you talk about Kamala Harris flip-flopping on her positions when you're defending Donald Trump. Donald Trump flip-flops on his positions in the same conversation. Like, what's Donald Trump's position on abortion? Ask him 2 years ago. He's excited at the prospect of it getting overturned. Ask him today. He's like, everybody wanted it to be overturned. I didn't want it to be overturned. Ask him about IVF. He didn't know what the fuck it was. In one moment of the conversation, he doesn't know what IVF is. And then the next moment of the conversation, he's the father of IVF. Okay? He literally flips in the same sentence. Like, what kind of metric are we applying here? It makes no damn sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You can't be like, oh, Kamala Harris is a flip-flopper while you're a fucking Trump supporter. Like, what are you talking about? I can say that. You can't, Sean.
Green New Deal on sex change operations, open borders, amnesty.
Yeah, my favorite one was when he said, Ashley Babbitt died. Nobody died. That was the funniest line. It's like, but it happens so frequently that That was the Univision response when he was like, Ashley Babbitt died. Nobody died. Our people, we weren't armed. They were armed. And it's like, what do you mean we? So now you're owning it? Like, what's happening? When I say we, I mean they, Antifa, but also we, brave patriots that were arrested as political prisoners.
She became a candidate. You know what that means? She is a typical politician that just will say whatever needs to be said to win an election. You get the last word because I like you so much.
Can I retort? Let me retort. Fair enough.
Okay.
You didn't even bring up fracking. You didn't even bring up the border. That's absolutely a valid point on your part. What she's doing now is saying, excuse me, I'm open to compromise. I'm willing to work across the aisle. I'm willing to listen and make things happen. Now, you have a lot of people who are going to vote for Trump, and they absolutely positively believe he will change Washington. The question is, will it be for better or will it be for worse? The cesspool that we look at as the nation's capital, if you got him back in office and he's on a revenge tour and he's not focused on doing what it takes to lead the country, where will that lead the country? You're not bringing that part up. So again, we might not like something on the left. We might not like something on the right. These are the two candidates that we've got to work with. And when you bring up issues in terms of character or in terms of being truthful or whatever, let me tell you something right now. You can bring a whole bunch of Republicans and I'll be cool with it. You can't bring up Trump to make a case against somebody else using those arguments. You can't do that.
Look, you know what? I'm predicting that privately you're going to vote for Trump.
Oh, never. And I told you I'm on the record. I'd have voted almost for any Republican but him. Okay?
This is why I say he's a fucking conservative, dude. Look, like, you would have voted for a Republican? Like, what the fuck are you saying, man? Anyway, we didn't even get to this part, but Elon Musk apparently had fucking private conversations with Vladimir Putin since the invasion of Ukraine. Elon, Joe Rogan, and Trump, ex-Trump, drops tonight.
Decides to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop.
Okay, right away.
Yeah.
There's no way to misconstrue that.
What does that mean?
Oversight and regulation for free speech is ridiculous.
Yeah, totally.
Just that alone, there's no way to misconstrue that, right?
Wait, Donald Trump literally said he's going to revoke licenses from fucking news media outlets that he does not like. Donald Trump personally is on board with whatever the fuck the Heritage Foundation wants, which we just figured out was like trying to. Donald Trump has openly stated that he wants to not only arrest but deport college campus student protesters. Who the fuck are you talking about? You're in the state of Texas, where you are legally not allowed to protest against the state of Israel and also retain a job in the public school system. The fuck?
And what she was saying is what I was thinking she was saying. She was saying she wants government oversight and regulation for social media. That's crazy.
It's crazy for anyone to want it, because if the only reason you want it, right, is because you
agree
with the
This is not Donald Trump. I don't know what this convo is about, but Trump sat for 3 hours with Joe Rogan, is tracking 2.5 hours late to his rally in Traverse City, the rally outside in an airport hangar. Hundreds of people have been filing out for the last 30 minutes. This is going to make Trump really mad that his rally in Michigan, people are leaving. His rally in Michigan, people are fucking leaving. Meanwhile, what is it? Traverse? Oh, it's Traverse? Is that how you say it? God, America's so fucking stupid.
Big screen.
While Kamala Harris is probably having her biggest rally so far with fucking Beyonce in Houston.
Including doing Joe Rogan, and we want to just win. So I said, will they understand in Traverse City? Otherwise, I'll be very upset with myself. And I think you will. And it's a Friday night, so we can sit around. We'll do an extra special job when we get there. I think we land in about 2 hours. And we're stepping on the gas. But it's all about winning, and we had to spend some extra time with some people. And
I mean, he's literally saying he cares about Joe Rogan's rich ass way more than you fucking poor pieces of shit in Michigan. And he's right. He does care more about Joe Rogan. He doesn't give a fuck about you. Do with that information what you will, you know what I mean? All of those fucking hogs will still gladly vote for him. They're like, we're fucking pieces of shit, Mr. President. Thank you. We know our place, sir. Don't you say another dang thing. I promise. We understand. Traverse is not poor. Okay, well, I don't care. In comparison to Joe Rogan, everybody's a broke boy. Come on, dude. He's got like $200 million contracts from Spotify.
And lots of people, actually. But we are going to do a special performance, and we'll be there. And I think you'll see the plane land and the whole thing. And we really appreciate it. Hope you can stay around. We'll be about 2 hours. I should land around 10 or a little before that. And I appreciate it very much. We're going to have a good time tonight. See you in a little while.
They played this video at the rally at a supposed start time and still had 2 hours to travel. That's amazing. Hold the line, folks. Hold the line, brave patriots. Hold the line. He's going to get there. Hold the fucking line. All right, it's 105.42. All right, let's get back to it. Ben Shapiro getting fucking absolutely cumstered and dumpstered by a bunch of wokes, okay? This is where the wokes fight back, folks. We watched pieces of this yesterday. It was fucking awesome. It was cathartic. It was fantastic. And I'm very excited to finish this off. This is about Israel-Palestine and peaceful transfer of power. I definitely just want to watch the Israel-Palestine proportion of this because, like, it's a good-ass video. It's a good-ass video. It got 5.7 million views in one day. It's so fucking good. I've never seen... It's literally just like a sequence after sequence of just Ben getting clapped up. It's like when he goes on these college campus tours and shit, and it's Steven Crowder style change my mind as videos where he like obviously he has a you're a slave to the numbers, let it go. What? Shut up, bitch. The comments are surprisingly right wing and in support of Ben though. Wait, what? That's not surprising. That's YouTube comments. That's just YouTube comments. Who gives a shit? Watch it with your own two fucking eyes and make that assessment on your own. Let's continue.
How asylum is actually interpreted. So my next claim is
Israel-Hamas war would not have started under Donald Trump. Now, he said a bunch of fucking ridiculous statements in the beginning of this, and I'm just rewatching it for those.
Is the Israel-Hamas war would not have started under Donald Trump.
Genuinely a fucking stupid ass point to make. Like I've mentioned time and time again, the Abraham Accords, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the permanent annexation of Golan Heights, which is occupied Syrian territory by Israel, are all things that Donald Trump did to greatly escalate the conflict, write the Palestinians out of the equation entirely. causing them to recognize that they had no way out but to fight.
It's good. This process has gotten more conciliatory over the course of time.
Okay, so what evidence do you have to support that claim?
Okay, so the latest reports from the New York Times of internal papers from Yahya Sinwar suggested that he was essentially counting on Iranian interference and help with the October 7th attacks, and that was incentivized by the fact that Iran was attempting to forestall any sort of deal between Israel and the Saudi government for Saudi to join the Abraham Accords. It was very well known at the time, and I happen to know that the Saudi government was very much ready to join the Abraham Accords if Donald Trump had been reelected. If that had happened, that would have forestalled Hamas action, because the incentive to have done what happened on October 7th would largely have been gone at that point. The entire purpose of that attack was to prevent the formation of a broader Sunni-Israeli alliance in the Middle East.
Do you think the incentive of October 7th was simply Iranian plot?
I think that the Iranians were certainly interested in facilitating the Hamas attacks, and without Iranian support, it would have been very difficult for Hamas
I want to ask you, do you think that the conditions in Gaza in any way factor into October 7th?
I mean, I think that the conditions in Gaza certainly factor into support for Hamas. As far as the specific attack of October 7th as opposed to rocket attacks, the distinction between, for example, continuous rocket attacks that have been happening since 2006 when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip and the wide-scale terror assault of October 7th is sort of a difference in kind.
Now, since 2005, what has Israel done to the Gaza Strip to formulate or allow kind of the otherization of the Palestinian people who live in the Gaza Strip?
Well, I mean, in 2006, Hamas took over, promptly killed everybody who's associated with the Palestinian Authority, has never held an election.
Hamas took control of Gaza after it defeated his rival political party Fatah in elections. Hamas then defeated Fatah's militias after a week of fighting when a coup happened that the United States of America backed, by the way. The United States of America tried to execute a coup where they got Fatah militants to fucking capture Hamas members and torture them. Hamas fought back and completely took over the Gaza Strip in complete control. So just so you guys understand, it was our doing that the election even happened. Fatah said to the United States of America at the time that there should not have been an election. They were not ready for it. They would have lost the election. Hamas ran on an anti-corruption ticket and won due to that reason. And even then, I believe it was like 30% of the vote that they captured. It was never anywhere near as popular as like Arafat was originally in the first ever elections. But of course, by 2006, it was an entirely different scenario where Palestinians had broadly recognized that that negotiating with Israel was not working, and that Israel was using that negotiations process to expand settlements in the West Bank.
Since and has been running the place with an iron fist.
Now, I want to understand now, with an iron fist, is Hamas the one who is putting forth the land, sea, and air blockade in the Gaza Strip?
The land, sea, and air blockade is specifically because Hamas is in control of the Gaza Strip.
Now, I'm confused because if we expect that the October 7th attacks only happened because Iranian influence in the area, I don't see how 17 years of a land, air, sea blockade will happen if that's not a symptom to allowing people basically pressure cook its way into something like that happen.
Okay, the idea that October 7th was specifically as an incident caused by movement between Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah and coordination between those groups for geopolitical reasons is the claim. If the claim that you're making is that October 7th was sort of an inevitability based on the conditions on the ground in the Gaza Strip, that's not exactly how I think foreign policy works.
Yeah, no. People are supposed to take it. They're supposed to eat it over and over again. And you can just like kill them and humiliate them and ruin their lives every single day. That's not how human beings operate. That's not true.
I'm saying foreign policy works in the sense that you can't ignore the overlying cause of an issue. So now when we talk about the Abraham Accords, do you not think that the Palestinian people not involved in the Abraham Accords plays any part into the region remaining unstable, specifically with these two groups of people?
The region got specifically much more stable while Donald Trump was president because of the Abraham Accords.
Again, I don't know how you can go and quantify that when the Palestinian people are not involved. 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children on October 6th, according to a UN report published on October 6th. Now, if we go and keep ignoring the Palestinian problem, then I don't understand how we can continue to act like forging partnerships between Gulf Arab countries is going to promote stability to the region when we're leaving out 2 million people in Gaza and then 2 million people in the West Bank.
It was promoting a lot more stability in the region. For the Saudis, for the Bahrainis, for the UAE.
And then, October 7th still, you're telling me October 7th still happened because of geopolitical reasons in that area. If the Palestinians are not addressed in the Abraham Accords, why do you think that there was a need for October 7th to happen?
I mean, the reason October 7th happened was specifically because of the confluence of Palestinian desire to put the issue of Palestinians back on the front pages and an Iranian desire to use that as a wedge issue to destroy the Abraham Accords.
Front pages as opposed to what? As opposed to it being silenced through political plays under Donald Trump to promote these Abraham Accords that, again, don't achieve the root issue of the problem. The Palestinian people cannot be left out of the table when it comes to a resolution or an accord dealing with the conflict.
I mean, okay, so the root issue of which problem specifically?
Of the problem. Do you agree with the legal settlements in the West Bank?
With the illegal settlements? I mean, so it is...
Do you consider settlements illegal?
No.
Under international...
That's insane, by the way. Oh, he's dog walking this fucking gremlin. To be honest, this is one of those issues that's so, like, obviously wrong that it doesn't matter how good of a fucking debate lord you are. If one side has, like, pretty elementary basic facts, like if they have a somewhat decent understanding of the things that took place, even when you look at the asymmetry of violence, you can usually deal with a person. And Muhammad here obviously is very knowledgeable on the issue as well. So overall, it's truly indefensible. It's a truly indefensible thing. It's not really easy. That's the reason why most people that want to defend Israel don't necessarily defend Israel on the facts. They usually defend Israel by saying that, by trying to trap you into saying something and then claiming that it's anti-Semitic. Like they'll turn around and be like, "Oh, well, what you said was actually anti-Semitic." And most people don't want to be bigoted, and so they're like fearful. I mean, I tell my friends all the time, like, listen, it's understandable if you don't speak on this issue at all beyond the fact that you're, for Palestinian emancipation, because like people are pretty vicious. And if you're not well equipped to counter certain talking points, like people will bully you. They will absolutely say, they will absolutely make you feel like you're a fucking piece of shit. They'll be like, "Oh, how dare you say these sorts of things? You just don't understand the situation. It's complex, it's complicated." It's like, it's not complicated at all. And the reality of the matter is, like, most of the arguments devolve into you're being anti-Semitic. That's like the only counter that defenders of Israel have in this situation. Think about it. What argument does Israel have? What argument? What argument can you have for genocide? What argument can you have for apartheid? You don't have one. There is no argument against apartheid, nor there is any argument against genocide. That's precisely the reason why, especially when someone like Ben Shapiro starts speaking on the matter, when they're like an ultra-Zionist, when they are incredibly invested in all the most violent things that Israel does, then you're going to come across like a fucking idiot. Like, he literally just said, "I don't think the settlements are illegal." They are. Like, what do you mean? That they just are. They're immoral. They're wrong. They are illegal. And that's precisely the reason why when Muhammad retorts here and says, "Well, they're illegal under international law by the UN," he will go, "I don't care. The UN sucks."
International law, it's considered illegal.
Yeah, that is not true.
I mean, the UN and most international foreign bodies have decided that those settlements are legal. Now, do you think that that's just the case of...
I think the UN is trash. But
so that's what I was going to say, is that...
Do you think the United States is trash? They consider the settlements to be illegal too. So, like, there's nothing. The UN is trash. The EU is trash. Everyone's anti-Semitic. Lo and behold, all of these international institutions are actually operating on anti-Semitism. Yeah, Your Honor, I mean, how could this be treated as anything but like a sovereign citizen saying, "Your Honor, is this maritime admiralty court? Because I am under no obligation to listen to your laws." Okay? That's it. That's what you're doing in this situation.
If the UN is trash,
yes.
If nobody around this area can be brokered into as a third party, if Israel's not allowing third party investigators to come to the Gaza Strip and determine what's happening there, who can justify?
Yeah, ironically enough, the UN created Israel, but that's besides the point.
Who can have the moral authority in the region and say that this is what's happening, that this is a reason of this, or that putting them towards the backside of the conflict is this reason? I need to understand from you, what's your prescription for the area, for the Palestinian people? Are you like Ben Gvir, who says that there's three options: willful emigration of the Palestinian people, like leave, live under subjugation as a second-class citizen of Israeli rule, or third, die. What's the option?
No, I mean, moderating and then electing a government that is worthy of actually governing its people and not stealing billions of dollars from its people, either the Palestinian Authority, Islamic Jihad, or Hamas, would be an excellent start.
So I need to understand, do you feel like...
What, Big Ev? What's happening? I'm not seeing it. Oh, shit. I'm seeing it now. What the fuck? Oh, no. I'm effing a little bit. A little bit of a F. What the fuck's happening? Ay. Okay, this time I had 600 frames drop, which is a total of 10 seconds. 10-second frame drop. 10-second frame drop. Let's continue.
Like Jihad or Hamas,
he made a good point. He asked, there's 3 options. Voluntary migration, leave the area, remain a second-class citizen under brutal Israeli subjugation, or die. So which out of these 3 options is the best for the Palestinians? And Ben Shapiro actually had no decent retort to that, because there is no good retort to that other than, I mean, what he privately thinks, which is die, or any number of the things that are happening. Probably die, or probably, forced to be evacuated from the area. But he can't say that publicly because, that goes beyond the boundary of permissible bigotry, right? So now he's going to do this thing where he describes all of the reasons, with Islamophobia, of course, all of the reasons as to why the Palestinians cannot coexist alongside Israelis. Oh, they have bad leadership. Oh, they're barbaric. Oh, they do this, they do that. They're rapists, they're monsters, yada, yada, yada. Okay? I do not understand where the fuck, I don't understand where the F'ers are happening. I don't see an F on my end.
Die. What's the option?
No, I mean, moderating and then electing a government that is worthy of actually governing its people and not stealing billions of dollars from its people, either the Palestinian Authority, Islamic Jihad, or Hamas, would be an excellent start.
So I need to understand, do you feel like they have the opportunity to do so when they're under the subjugation of 17 years of a blockade by an occupying power? If for 17 years, since the disengagement of Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip, Israel was able, by the flick of a switch, to turn off the electricity, water supply, and fuel reserves. Right now, we know that in the north of Gaza, up until today, 2 weeks went by where no humanitarian aid was going in. There is no Rafah border anymore. There is no humanitarian going through there. It's been demolished.
Okay.
And then in the other,
it's not true that humanitarian aid is not going in. Actually, just a couple of days ago,
couple of days ago, because since October 1st, there was no aid going to the northern part of Gaza.
Because there are ongoing anti-terror operations in the north of Gaza.
So does that mean that the civilians who are in the northern Gaza are not subject to humanitarian aid because there's a military action by an occupying force?
It means that there's no actual excellent way of distributing that aid. This has been a major problem with the humanitarian aid throughout. The last time they sent 100 trucks, this is what I was going to mention, they sent 100 trucks of humanitarian aid in just a couple of days ago.
Before October 7th, 500 trucks were needed to sustain life in Gaza. 100 trucks were supposed to say thank you.
At least half of the aid is being stolen by Hamas and then resold at higher prices.
I need you to understand that almost every international humanitarian rights group says that this humanitarian crisis is man-made. It is man-made.
I agree that it's man-made.
And I know who you think the man is.
Yes.
I'm telling you, there's only...
It's not Hamas. Wait, does Hamas have any agency here at all?
I'm telling you that right now, if you want fair...
Do the Palestinians have any agency?
It is ridiculous when we are talking about the Israeli blockade and he's like, it's because Hamas is stealing all the food. You are out of your fucking mind, dog. You are out of your fucking mind. You're just making this shit up. It's so goddamn frustrating, dude.
The Palestinians absolutely have agency, but again, with an occupying force, what does that agency limit to? If a Gaza fisherman can't go 6 miles past the nautical line that Israel has arbitrarily placed, what agency?
That's the same thing Tony at CBS said about Palestinian agency. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like the idea that Palestinians voted for Hamas so they deserve this is already a fucking stupid concept, considering that the last time an election occurred was in 2006, and we already know that half the Palestinian population is under the age of 18 and therefore did not participate in that fucking election. Regardless of who you vote for does not mean you get to be genocided. You don't deserve to be genocided, even if every single person had actually voted for Hamas. And ultimately, it's not like there wasn't secular leadership amongst the Palestinians historically. They were. Israel assassinated every single one of those people. Okay? Decade after decade after decade of ritualistic humiliation, murder, assassinations, a blockade to boot, sieges over and over again. And yeah, of course people are going to be like, yeah, fuck these guys. Yeah, there is no evidence whatsoever that Hamas is stealing aid, for the record. Headline from this morning: more Israeli lies and deception to justify the starving of Palestinians. U.S. envoy: Israel hasn't provided specific evidence Hamas is stealing aid shipments. They just say that, and no one can fucking verify it. But if you can't verify it, you know what you can do? Imagine that Palestinians are barbaric, rapist, fucking bloodthirsty monsters. So that must be happening.
Agency is there.
Why do you think that Israel placed that line?
Again, that's what I'm telling you is that how
Just
do you
for fun
expect,
or what? Do
Again,
you think Israel wants soldiers in the Gaza Strip?
Again, here's the thing.
Because they literally pulled that road out in
I know that high level cabinet members in the Israeli government right now is saying that we're going to resettle in Gaza. That this is the plan. That
That
we're
is
not
a
going to
fringe position in the Israeli
Now,
government.
do you
It is
agree with that
certainly-
position? Do you?
No, with the resettlement of the Gaza Strip, no.
Okay, so you want the Gaza Strip to remain Palestinian land?
I'm perfectly happy for it not to remain Israeli land, but that doesn't mean that it can be governed by the current entities that the Palestinians are choosing to govern themselves. The last entity they did, Israel pulled out in 2005. A terrorist group now ruled the region and then promptly used it to build kilometers of terror tunnels that outsize the London subway network.
I want you to understand, Ben, that there is no way for any type of democratic institution or process to happen in the Gaza Strip when there's an occupying force who will go and subvert it. If you have Israeli parliament,
So they don't
members-
have agency.
If you have, it's hard to when there's an occupying force under your throat.
Believe it or not, it actually is not that hard not to vote for terrorists.
It 100%.
It is not.
It's not that hard to not vote for terrorists. So why the fuck does the Israeli society vote for them every fucking single time? And they don't even have a fucking colonial occupier destroying their lives. They just vote for the fuck of it. Yeah. I slap the terror sticker on everything that Palestinians do. I win the argument. This is it. It's quite simple, really. If I say everything that Palestinians do are terroristic, then you can justify whatever kind of inhumane, cruel, barbaric nonsense you subject them to, you know?
It's not. It's 100% impossible for you to go and make that distinction when there is no alternative. Right now,
that is not.
Like, it just doesn't. It's so fucking stupid. Ben Shapiro endorsed Trump. Yeah, I know. He loves Donald Trump. Also, it's really funny when people go, it's really easy not to vote for a terrorist. What are you saying, Ben? What the fuck are you saying? You already admitted that they haven't had an election since 2006. Not only that, but also beyond that, we're in the United States of America, and the two choices are basically fucking marginally worse Hitler. What the fuck do you mean? No, it's actually pretty hard not to vote for a rabid psychopathic administration.
Not true. There's not an alternative.
No, there is no alternative to life under no occupation for the Gaza Strip. Again, I'm asking you simply, is that right now, if you have Israeli parliament members, Knesset members who are saying that we plan on resettling Gaza, that this is not Israeli
not
land.
a government position.
No, again, these are people who can.
That is a government position. Ben, it is a government position. They're in the government. And not only is it the government position, your position is always, oh, well, after the settlers do the deed, then I think it's good. You already said that you don't think the settlements are illegal. You're a fucking terrorist. Like, straight up. I hate this. I hate this double standard. Like, you can't, like, nobody will ever see Ben Shapiro in that way. No one will ever look at what Ben Shapiro is saying as like the actual real pro-terrorism argument because of the way that the American society is aligned with Israel, because of the way that like our understanding of violence works. We just never think that non-state entities, non-state actors are ever in the right until, multiple decades later when we write it in the history books as like, yeah, okay, maybe they had some good points. It's very frustrating.
Fracture the government of Israel.
You know what is a government position? The government of Hamas that is currently holding 100 hostages, including babies. This war would be over today.
And the hostages should be released, and no civilians should be involved in the conflict.
Should Hamas surrender?
So I want to
Should
ask
Hamas
you,
surrender?
I think that there should be no civilians involved in this.
Should Hamas surrender?
Surrender to who?
To the Israeli government.
Will the Israeli government stop bombarding civilians if that is? Because
If
right
Hamas
now,
surrenders, yes.
Because right now we saw them march from the north to the south of Gaza, and they said that the whole goal of this war was to what? Was to return the hostages, correct?
I mean, there's a dual goal. One was to destroy Hamas,
Now,
and the other was to return the
See,
hostages.
that's the thing. When I come to the table to argue with someone, I want to assume that there's good faith, not that there's a dual goal or dual ambitions in the process.
Of course, there's a dual
Because
goal.
that's
If
right
there were
now-
no hostages, the singular goal would be the destruction of Hamas.
Okay, now understand this. Netanyahu will continue.
He just basically said that hostages are fucking bullshit because he's such an ultra Zionist. He's like, well, if there was no hostages, and the goal would be still the destruction of Hamas. Okay, well, we're watching the destruction of Hamas unfold right now. So you're saying you're pro-genocide with or without the hostages, Ben. You basically admitted the Israeli government's position, dumbass. So fucking stupid.
Continue to project this war because he's facing crime and bribery charges. So there's no, again, I need to understand, Ben, if there's no.
Oh yeah, this anti-Semitism. This a 47-minute video that this 47-minute video hopefully will be able to explain my positions against Ethan's criticisms. Okay, I don't know why they titled it like that. That's pretty funny.
Full-on unity government in Israel, including his opposition, until a couple of months ago.
And so his unity government will not let him end this war, except the ceasefire deal, because they can fracture the government. Yes or no?
No.
Can Ben Gvir, if he decides to call for snap elections, can him and Smotrich not decide that this is what we want to do, and Benjamin Netanyahu is immediately supposed to run for prime minister?
If there were snap elections today, Netanyahu, first of all, is leading in the polls. But even if he were not leading in the polls, Benny Gantz, Gadi Eisenkot, Naftali Bennett, people who are actually running in the election against Bibi Netanyahu, would be pursuing extremely similar policies in the Gaza Strip simply because Israel cannot allow Hamas.
He's right. Ben is right. And this is the problem with people who are pro-Israel. They're so invested in this alternative reality in their mind that what Israel is doing is right, that they do not come across, they think that they're coming across as like sane. Well, everybody in Israel agrees with this policy, so obviously it's good. Whereas to the rest of the world that is not as like invested, they literally look at what Ben just said and go, that's insane. You just admitted that the government's position across the board, including the opposition, is full-scale genocide. Ben doesn't think it's genocide, but the average person does. Or even if they don't have the capacity to communicate that it's a genocide, they still think it is completely unacceptable. So when he says like, well, the entirety of the Israeli government's position here is in line with what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, well, then you fucked up. A second wave of attacks began. It includes targets collected over years by the Iranian missile industry. Attacks in Dahia after launches into the center of the country. Oh, this guy, this is in Beirut. Chat, sorry. This video is from Beirut. My mistake. That's from 2 days ago in Beirut. But this is from just now. Second wave of attacks began and included targets collected over years by the Iranian missile industry. Here are explosions being heard in eastern Tehran as a result of the air defense system operating. The sound has just ended. That's kind of crazy, dude. This is like, damn, Iran's got better fucking systems than I thought it did. Hassan is the Shapiro of the left. The only difference is Hassan is more often than not correct, while Mr. Dry Pussy is always wrong. I don't think I'm the Ben Shapiro of the left, but videos reportedly with explosions audible east of Tehran. Video reportedly with explosions audible east of Tehran. It's going to be a long night, it seems. Israel's attack on Iran is ongoing and is expected to last for one night, according to a source of direct knowledge. No Israeli casualties or no damage to Israeli warplanes have been reported so far, the source said. Apparently, Russia gave them that. Some are even more advanced than thought. Just rumors. As a nerdy defense guy, those look like legitimate interceptions. We'll have to see the damage reports from third parties later, but it was a successful interception, that video. Yeah, I didn't know they had it like that. Like, that's kind of impressive. You always underestimate Iran? No, I don't. I mean, I guess I do. Yeah, I do. You're right. Because, like, it's not that I'm underestimating them. I'm just looking at the situation with honest eyes. Like, what the fuck do they have, dude? They're, like, full tilt sanctioned. Like, it's kind of crazy. Dude, I'm not underestimating Iran when you consider that the fucking former president died in a goddamn helicopter that was running with, like, scotch tape, okay? A helicopter invented, like, multiple decades ago, damn near a fucking century ago, that had like old ass parts that are also still multiple decades old. Like, that's not, yeah, I don't expect them to have like the latest and greatest technology in the same way that like Israel does, or in the same way that the United States of America offers Israel. Their domestic arms production, save for planes, are near peer. Well, their missile systems are pretty solid. We knew that already, and we saw it in action. It's just that, did it F again? What the fuck's going on? No one said they were at the cutting edge of helicopter tech. I'm just saying, it's like shocking. It's shocking how much they are able to do with how little they have. You know, it's effing a little bit again. I don't know why. Ay, ay, ay. Why is it happening? I do not know. It's like weird because on my end, I have 33 upload, like 33 megabits per second upload. Remember, the sanctions are for the West, not their allies. Yeah, but still. I guess ultimately, you know, this is the one thing that Russia does do in terms of like undermining American hegemonic power in the world, more so than even China. Wait, it's out already? Ain't no fucking way, dog. It's out already? 2,000 comments already. First. I'm so stupid. I can't do this today. I'm gonna do this tomorrow. I'm just letting y'all know. Urgent. The Israeli attack is still ongoing. Sites in Tehran and other Iranian regions have now been attacked by drones. It's gonna do stupid fucking numbers, bro. It's already 10K view. Like, the view count is not gonna catch up until like the first 24 hours, for the record. All right, let's keep going.
Hamas continue to govern the Gaza Strip.
Awesome. So then the hostages are placed second to this. So this isn't about, like, there can't be dual goals.
Of course there can.
How?
Why could there not be two
Because
dual
one
goals?
of these goals is completely antithetical to returning to the last one.
What? How?
Because when
in fact, they are deeply connected. If Hamas does not surrender, how are the hostages getting back?
Again, I'm saying because.
Oh, good question, Ben. Remember in the first stage of the ceasefire, there was a 7-day process where there was a 7-day ceasefire, and that was the largest number of hostages that were ever extracted in the 1 year of this ongoing genocide. Turns out that you actually can do that. The problem is you don't want to believe that. So you just, I guess, forgot that that happened.
Every operation that dealt with returning the hostages involved the death of arguably more civilians and more hostages in the area. Yep.
I can't believe they did this to Muhammad. I can't believe that. He should have kept cooking.
Hey, Ben, nice to meet you.
Don't shake his hand.
So just returning to the prompt that the war in Gaza wouldn't have started if Trump were president.
Yes.
The reason that I disagree with that so vehemently is just looking at history. I don't think that the bombing of the Beirut embassy would have happened if Jimmy Carter had won in 1980. I don't think that Nixon is responsible for the Six-Day War. For the Yom Kippur War. I don't think that if Dewey had defeated Truman, that Israel wouldn't be independent. Israel is a sovereign state. They make their own decisions based on their own security issues. We're both Jewish men. I think we can both say that Jews are very independent and that we don't need to be told what the U.S. government wants to be able to make our own decisions. So for all those reasons, again, just looking at the history of the region and how all these other wars developed because of situations on the ground, I just think that it's unfair to say that either political party in the United States is responsible for the war-making policy of the Israeli government, whoever is in charge.
Okay, but we're not discussing the war-making policy, which was a response to October 7th. The claim was really whether October 7th would have been launched by Hamas, knowing that Israel has complete military superiority over Hamas, which Hamas must have known. Why that gets launched on October 7th, why that didn't happen, for example, under Donald Trump or any time in the intervening 17 years from when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip. And the rationale that I'm suggesting is that basically, the Biden administration came in. They decided to take an antithetical view to the Saudi government, not just the Israeli government. They came in, they were very unfriendly to Saudi Arabia, for example, delisting the Houthis as a terrorist group. They started to draw closer to the Iranians in an attempt to pursue a revision of the JCPOA. They attempted to draw distance between themselves and the Israeli government. Hamas saw this, Hamas and Iran saw this, and they decided that the best way to put pressure on the Abraham Accords more generally and to forestall any prospective peace deal between the Saudis and the Israelis would be.
It's so funny. He just keeps repeating this argument as though, like, it's the lack of agency afforded to the Palestinians that caused October 7. And this fucking dumbass keeps repeating it as though it was actually really good. Like, someone should ask Ben, what kind of material support does Saudi Arabia ever offer the Palestinian cause? Like, what have the fucking Saudis done for the Palestinians? What have they? Saudi Arabia and Israel's relationship was already above board. It just wasn't on paper. Allowing direct flights from fucking Tel Aviv to Riyadh is not going to change the dynamic at all. He is just routinely repeating this wrong point.
To launch the attack right now.
See, and what I would argue is what was much more relevant to the launching of the attack on October 7th was Yahya Sinwar being released by the Israeli government in exchange for the name of the soldier.
Gilad Shalit.
Gilad Shalit. Thank you.
That happened 10 years ago. I mean, that was 2000.
I know, and I think you would acknowledge that the sophistication of this plan would have taken years. I don't think it was planned in relation to anything the U.S. government was doing. Again, I point to all of these other attacks and wars that happened over the year.
What? What does this have to do with anything? What?
It had nothing to do with who was in power in the White House. It had to do with specific situations between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And I just don't think it's helpful for us to pretend that the U.S. is the determining factor in this war. I think you would agree.
Well, the reason it's helpful, I think, is because...
Are we talking historically? Because historically, Saudis did a lot. Recently, they haven't. Yeah, bro, I'm not talking about fucking... I'm talking about MBS, okay? I'm talking about the last fucking 20 years. Also, this person's argument is like kind of silly too. But
when it comes to foreign policy, this goes to sort of a root issue about foreign policy that's rather interesting to discuss, and that is the belief that when the United States draws away from American allies, when the United States draws significant distance with American allies, particularly...
Dog, Palestinians do not give a fuck about America's allegiances to Saudi Arabia. They just don't want to be killed by Israel. He's arguing that by releasing Sinwar 10 years ago, they allowed an opportunity for him to plan October 7th. So who is truly responsible for October 7th? Yeah, but that's still stupid. It's like this, ironically enough, denies agency to the Palestinians, which is the idea that like it's actually Yahya Sinwar, or in Lebanon, it's actually Hassan Nasrallah that is like mind controlling entire populations into not liking Israel. That's not how this works. Yahya Sinwar is but a name, okay? Hamas is simply an idea. And you cannot kill an idea. You can kill a man. You can't kill an idea. The idea is that Palestinians are worthy of dignity. They're worthy of freedom. They're worthy of not being destroyed by Israel. If it's not Yahya Sinwar, it's someone else. That is how it works. That is how it's always worked. This is a reality that Israel itself also recognizes, acknowledges. I mean, Yoav Galan himself openly said there is no military solution to Hamas. Yoav Galan said that. He's a fucking ICC arrest warrant war criminal, you know? The application.
In regions of
drawing away from American allies.
That's not his argument. His argument is that the exchange, like other things that happen in Israel, happen independent of the U.S. I mean, I don't agree with that argument either. I don't think Israel gets to do anything it wants to. Well, there are some things that it gets to do, but America just lets it happen usually.
Allies. That's Trump that did that. He's the one that says NATO's a bad idea and us being allies and having an internationalist foreign policy is a bad thing.
To be fair, the actual policy of President Trump, which was to actually increase the amount of funding from each NATO nation into NATO.
No. That was Obama.
No,
that was Obama in 2014.
That was.
Okay. Yeah, it was.
They increased the amount of defense
Trump
spending
ran on
under
that
NATO.
issue.
Yes, and that was what.
But Obama's the one where the policy was actually implemented.
Well, no, the policy was also
about the 2% goal.
The increase happened under
President Trump. And on top of that,
Trump.
NATO expanded under Biden. So
NATO expanded under Biden as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It didn't expand under Biden preemptive to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
No, I'm not arguing that. But I'm saying if the question is who has been more dedicated to our system of alliances overseas, it's clearly the Democratic Party.
I mean, that is clearly not true. If you're talking...
Whoa, Ben. I mean, I think he got you there. Never mind. I take it back. I'm no big city lawyer, nor am I a NATO voter, but if both parties here are supposed to be pro-NATO, then yeah, like it's not even an argument. America definitely is definitely way more careful and way more interested in beefing up our security contracts. I am a NATO voter. That's why I'm writing Ryan Ruth.
About what has effectually made American allies stronger, the answer would not be the policies of the Biden administration. I mean, if we want to talk Ukraine, we can. We can talk about the slow walking of aid to Ukraine throughout the Ukraine war. I'm a big advocate of the idea that the United States actually should have pursued a policy of rushing more aid into Ukraine and then pursuing an off-ramp as soon as possible, sort of Henry Kissinger's suggested policy early on in the war. But if you're talking about...
So then we would agree that it's a mistake for Republican congressional officials in Congress to cut aid to Ukraine. Okay.
Yes. When it comes to the Israel-Gaza war, the Israel-Hamas.
It always feels like Ben Shapiro has a lot of disagreements with Donald Trump. He doesn't like Donald Trump's Ukraine policy. He doesn't like Donald Trump's immigration policy, seemingly. He's pro-NATO. I don't get it. Why is Ben still voting for Donald Trump? He didn't even fucking vote for him in 2016. Which means he voted for him in 2020, and we know he has fundraised for Donald Trump. So what's that about?
War, which is what this led off with.
Yeah.
Again, my contention is that the timing was driven specifically by a desperate hope by Hamas and Iran to break the burgeoning Saudi-Israeli and Sunni-Israeli alliance that was happening in the Middle East. And the best way they could see to do that was to launch an attack to bring up the issue that had largely been sidelined by the Abraham Accords, because it turns out that a great way to make a deal between countries that disagree on issue A is to make a deal on issues B,
But
C, and
that
D.
presumes that the Sunni American alliance against the Shia Iranian-backed alliance only started under Trump, and that's just clearly not true. We've been aligned with Sunni-led governments for at least the last 50 years.
The realignment of the Middle East under
the
President
alliance
Obama.
with Saudi Arabia goes back to World War II.
I mean, of course, that's true. It's also true that Barack Obama's distancing from Saudi Arabia in favor of, for example, the JCPOA, which Saudi opposed, so did the Israelis, so the Bahrainis, so did all the countries of the Abraham Accords. And then the return to that ideology under Joe Biden exacerbated potential conflict in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah, Joe Biden really fucking returned to that. Obama, the secret Shia. Obama was a secret Shia, chat. And so was Joe Biden. Yusuf al-Bidan, many people don't know this. Obama's middle name is literally Hussein. Barack Hussein Obama, obviously secret Shia. And Yusuf al-Bidan, also a secret Shia. Everybody knows this. That really pissed off the Gulf states for some reason. And then simultaneously Hamas attacked. None of this has to make sense, by the way. I mean, this motherfucker's not making any sense. Like, he has not tied anything together. But it's wild how bad his argument is. It's wild how bad his argument is here. He's just like, Donald Trump would have stopped October 7th. It never would have happened. Why? Because Saudi Arabia would have been aligned with Israel. It's like, okay, but that's not how October 7th happened. That had nothing to do with that, except it exacerbated the problem.
I don't agree with that, but if anybody else wants to go, we don't have a lot of time. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay. How are you?
I'm all right. Thank you.
Trust interview taken down? What trust interview?
So, I guess my first lead into this question is, can you tell me what did Trump do to potentially prevent this war from happening? And what did Biden not do, or what did he fail at that ultimately caused it to happen?
Okay, sure. So the Trump administration, by drawing closer to Saudi Arabia, by attempting to broker the Abraham Accords and successfully doing so with a multiplicity of countries in the region, weakened Iran. He also weakened Iran by keeping massive sanctions.
Yeah, he really weakened Iran. Yeah. Okay. You want to know something? You want to know how I would make this argument if I was a fucking ginormous piece of shit? I'm going to try to steel man this argument. Okay? If I was in his shoes, because I'm more knowledgeable than he is on not only American foreign policy, but specifically about what other countries are doing, I would make the argument that Joseph Robinette Brandon was significantly weaker on China than Donald Trump was. He even said that we have no business fighting with China at a certain point to that silly ass fucking argument. And then claim that the worst thing that Joseph Robinette Brandon ever allowed to happen in the region, aside from the $6 billion of unfrozen assets that went back to Iran, he could say that, was you have a very valuable link open in your tab right now. Oh my God, the Trump interview. Oh my God, because it got yeeted. Wait, what do you think is happening in it? That they had the fucking... To be fair, Trump did kill a Quds Force major, but I'm not sure I would go so far as to say that Iran was greatly weakened by Trump presidency overall. No. Trump just implemented a sanctions regime on Iran. And then, that's the other part of it that I forgot. Barack Obama set the stage for normalizations of relations with Iran. He signed off on the Iran denuclearization agreement. Okay. Donald Trump also fucking cast that denuclearization agreement aside and accelerated the Iran nuclearization program, and the likelihood of happening, the likelihood of its happening became a reality because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump also added additional sanctions to Iran. Iran still tried to play ball after Donald Trump said no more denuclearization agreement. Fuck you. Okay. Iran still tried to follow the protocols, and Donald Trump then added additional sanctions for no fucking reason whatsoever. So that also is another reason why Donald Trump fucked up the situation further, because he was deeply in the pocket of Israel. He was way more pro-Israel than any other fucking president. Okay, sorry, before Joseph Robinette Brandon. That's just the truth. Okay, that's just the truth. And as things goes, if you let Israel do its damn thing, it's gonna go fucking nutty mode. And we saw that. We saw that with Joe Biden. Okay, now we're not gonna watch this yet. If I were to make an argument, a better argument than him, I would say that China normalizing relations with Iran and Saudi Arabia was a more significant aspect of this, was a more significant problem in terms of like Yusuf El-Bidan, the secret Shia, allowing that ceasefire process to take place, because now Iran had more reason and more opportunity to actually interfere with Israel's affairs in the region and technically threaten Israel directly, or even neighboring regions. That's what you could say, even though technically it doesn't matter.
In place, which really prevented them from spreading terror in the same sorts of ways that they did under the Obama administration or the Biden administration as well. The Trump administration was very clearly and obviously pro-Israel in a way that the Biden administration has not been. They've been a little bit more shaded on the issue.
In what ways?
Biden administration has been shaded on the issue more so than Donald Trump is crazy, dog. I mean, where is the fucking where is the limit? Like, what do you mean? It's unlisted. They unlisted it for some reason. Reuters says they are going to respond. Wait, what? It's War Monitor. I don't know. Iran's semi-official Tasnim outlet, citing sources, Iran is prepared to respond to Israel's aggression. It depends. I mean, that's War Monitor. I don't know.
So the United States, for example, acknowledging under Donald Trump that Jerusalem was the capital of Israel, continuation of military aid to Israel.
I like that he just keeps explaining why October 7 happened. Like, the argument that he's presenting is that Trump would have never allowed October 7 to happen. And it's hilarious because everything that you just said that Trump did is exactly what set the stage for October 7 to happen. Also, Biden has said more times than Donald Trump that he is a Zionist. And he's been saying it for a lot longer than Donald Trump publicly, too. Biden has literally outflanked Israeli officials in times of conflict to be like, I would have killed babies if I could. So, no, there are very few people in the American government that are as pro-Israel as Joseph Robinette Brandon. Straight up. Very few people. Like, Donald Trump has done a fuck ton for Israel. A lot more than any other country, a lot more than any of our other allies. But there's a reason for that. It's because Sheldon Adelson gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay? If Sheldon Adelson and other pro-Israeli groups had not given him so much money and made very clear-cut demands, okay, Donald Trump wouldn't be as pro-Israel. I know that for a fucking fact. Now, this doesn't really matter because they did give him that and he did do those things. And now Miriam Adelson is also giving him another $100 million. So obviously he's going to continue being pro-Israel. Okay? Joseph Robinette Biden, on the other hand, is an ideological Zionist, like committed, a committed Zionist. Saying that like one is, I guess, more Zionist than the other, or one is more pro-Israel than the other is kind of stupid because in terms of actions, they're both maxed out on Israel defense. But in terms of ideology, Biden absolutely is more pro-Israel ideologically because Donald Trump is too narcissistic to care about anything. He's just like, oh, you give me money? All right, I'm pro-Israel. I love Israel.
Without any attempt to condition or slow walk, Joe Biden from the very beginning of the war was basically attempting to slow walk or condition aid based on certain things that were happening in the war. This sort of stuff and the preview of that sort of stuff before October 7th, distance that was drawn between.
This is pretty crazy how bad he is at defending Israel. I'm kind of shocked. 12 months in, you would have thought that he would have had better talking points, right? Like he's kind of flustered.
Between the Israeli government and the American government leads opponents of Israel to believe that the United States is not going to be in their corner, and that leads to
Do you think
greater
that the
conflict.
United States has, in any way, shape, or form, not shown that they are not in support of Israel? I mean, one of Kamala Harris's talking points that every time she starts is that she believes that Israel has the right to defend itself.
I mean, so just this week, the Biden administration put forward an open threat to embargo arms to Israel earlier this year.
Because
there was
of
an actual
why?
Embargo against Israel.
Because of why?
Well, I mean, they're claiming that it's because of lack of humanitarian aid in the northern Gaza
Yes.
Strip. That can be their claim. I don't actually. Okay. Anybody who claims that there's a genocide going on in the Gaza Strip does not understand the definition of the word genocide.
Don't tell me what's the definition of genocide.
A systematic destruction of every member of a population.
Is Israel a system?
But no.
Are they on their way to completing and fulfilling a genocide?
No, there are two
potentially. If they kept on going the same way that they're doing, could they completely eradicate the Gaza Strip?
Israel has the military capacity to do that, and they have certainly not done that. And the reason I can say they have not done that is in you know how long it would take them at the current rate to do that, especially given the fact that they are completely targeting terrorists.
Are they completely targeting terrorists? Are children terrorists? Are the children the dead babies?
Targeting
the kids?
Civilian collateral damage is not the same thing as targeting civilians.
But is that not a byproduct of genocide?
No, that is not. Genocide is where you systematically destroy a population specifically because you wish to.
Israel does fit the definition of genocide, but that's neither here nor there. It does. Complete destruction of all civil society, civil infrastructure, and mass population transfer as you continuously bomb the safe zones that you change the designation of into safer zones, absolutely fits that bill. The ultimate goal there is either complete ethnic transfer or complete wipeout, ethnic cleansing. Israel not only targets civilians deliberately, but they also target aid workers, UN aid workers, not just UNRWA UN aid workers, but like white UN aid workers as well. Israel deliberately targets Westerners from World Central Kitchen that they actually engage in a process of deconfliction on. They target peacekeeping forces in Lebanon. They target everyone in areas that they want to bomb. So the idea that they're not engaging in ethnic cleansing is really stupid.
To kill the civilian population. That is it.
He's right. That's not very pro-life.
Well, it turns out that Hamas is not pro-life when they hide behind children and women.
Neither is Israel when they drop bombs and nukes on Palestinian villages and families.
Are you suggesting that Israel is using nuclear weapons?
Is a bomb automatically nuclear?
No.
No, Israel's not dropping nukes, but it doesn't need to drop nukes. The nuclear fallout would be too damaging to Israel itself because the distance between Gaza and like Israel proper is too small. However, Israel has dropped 5 metric tons of more than 5 metric tons of munitions, which is the equivalent, I believe, of 5 nukes or 6 nukes at this point. Doesn't really matter. It's not a direct one singular nuke, but the damage that it has done to Gaza is both order of magnitude on the munitions front. And also, in terms of the damage done to all of the infrastructure, is the equivalent of multiple nukes. So the idea that, are you saying Israel's using nuclear weapons is something that he's going to grab onto because he wants to catch an own here because he's fucking slipping. But that's neither here nor there. Also, in order to prove genocide, you just have to prove intent for genocide. The entire reason why we have rules and laws around this sort of thing is to stop it before it finalizes. Okay? The Holocaust is a genocide, even though not every single Jewish person died. Okay? Many such cases. Armenian genocide, still a genocide. Not every single Armenian died. Doesn't matter. Still a genocide. Ben Shapiro's definition of genocide does not matter in this process. The entire purpose of defining a genocide and specifically targeting the intent and the actions and the devastation is so that we can stop it. The goal is to stop it before it's completed. Yes, mass displacement also constitutes mass ethnic transfer, population transfer on the basis of ethnicity, which is precisely what's happening. So it's not like, oh, well, the Holocaust only killed 6 million Jews, so it's not a genocide. It's not an argument that I would ever allow in this fucking community, and no one would ever allow it. And saying that only 52,000 Palestinians have been directly, or 45,000 Palestinians have only been killed by direct Israeli gunfire or Israeli rockets, and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been killed either under the rubble or because they can't get access to health care, medical care, access to adequate humanitarian aid, which Israel is voluntarily denying. Does not change the reality that it's not a genocide because 2.5 million people haven't been all slaughtered so far.
Not even wrong.
So that's what I said, a bomb.
and okay, Israel uses as small munitions as possible to target
Yeah, that's bullshit. Also, that's fucking complete bullshit.
specific terrorists. Okay, they do this using drone technology. They have to go through 4 layers of legal before any strike is actually approved by the upper layers of the Israeli government. I've seen this actual process in action. I've seen the actual footage at Palmachim Air Force Base in which Israel goes through the process and shows exactly how they have to go through multiple legal steps in order to green light a hit.
Yeah, is that what happened with the World Central Kitchen bombing? Is that what happened with Hin Rajab? Is that what happened every single fucking day? Israel bombed the Jabalia refugee camp again, 150 dead, many women and children. That was all deliberate? Okay, well, that's not an argument you want to make, I think, because then you're saying they're deliberately killing tens of thousands of children. So, again, it's still a genocide whether you agree with it or not. It is a genocide. You agree with the reality that it's a genocide. You just agree with the ethnic cleansing. After all, Ben Shapiro literally wrote an article in 2012. I believe it was in 2012. Might be a little bit earlier. Titled "Transfer is Not a Dirty Word," in which he argued for genocide. Ben Shapiro famously apologized for that. It's one of the only things he's ever apologized for in terms of all of his old writings. He wrote an article where he advocated to round up every single Palestinian and then engage in mass population transfer. This is genocide, like definitionally. He wrote it in 2003. Okay, not 2012, sorry. He has since apologized for this article. Okay, he has. The issue, however, is that you can see that he does not disagree with that sentiment at all. He actually likes that argument. He just apologized because, optically speaking, being a American Jewish conservative pundit who was in favor of doing a genocide in writing was probably not the best idea for his career prospects. He doesn't agree with the optics of openly stating his desires, but he has, it's very clear that the things that he wrote here have not changed. The time for half measures is past. Bulldozing houses of homicide bombers is useless. Instituting ongoing curfews in air-populated cities is useless. Roadblocks, touch fences, midnight negotiations, and ceasefires are useless. Some have rightly suggested that Israel be allowed to decapitate the terrorist leadership of the Palestinian Authority. But he's talking about the West Bank here, by the way. The Palestinian Authority. But this, too, is only a half measure. The ideology of the Palestinian population is indistinguishable from that of the terrorist leadership. Half measures merely postpone our realization that the Arabs dream of Israel's destruction. Without drastic measures, the Arab dream will come true. In the short term, the establishment of a Palestinian state based in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza cuts Israel to the bone. In some places, Israel will be unthinkable 9 miles wide. In the long term, the growth of the hostile Israeli Arab population within the pre-1967 Israel bodes ill for the future of the Jewish state. As University of Haifa professor Aranon Sofer says, the trends and indicators all point to an economic and ecological catastrophe waiting to happen and the death knell of the ideological dream of a Jewish state. Here's the bottom line. If you believe that the Jewish state has a right to exist, then you must allow Israel to transfer the Palestinians and the Israeli Arabs, as in people living with Israeli citizenship inside of the Israeli boundary, Palestinian citizens of Israel, from Judea, Samaria, Gaza, and Israel proper. Every non-Jew, must be transferred, rounded up, and transferred. It's an ugly solution, but it's the only solution, and it is far less ugly than the prospect of bloody conflict ad infinitum. When two populations are constantly enmeshed in conflict, it is insane to suggest that somehow deep-seated ideological change will miraculously occur, allowing the two sides to live together. Welcome back, Adolf Hitler. This is literally Adolf fucking Hitler, okay? He's saying that the ideological dreams of Palestinians and Arabs alike is virtually indistinguishable from terrorists, okay? And this is an argument for genocide. It's a pro-genocide argument. His opinion, although he apologized for this article, is genocidal. His position has not shifted from that.
On a terrorist, and they have they've released footage of this, them calling off particular strikes if they believe that the minimal amount.
That's why I'm grossed out by, there's also this, Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock. I want people to understand, Ben Shapiro is a virulent Islamophobic anti-Arab piece of shit. He is quite literally a Hitlerian archetype. Okay? His ideological commitment to Zionism is virtually indistinguishable from that of the Nazi project. The only difference is the targets are not socialists and Jews, or socialist Jews rather, socialists and Jews. It's just socialists and Arabs, mostly Arabs, just Arabs, Muslims. Now, the difference, however, is that this kind of sentiment is totally permissible. Let me ask you this. My name is Hasan. I grew up Muslim in a Muslim country in Turkey. It actually is so gross and unimaginable for me to even say this, but if I were to write something similar about Israel and Jews alike, do you think that I would be able to, reach a position as high as Ben Shapiro has in polite society? Do you think that I would be able to have a multi-million-dollar media company that I sit on the throne of? Of course not. And I shouldn't. No one should. That's the difference. Okay? That's the difference. The difference here is that you substitute the words here from Arab to Jew, and you understandably are destroyed. You understandably are done. Okay? You're Nicolas Fuentes. You're fucking done. Totally done. And you deserve to be. Okay? The reason why I'm mentioning this is because Islamophobia and anti-Arab sentiment alike is totally permissible. Okay? It's totally appropriate. It's totally permissible in ways that anti-Semitism, luckily, is not. I am not making an argument to make anti-Semitism permissible, contrary to what my naysayers who are regularly trying to smear me might say. I'm not saying that at all. So is anti-Semitism, to be honest, of you do it right. What? This is the double standard. That's it. Let's hear how else he defends this argument. For anyone who lived through the Holocaust or has relatives who died in it, being called a Nazi is unspeakably terrible. That is a secret weapon of the Arabs. Anytime the Jews get wise and threaten mass expulsion of Arabs, the Arabs pull their big stick, equating Nazism with Zionism. Their cartoons merge swastikas with the stars of David. Their newspaper call Ariel Sharon Adolf Hitler. Their spokespeople cry genocide. And the Jews cower in fear that they could be equated with their parents' murderers. The Jews don't realize that expelling a hostile population is a commonly used and generally effective way of preventing violent entanglements. There is no gas chambers here. It's not genocide, it's transfer. After World War II, Poland was recreated by the Allied powers. In doing so, the Allies sliced off chunks of Germany and extended Poland west of the Oder-Neisse line. Anywhere from 3.5 million to 9 million people were forcibly relocated. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was pleased. In 1944, he explained to the House of Commons that expulsion is the method which, so far as we have been able to see, will be the most satisfactory and lasting. There will be no mixture of populations to cause endless trouble. A clean sweep will be made. Churchill was right. The Germans accepted the new border, and decades of conflict between Poles and Germans ended. Arab-Jewish conflict is exponentially more volatile than the German-Polish conflict ever was? What the fuck? This entire argument basically is just him agreeing with Adolf Hitler, by the way. Anyway, if there was room in Germany for the German populations of East Prussia and of the other territories, as Churchill stated, there is certainly room in the spacious Muslim states of the Middle East for 5 million Palestinians and Israeli Arabs. If Germans, who had centuries-old connection to the newly created Polish territory, could be expelled, then surely Palestinians whose claim to Judea, Samaria, and Gaza is dubious at best can be expelled. The irony here, in terms of the population transfer, given what Israel is doing, is closer to Nazi Germany, is an argument for forcible population transfer of all Israelis. I would never make that argument because I think it is inhumane. As a matter of fact, it is the reason why I even say that there can only be a one-state solution going forward, given that there are 750,000 Jews living in occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank. This is why I advocate for a one-state solution. This argument that Ben is presenting, if history had a slant toward justice, and if he was even remotely honest, considering the closeness in which Israel is operating to Nazi Germany, would mean that all of the Israeli Jews would be relocated forcibly. This is an incredible cruelty. Ben, on the other hand, is making this argument not for Poland, but instead, oh my God, I'm effing again. Big F this time, seemingly. Oh, I don't know why. It's back. Anyway, He ends the argument by saying it's time to stop being squeamish. Jews are not Nazis. Transfer is not genocide, and anything else isn't a solution. There's only one solution, and that is the final solution. That's basically what he's saying. So just understand who this man is and what his opinions are. And also understand there's mutual hatred there. A one-state solution looks impossible at the moment. Yeah, it doesn't. No, that's not how this works. Okay? That's not how this works even a little bit. Okay? If we're being honest and if we're being just, the only reason why the Palestinian resistance even exists is because Israel is occupying. Israel is occupying their lives. Okay? The idea that Israelis right now could not live side by side with the Palestinians is, destroyed by the fact that there are Palestinian citizens of Israel that live there right now. Now, there are improvements that must be made in their existence as well. Improvements that will come along with a one-state solution with equal representation regardless. It would just have to be a secular state. Okay? History is riddled with conflicts such as this one that inevitably get resolved, and people then live long and comfortable lives side by side without ever even thinking about all the wars that were waged that led to that position. Apartheid, post-apartheid South Africa, abolition of slavery, Algerian Revolution, and many such examples. Even the European continent has been in war for most of its history than not. And yet, we look back at those times in history books, and we now look at the European Union as a collaborative association of nation states that have free travel, unrestricted free travel amongst its own continental boundaries. So it's ridiculous to say these people cannot live side by side. Now, I'm not silly. I wouldn't say that there would be no violence whatsoever. Okay? Of course there would be. Most of that violence, at least when I look back at history, would come not from the Palestinian side, but instead would come from the Israeli side, settlers specifically, that would either A, not want to live side by side with the Palestinians, or they just would not accept it. They would not go down without a fight. Now, of course, in that process, you would have to deal with those people with civil governance within a civilian court, not necessarily a military court in the way that you deal with Palestinians currently in the West Bank.
Amount of civilian casualty damage cannot be maintained. Okay. So the basic idea, again, what you're talking about here is a population of 2 million Palestinians who are living in the Gaza Strip. The total number of war dead at this point, according to best available statistics, is somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000 dead. Okay. That is not a genocide. It is a horrible, horrible war with horrible human casualties.
Fact check, which is run by Hamas.
40,000 dead. Okay. That is
population of the Palestinian territories was more than doubled. Population of the Palestinian territories was more than doubled to over 5 million in 2022. Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, said more than 42,700 civilians have been killed in the war. Good fact check. Thanks, Jubilee. Fucking pieces of shit. Suck my dick. War.
It's not a genocide. It is a horrible, horrible war with horrible human casualties. That is not.
According to the UN, genocide involves acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, or racial or religious group.
Not a genocide.
To your definition, which I will have to disagree with. But that brings me to my next question.
Name a war that isn't a genocide by your definition.
One that isn't a genocide?
Yes.
There's plenty of genocides. They've happened.
I mean,
I don't know.
I need my point.
This argument is fucking stupid. Okay? Like, you can say that America did not have the intent of ethnically cleansing all Vietnamese when they invaded Vietnam, even though the outcome resembled a genocide. That doesn't change the reality that this is still a genocide, what Israel is conducting, especially as Israel has no international right or jurisdiction to defend itself, quote unquote, as a belligerent occupier over Palestinian territories.
Point is that you don't seem to be distinguishing between the definition of a war and the definition of a genocide. Well, you're saying that if mass
the American Civil War, yeah, I mean, that's a good example.
Casualties happen, it is necessarily a genocide. I'm saying that is not true.
Got you. My next question, do you believe Israel has the right to the... Yeah.
What? Your argument about the West Bank, Israelis and the Palestinians living together peaceful in the West Bank, all kumbaya, is pretty dumb. I never said that. I said that there would be literally Ku Klux Klan style violence that Israeli gangs would subject Palestinians to, and it would have to be dealt with in a civil court system. okay, with rules, laws, and a police force. Violence would be likely in a one-state solution in the early stages, just like violence occurred in the Reconstruction period, where there were plenty of oppressive groups that wanted to restore the racial pecking order.
Well, we're going to solve the Middle East in 56 seconds. Go for it.
Definitely not. My question is if this were in the context of the United States, if everything were the same conditions of what you see to be terrorism, what you see to be from the Israel side, but it happened.
I'm very excited to see a TikTok debate lord take on Ben Shapiro on the issue of genocide and like Israel doing a genocide. I want to hear from him, and I want to hear from the other one too. That's actually very exciting because, like, unfortunately, my understanding of debate lords has been scarred a little bit by the likes of Divorcelli, who is, the number one dick rider of Israel. So it's cool to see like a similar tone, but on the correct side of this argument.
United States and the innocent civilians that died were United States citizens, would you see the same thing to be justified?
In what? So let's say that the United States had launched an attack across the Mexican border, specifically targeting civilians, slaughtering 1,200 of them, taking 250 hostage. And then the Mexican government had retaliated by attempting to solely target military targets, and our military men and women were hiding behind civilians. That would be the comparable condition.
Yeah, so U.S. citizens would be killed in hospitals and other things.
I would not blame the Mexican government. I would not blame the Mexican government for targeting the personnel who were responsible for the kidnappings and murder.
Asking, do you see it to be ethically justified for them to kill innocent Americans at the same degree that they killed innocent Palestinians?
Again, the question of killing civilians is a question about who's hiding behind the civilians. Israel's not going out of its way to kill civilians.
What do you mean? The fucking headquarters of the IDF is smack dab in the middle of fucking Tel Aviv next to a goddamn hospital and I think a kindergarten. You would never make that argument. You would never make that argument for the United States of America, nor would you ever make that argument for Israel. When Iran fucking struck Tel Aviv, I didn't hear Ben Shapiro turn around and be like, well, Israel has human shields.
That's not an answer to the question.
Yes, it is, because you're mischaracterizing the actual situation on the ground.
How?
Because of
I
what
said
I
the
just
same
described.
conditions. I said the same conditions.
We didn't solve it.
That sucks. I really wanted him to fucking cook his ass, dude.
Oh. Yeah, so many friends. Let's see.
Yeah, the question is like, okay, Yahya Sinwar, killed by the Israeli state. Hassan Nasrallah, killed by the Israeli state in a crowded Beirut suburb. Okay? You consider that assassination to be a successful one. You probably celebrated it. Would you have the same exact energy if Iran struck Benjamin Netanyahu in his home in a crowded Israeli suburb where he resides, killing thousands of Israeli civilians? Would you consider that to be appropriate? Would you consider that to be good? You would not, Ben. You would find that to be an act of terrorism. That is because the underlying principle in his argument, and I know he doesn't consider that to be appropriate. The underlying principle in his argument is that only Israelis are human beings. Palestinians, Arabs, Christians, and Muslims alike are not human beings. The reason why I know this as a fucking fact is because he considers October 7 to be the worst act of terror of all time. He does not look at the kibbutzim as human shields. That's it. He does not treat the kibbutzim and the people that lived inside of the kibbutzim as human shields that were unfortunate human collateral in a military operation. That is the problem. We know that he does not consider it that way because he's been, talking about October 7 since October 7. What is this? U.S. and Israeli officials said that 3 waves of strikes took place. The first waves focused on Iranian air defense systems, and the second and third waves focused on missiles and drone bases and production sites. I guess that's it. Parker's Part is on Jubilee's second channel.
How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wants to terminate
What was the question, though?
all articles found in the Constitution?
I mean, to what comment are you specifically referring?
Like his tweet on Twitter.
I mean, show of hands. Who takes everything that Donald Trump says seriously in this room? If you take everything that Donald Trump says absolutely literally, you might need to see a psychiatrist.
I mean, the reverse of that is, do you take everything Kamala Harris says seriously? And he does, so I don't understand. You take everyone. He was the fucking president. Do you think that a president can be unserious? Do you think that a president should be unserious? What a fucking ridiculous way to defend Donald Trump. I don't really care about the January 6th one as much. I wanted to hear his Israel-Hamas shit. Donald Trump did not commit to a peaceful transfer of power. I don't necessarily care about it all that much. But it was a great video overall. I want to see my man cook his ass.
Kamala Harris is a threat to the institutions of our republic. Not all at once there, guys. Hey, how's it going? Hey, nice to meet you.
All right, so I want to make sure that we have clarity. Can you specify when you say she's a threat to the institution so we can have a direct dialogue?
Okay, so when I say a threat to the institutions of the republic, I'm really talking about the constitutional institutions. So the Constitution is a very finely wrought document. It's created after an enormous amount of consideration, and the checks and balances of the Constitution, ranging from the legislature and to the executive to the judiciary, those things, messing with the actual institutions, is in fact quite dangerous.
Pause. Can I inject? So
Sure.
when you say messing with, so we have somebody, our previous president, Donald Trump, right, who appointed people into the Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
And that have now put in act, they reversed Roe versus Wade, but they also put in act that a president can, under official acts, has immunity, legal immunity. So you don't think that messing with the three branches of governments that are official checks and balances in this country, what is based and paramount of the Constitution, which keeps it intact?
So as a constitutional lawyer, that's a fundamental mischaracterization of the Supreme Court decision. So the Supreme Court decision that you're referring to actually sets up a variety of sort of different options as to official actions by the president. There are unofficial actions by the president of the United States. If the president were to be sued for murdering somebody, for example, that would be outside the realm of official acts of the president of the United States. Then there are official acts of the president of the United States, which would be, for example, the president of the United States signs a tariff or executive order.
Understood.
And then there's sort of middle ground. The middle ground sets up a presumption that the president may have official action. It can be overcome by showing a cost to the actual cost of the system. That's what the Supreme Court decision says. So mischaracterizing it as President Trump could, for example, drone his opponents, that's not something that even Democrats believe. If Joe Biden believed that, presumably.
That is literally an argument that a United States Supreme Court justice directly asked, not the drone strike, but SEAL Team 6 was the method used in the assassination. A Supreme Court United States justice straight up asked Trump's own fucking lawyers if that would be permissible, and the answer was yes. Okay? Ben Shapiro sitting here and yelling at woke college students about how, this is not what that means at all, does not change that reality. Okay? Technically, this just creates another limit to prosecuting a president. It doesn't mean that you cannot get prosecuted at all. It just means that there is an additional standard applied to presidential actions as long as they are considered presidential actions. What constitutes as presidential actions, however, is whatever the fuck the Supreme Court also decides. Okay? So technically, yes, Joseph Robinette Biden could send the SEAL Team 6 right now to go and assassinate Donald Trump. And if he were to be prosecuted for this act, the Supreme Court would defend it or at least analyze it as potentially a presidential act. If he were to launch a successful defense claiming, well, Trump constituted a grave threat to the American future and Trump engaged in treasonous acts and this extrajudicial killing, especially since Biden isn't running for re-election. So it's not even a private citizen. He's not doing this in the interest as a private citizen. He'd be doing this as the American president. It'd be hard to fucking say that he was doing this as a private citizen, right? Which is the second indictment that came from Jack Smith after this Supreme Court decision came through, where Jack Smith refiled that exact same federal investigation, but this time taking out certain parts, Trump's communications as president with members of his cabinet and whatnot, and rewrote the exact same indictment as someone who was running for re-election. Joe Biden is not running for re-election. Technically, he could claim that Donald Trump, according to the internal reports from the DOJ, has engaged in acts that are considered treasonous, and therefore he had to be extrajudiciously killed by SEAL Team 6. That is definitely an argument that you could make with the current Supreme Court of the United States. That is an argument that you could absolutely fucking make and even potentially defend yourself with. Didn't Biden try with pro-NATO operative Ryan Ruth? Yeah, I guess.
He would have tried to drone Donald Trump already. He doesn't like him very much.
Okay, so thank you for that. So we don't have a lot of time, so I want to respond, all right?
Sure.
So let's move to something that actually happened. So we're not talking in hypotheticals. So Donald Trump was found guilty of inciting an insurrection. He has 34 felonies. So you don't think that that is a threat? You can't even vote
That's not
in this.
accurate. He wasn't found guilty of inciting an insurrection.
So
he was
let me ask
impeached
you,
by the House of Representatives. He was
blank,
acquitted by the
Ben,
Senate.
did Donald Trump incite an insurrection?
He did not incite an insurrection by any legal standard. I disagree with a lot of the stuff he did between
So I'm not
the
asking you
election.
by legal standard. I'm asking you, did he incite an insurrection? Yes or no?
No, he did not incite an insurrection. Inciting usually requires you have to actually provoke the violence with intent to provoke the violence, not say peacefully protest at the House of Representatives.
So you know this
for
as an
example.
attorney, right? Intent,
Yes.
right? Because you can have manslaughter and you can have murder. One's intent, one's not.
Of Israel that live there right now. Now, there are improvements that must be made in their existence as well. Improvements that will come along with a one-state solution with equal representation regardless. It would just have to be a secular state. Okay? History is riddled with conflicts such as this one that inevitably get resolved, and people then live long and comfortable lives side by side without ever even thinking about all the wars that were waged that led to that position. Apartheid, post-apartheid South Africa, abolition of slavery, Algerian Revolution, and many such examples. Even the European continent has been in war for most of its history than not. And yet, we look back at those times in history books, and we now look at the European Union as a collaborative association of nation states that have free travel, unrestricted free travel amongst its own continental boundaries. So it's ridiculous to say these people cannot live side by side. Now, I'm not silly. I wouldn't say that there would be no violence whatsoever. Okay, of course there would be. Most of that violence, at least when I look back at history, would come not from the Palestinian side, but instead would come from the Israeli side, settlers specifically, that would either A, not want to live side by side with the Palestinians, or they just would not accept it. They would not go down without a fight. Now, of course, in that process, you would have to deal with those people with civil governance within a civilian court, not necessarily a military court in the way that you deal with Palestinians currently in the West Bank.
Amount of civilian casualty damage cannot be maintained. Okay. So the basic idea, again, what you're talking about here is a population of 2 million Palestinians who are living in the Gaza Strip. The total number of war dead at this point, according to best available statistics, is somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000 dead. Okay. That is not a genocide. It is a horrible, horrible war with horrible human casualties.
Fact check, which is run by Hamas.
40,000 dead. Okay. That is
population of the Palestinian territories was more than doubled. Population of the Palestinian territories was more than doubled to over 5 million in 2022. Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, said more than 42,700 civilians have been killed in the war. Good fact check. Thanks, Jubilee. Fucking pieces of shit. Suck my dick. War.
It's not a genocide. It is a horrible, horrible war with horrible human casualties. That is not.
According to the UN, genocide involves acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, or racial or religious group.
Not a genocide.
To your definition, which I will have to disagree with. But that brings me to my next question.
Name a war that isn't a genocide by your definition.
One that isn't a genocide?
Yes.
There's plenty of genocides. They've happened.
I mean,
I don't know
no,
what your point is.
my point.
This argument is fucking stupid. Okay? Like, you can say that America did not have the intent of ethnically cleansing all Vietnamese when they invaded Vietnam, even though the outcome resembled a genocide. That doesn't change the reality that this is still a genocide, what Israel is conducting, especially as Israel has no international right or jurisdiction to defend itself, quote unquote, as a belligerent occupier over Palestinian territories.
The point is that you don't seem to be distinguishing between the definition of a war and the definition of a genocide.
Well,
you're saying that if mass
the American Civil War, yeah, I mean, that's a good example.
Casualties happen, it is necessarily a genocide. I'm saying that is not true.
Got you. My next question, do you believe Israel has the right to the...
What? Your argument about the West Bank, Israelis and the Palestinians living together peaceful in the West Bank, all kumbaya, is pretty dumb. I never said that. I said that there would be literally Ku Klux Klan style violence that Israeli gangs would subject Palestinians to and it would have to be dealt with in a civil court system, okay, with rules, laws, and a police force. Violence would be likely in a one-state solution in the early stages, just like violence occurred in the Reconstruction period, where there were plenty of oppressive groups that wanted to restore the racial pecking order.
Well, we're going to solve the Middle East in 56 seconds. Go for it.
Definitely not. My question is if this were in the context of the United States, if everything were the same conditions of what you see to be terrorism, what you see to be from the Israel side, but it happening.
I'm very excited to see a TikTok debate lord take on Ben Shapiro on the issue of genocide and like Israel doing a genocide. I want to hear from him, and I want to hear from the other one too. That's actually very exciting because, like, unfortunately, my understanding of debate lords has been scarred a little bit by the likes of Divorcelli, who is, the number one dick rider of Israel. So it's cool to see like a similar tone, but on the correct side of this argument.
United States and the innocent civilians that died were United States citizens, would you see the same thing to be justified?
In what? So let's say that the United States had launched an attack across the Mexican border, specifically targeting civilians, slaughtering 1,200 of them, taking 250 hostage. And then the Mexican government had retaliated by attempting to solely target military targets, and our military men and women were hiding behind civilians. That would be the comparable condition.
Yeah, so U.S. citizens would be killed in hospitals and other things.
I would not blame the Mexican government. I would not blame the Mexican government for targeting the personnel who were responsible for the kidnappings and murder.
Asking, do you see it to be ethically justified for them to kill innocent Americans at the same degree that they killed innocent Palestinians?
Again, the question of killing civilians is a question about who's hiding behind the civilians. Israel's not going out of its way to kill civilians.
What do you mean? The fucking headquarters of the IDF is smack dab in the middle of fucking Tel Aviv next to a goddamn hospital and I think a kindergarten. You would never make that argument. You would never make that argument for the United States of America, nor would you ever make that argument for Israel. When Iran fucking struck Tel Aviv, I didn't hear Ben Shapiro turn around and be like, well, Israel has human shields.
That's not an answer to the question.
Yes, it is, because you are mischaracterizing the actual situation on the ground.
How?
Because of
I
what
said
I
the
just
same
described.
conditions. I said the same conditions.
We didn't solve it.
That sucks. I really wanted him to fucking cook his ass, dude.
Oh. Yeah, so many friends. Let's see.
Yeah, the question is like, okay, Yahya Sinwar, killed by the Israeli state. Hassan Nasrallah, killed by the Israeli state in a crowded Beirut suburb. Okay? You consider that assassination to be a successful one. You probably celebrated it. Would you have the same exact energy if Iran struck Benjamin Netanyahu in his home in a crowded Israeli suburb where he resides, killing thousands of Israeli civilians? Would you consider that to be appropriate? Would you consider that to be good? You would not, Ben. You would find that to be an act of terrorism. That is because the underlying principle in his argument, and I know he doesn't consider that to be appropriate. The underlying principle in his argument is that only Israelis are human beings. Palestinians, Arabs, Christians, and Muslims alike are not human beings. The reason why I know this as a fucking fact is because he considers October 7 to be the worst act of terror of all time. He does not look at the kibbutzim as human shields. That's it. He does not treat the kibbutzim and the people that lived inside of the kibbutzim as human shields that were unfortunate human collateral in a military operation. That is the problem. We know that he does not consider it that way because he's been, talking about October 7 since October 7. What is this? U.S. and Israeli officials said that 3 waves of strikes took place. The first waves focused on Iranian air defense systems, and the second and third waves focused on missiles and drone bases and production sites. I guess that's it. Parker's Part is on Jubilee's second channel.
How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wants to terminate
What was the question, though?
all articles found in the Constitution?
I mean, to what comment are you specifically referring?
Like his tweet on Twitter.
I mean, show of hands. Who takes everything that Donald Trump says seriously in this room? If you take everything that Donald Trump says absolutely literally, you might need to see a psychiatrist.
I mean, the reverse of that is, do you take everything Kamala Harris says seriously? And he does, so I don't understand. You take everyone. He was the fucking president. Do you think that a president can be unserious? Do you think that a president should be unserious? What a fucking ridiculous way to defend Donald Trump. I don't really care about the January 6th one as much. I wanted to hear his Israel-Hamas shit. Donald Trump did not commit to a peaceful transfer of power. I don't necessarily care about it all that much. But it was a great video overall. I want to see my man cook his ass.
Kamala Harris is a threat to the institutions of our republic. Not all at once there, guys. Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
All right, so I want to make sure that we have clarity. Can you specify when you say she's a threat to the institution so we can have a direct dialogue?
Okay, so when I say a threat to the institutions of the republic, I'm really talking about the constitutional institutions. So the Constitution is a very finely wrought document. It's created after an enormous amount of consideration, and the checks and balances of the Constitution, ranging from the legislature and to the executive to the judiciary, those things, messing with the actual institutions, is in fact quite dangerous.
Pause. Can I inject? So
Sure.
when you say messing with, so we have somebody, our previous president, Donald Trump, right, who appointed people into the Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
And that have now put in act, they reversed Roe versus Wade, but they also put in act that a president can, under official acts, has immunity, legal immunity. So you don't think that messing with the three branches of governments that are official checks and balances in this country, what is based and paramount of the Constitution, which keeps it intact?
So as a constitutional lawyer, that's a fundamental mischaracterization of the Supreme Court decision. So the Supreme Court decision that you're referring to actually sets up a variety of sort of different options as to official actions by the president. There are unofficial actions by the president of the United States. If the president were to be sued for murdering somebody, for example, that would be outside the realm of official acts of the president of the United States. Then there are official acts of the president of the United States, which would be, for example, the president of the United States signs a tariff or executive order.
Understood.
And then there's sort of middle ground. The middle ground sets up a presumption that the president may have official action. It can be overcome by showing a cost to the actual cost of the system. That's what the Supreme Court decision says. So mischaracterizing it as President Trump could, for example, drone his opponents, that's not something that even Democrats believe. If Joe Biden believed that, presumably.
That is literally an argument that a United States Supreme Court justice directly asked, not the drone strike, but SEAL Team 6 was the method used in the assassination. A Supreme Court United States justice straight up asked Trump's own fucking lawyers if that would be permissible, and the answer was yes. Okay? Ben Shapiro sitting here and yelling at woke college students about how, this is not what that means at all, does not change that reality. Okay? Technically, this just creates another limit to prosecuting a president. It doesn't mean that you cannot get prosecuted at all. It just means that there is an additional standard applied to presidential actions as long as they are considered presidential actions. What constitutes as presidential actions, however, is whatever the fuck the Supreme Court also decides. Okay? So technically, yes, Joseph Robinette Biden could send the SEAL Team 6 right now to go and assassinate Donald Trump. And if he were to be prosecuted for this act, the Supreme Court would defend it or at least analyze it as potentially a presidential act. If he were to launch a successful defense claiming, well, Trump constituted a grave threat to the American future and Trump engaged in treasonous acts and this extrajudicial killing, especially since Biden isn't running for re-election. So it's not even a private citizen. He's not doing this in the interest as a private citizen. He'd be doing this as the American president. It'd be hard to fucking say that he was doing this as a private citizen, right? Which is the second indictment that came from Jack Smith after this Supreme Court decision came through, where Jack Smith refiled that exact same federal investigation, but this time taking out certain parts, Trump's communications as president with members of his cabinet and whatnot, and rewrote the exact same indictment as someone who was running for re-election. Joe Biden is not running for re-election. Technically, he could claim that Donald Trump, according to the internal reports from the DOJ, has engaged in acts that are considered treasonous, and therefore he had to be extrajudiciously killed by SEAL Team 6. That is definitely an argument that you could make with the current Supreme Court of the United States. That is an argument that you could absolutely fucking make and even potentially defend yourself with. Didn't Biden try with pro-NATO operative Ryan Ruth? Yeah, I guess.
He would have tried to drone Donald Trump already. He doesn't like him very much.
Okay, so thank you for that. So we don't have a lot of time, so I want to respond, all right?
Sure.
So let's move to something that actually happened. So we're not talking in hypotheticals. So Donald Trump was found guilty of inciting an insurrection. He has 34 felonies. So you don't think that is a threat? You can't even vote
That's
in
not
this.
accurate. He wasn't found guilty of inciting an insurrection.
So
he was
let me ask
impeached
you,
by the House of Representatives. He
point
was
blank,
acquitted by the
Ben,
Senate.
did Donald Trump incite an insurrection?
He did not incite an insurrection by any legal standard. I disagree with a lot of the stuff he did between
So I'm not
the
asking you
election.
by legal standard. I'm asking you, did he incite an insurrection? Yes or no?
No, he did not incite an insurrection. Inciting usually requires you have to actually provoke the violence with intent to provoke the violence, not say peacefully protest
So
at
here's
the House of
so you know
Representatives,
this
for
as an
example.
attorney, right? Intent,
Yes.
right? Because you can have manslaughter and you can have murder. One's intent, one's not, but you still killed somebody, right?
Incitement is an intent crime. You cannot incite without intent on a legal basis.
let's go here as a teacher because I have a lot.
He did though. He did have intent. He straight up did. Like that rally and the subsequent protests and the march to the Capitol was direct intent. And there's also additional things that he did. There's also additional things that he did that also play into a grand conspiracy beyond his simple intent on January 6th. The other things he did, like the false electors, like the entire goal of stopping the authorization process that was taking place in Congress and trying to urge Mike Pence to stop the authorization, the vote certification process, was specifically so that they could put their false slate of electors in instead of the ones that were supposed to be certified. Now, it's a stupid fucking way to try and change the outcome of an election. Of course, it wasn't going to fucking work, but that's still illegal. You know what I mean? You can be a dumbass and try to rob a bank with a fucking toy gun, but that doesn't absolve you of the crime of trying to rob a bank with a gun, you know?
A lot of history context, and it's somebody that works in criminal justice reform. So he has 34 felonies, correct?
I mean, he's not been convicted. If you're talking about the New York case, you're talking about the New York case.
I'm talking about the 34 felonies that he has on his. He's a convicted felon, yes or no? Because I want to make sure if we're talking, if we're saying that we're lawyers, we got to sit here and.
I'm so sorry. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That was fun. Thank you anyway.
Same argument for genocide, by the way. I mean, you're not wrong. Ben denies that too, so.
It's like American Gladiator over here. Hey, how's it going? Hey, good to meet you.
Yeah, so how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wants to terminate all articles?
I'm an hour and 12 minutes into the Rogan Trump interview. Is by far the worst interview of a major political candidate I've ever seen in my life. Embarrassing isn't a strong enough word. I'm in awe of how horribly stupid it is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please tell me it's content. Did you seriously think it would ever not be peak content? Yeah, there's no way in fucking hell that interview is not content. It's 3 hours of Trump and Joe Rogan. This is what dreams are made of. Maybe I have silly dreams. Maybe my dreams are fucking stupid, okay? But goddamn, dude. Late night bitch, earn your Porsche. Connor says this sucks and it's boring. Okay, but Connor watches Talk To It. He's a Talk To It enjoyer. The interview's about to be insane. Trump to Joe Rogan. The most beautiful word in the English language is tariff. It's more beautiful than the word love. Yeah, I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm too tired. And I know I said I thought I would have some time. Andrew Torba,
So
ew.
I have a son who's very smart and tall, Barron, right? And he knows all about you. He knows about guys I never heard of. He said, Dad, you don't know how big they are. They're big. You know, he told me how big. I said, who the hell is he? Like Ross. I did. He said, Dad, he's a...
Ross. Oh my God. Mini F. We're back. We're back. And I said I was going to play scary games tonight, but there's no fucking way I can. I'm too tired. It's 8 hours and 30 minutes into the fucking stream. I'm dying a little bit, but tomorrow is yet another day and we will have some content on the motherfucking docket, baby. Put it on your goddamn calendars. We're going in hard. We're going in hot and we're doing the damn thing tomorrow. Okay. Oh my God. We're doing the damn thing. Tomorrow is a fun day. Okay. Tomorrow is a fun day. COD Black Ops 6 has a campaign. Oh God. I have to fucking download a 700 gig game again to play a 2 hour fucking shoot 'em up. I might do that too, but Gaming frogs are on life support. I know. I thought I would have time to do it today. I'm sorry I didn't. Okay? I'm sorry I didn't. Anyway, I love you guys and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on A at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There